welcome to Leadville, Colorado. It is dark outside. It is chilly outside. We are high in the mountains, and we are ready for stop number 3 of the 2025 Lifetime Grand Prix. This is the Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 mountain bike presented by Kenetik. We are here in the studio to bring you a live broadcast presented by Orange Seal. I'm Bill Elliston. I'm alongside Meredith Miller, and we are going to be bringing the action all day long. And I'll tell you what, we've been talking a lot throughout the week, Meredith, and there's so many things we're going to be talking about today, from technical talk to the conditions on the course and what riders are really on a hot streak right now. And I think this is setting up to be a really great race today.
Definitely. And as you mentioned, this is just stop 3 of the Lifetime Grand Prix. It feels like it was so long ago that we were just in Emporia, Kansas for Unbound. So waking up this morning to a full moon at 4 a.m. for this early start here at the in the City of the Clouds in Leadville, Colorado, above 10,000 feet. So not only are we in for 100 miles of racing, but it's at 10,000 feet. That's over 3,000 meters for anyone tuning in from outside of the United States. So it is going to be a thriller of a race out there today.
Yeah, every race in the Grand Prix has its distinctive qualities to it, right? And I think in terms of Leadville, it can be summed up in one word, and it's altitude, right? We're starting, as you alluded to, at 10,152 feet. That's the base level altitude here in town. And we go up above 12,000 feet, 12,500 roughly. And within that, the total elevation for the race is almost 12,500 feet in total. So it's literally all about altitude out here today. And that's the defining characteristic of the race. So it's maybe a little bit less of a tactical battle than some of the other races. It's whose physiology really works well up here.
Sometimes it's just the riders are racing against the course more than their competitors themselves. But yeah, everybody has had their different ways to prepare for the race coming in today at altitude. Some have chosen just to come in last minute if they haven't had the time to be at altitude for an extended period of time. Sometimes it's easier just to come in at the last minute and just kind of, I don't want to say fake it till you make it, but kind of. And you know, so there's a lot of different ways to prepare. You know, heat is not necessarily going to be a big deal today, but for sure the altitude.
Yeah, we've got a lot of notables. On the men's side, of course, the big name is Keegan Swenson, right? He's won this race a number of times in the row, and he's proved to be the king of altitude out here. John Gaston, who's been on the podium here a number of times and relatively unfamiliar to a lot of the other riders. Toby Road been going well. Simone Palou, the Swiss rider who's made such a great name for himself. And, of course, we can't forget the New Zealander Cam Jones, who got his way into the Grand Prix by way of his the wild card performance. On the women's side, of course, the defending champion out here, Melissa Rollins, looking to try and repeat, coming off a kind of a hot streak the last few weeks with the Leadville stage race win a few weeks back. Sofia Gomez Vichafanye has had great success here. Cecily Decker's been riding really well. She's got herself tied for the overall lead right now. We've also got the South African Haley Preen, Michaela Thompson, the youngster from Durango, who had a great ride. And how can we not forget Kate Courtney, the 2018 cross-country mountain bike world champion. Her first time up here doing the 100, so she is a little bit of maybe a wild card out there today, I think.
Yep. Another one to mention is Ruth Edwards, just coming off the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift. That just finished on Sunday. So so less than a week ago was she, finishing up in France, made her way back home to Colorado, and now she's here today on the start line.
Yeah, that's a bold move. I think I would stay home and stay in party mode, but we'll see. I mean, we're going to figure out pretty quickly whether Ruth is in party mode or what the situation is out there today. But nice shot there of Leadville, and we're going to take a look at our course here momentarily. Starting right in the middle of downtown Leadville, the highest incorporated town anywhere in the U.S. at 10,152 feet. Start finish right on 6th Street, just below Harrison Avenue in the center of town. Riders are going to head westbound out of Leadville here. First couple miles, relatively mundane as they make their way over to Turquoise Lake. They go across the north side of Turquoise Lake. The first obstacle, the St. Kevin's climb, which tops out at Carter Summit, also the first aid station. They get around the far side of the lake. They get Sugarloaf Pass. After Sugarloaf Pass, that tricky descent there of Power Line, then through the aid station at Outward Bound. After that, it's kind of flat-ish. It's kind of that wide open spot as they make their way down towards the Twin Lakes area. That's another one of our aid stations there. And of course, once you get to Twin Lakes, you know what's looming in the future. They turn inbound and you begin the climb of a Columbine mine. And that is the defining characteristic of our course here. You get to the top of Columbine and you basically turn around and, well, make your way right back down the hill and backtrack a lot of what you just climbed. So that's always a tricky section as they come back down to Twin Lakes, make their way back north on the course. And again, another wide open section of the course. They make a slight deviation off the course for 2 miles before rejoining at mile 70. Head back right around 80 miles or so. They're going to hit that Power Line climb going back up. So that's a real tough section around the top side of Turquoise Lake once again, heading back into town, Carter Pass. And then that last section, of course, coming into town is one of the trickier sections. That is the boulevard that brings them into the finish.
In talking through the course, it seems so straightforward, just an out and back course, but man, this course is anything but straightforward. There are so many pinch points, so many key moments out on the course today with all the climbing. It's the descending, making sure you don't flat. There are a lot of sections on this course where riders have experienced flats, broken wheels, lots of different mechanicals in the past. So it's not just about getting up and over the climbs, but getting down the descent safely and with everything intact as well.
Yeah, we mentioned Power Line very briefly in there, and that's been, we'll talk about that obviously as the race wears on and they get to that point, but that's been such a point of talk for the riders during their pre-rides here the last few days of how tricky it is, how loose it is, and notoriously steep it is. And, you alluded to the mechanical stuff there. Last year, the Keegan Swenson, the men's winner, suffered a flat in that area. And so it's notable for flats. The fortunate thing is you're not that far from Outward Bound, right? So you get to the aid station, but nonetheless, there's potential for some serious mechanical issues in that neck of the woods. So right now we're looking at our men starting to get queued up there in the start line. Everyone's scrumming, all our top riders in the front row. Of course, we've got the top 5 in the current standings of the Grand Prix up there in the mix. And we've got our top riders from last year in the race as well. Right now leading the overall standings, Keegan Swenson is your leader in the standings there. So obviously he's going to be up in that front row. Brendan Johnston, Matt Beers, Simone Pilot, the Swiss rider who put on such a great show at the start of the season in Sea Otter and then came away with a second place at Unbound after that long breakaway with Cam Jones. So Matt Beers, Simon Pilot, and Cam Jones, 3-way tie right now for third place. So that's going to be a great battle. And I think you said it earlier, Meredith, it's hard to believe this is literally only stop number 3. It feels like we've been doing this forever and we're already locked into these really tight battles.
Yeah, I think obviously we have a few people on the overall leaderboard that are tied in these different places, and we're going to see that change after today. There's going to be much bigger gaps and more defining placings after the finish today.
Looking at Cole Patton, got his fresh Stars and Stripes kit there. He just recently won the Marathon Mountain Bike National Championship, so good to see he got that kit in time. Last year's 4th place finisher there, Lachlan Morton, who's not in the GP this year, but obviously he's always a big factor in a race like this. You talk about a climbing specialist, an altitude specialist, and Lachlan kind of fits pretty neatly into that box. Payson McKelvin making his comeback. He was out here a few weeks ago at the Leadville stage race, took 2 of 3 stage wins, took the overall win, and we got a chance to chat with him. He's feeling pretty confident about his form up here, so it'd be interesting to see how that's going to come together on the day here, all the 100 miles in one day versus that stage race format.
Mm-hmm. We also saw John Gaston there on that front row again. You mentioned he's sort of a relatively unknown rider here because he doesn't generally do a lot of mountain bike races. He pretty much does the Snowmass 50 and then Leadville 100, and those are the two mountain bike races he does in a season. He comes from Aspen. He's a skimo racer or a ski mountaineering racer. So with the skimo race now being part of the 2026 Winter Olympics, that is his key focus. And he is on fire right now. He's super fit. And so I'm really curious to see how he's going to go today.
Yeah, I kind of love having that wild card in there with Gassing. I think some riders maybe forget in between, his brief appearances at the races. Let's not forget, today's lead out is brought to you by the Bronco Wild Fund, driving a passion for the outdoors and helping preserve the places we ride. We're getting close to the start here, looking like about 4 minutes or so. We'll try and get our official time up here as our riders are getting their last bit of words out here, and we'll have a couple of our local celebrities down there doing the national anthem and kicking off the festivities on the line. We've already got a nice little crowd out there ready to cheer the riders on as we're just about 3.5 minutes out from our official start here today. And I know, Meredith, you said 100 miles. Well, it's kind of a little bit of a bait and switch here. That's how we like to do it in Leadville. We like to trick people. It's only 100 miles. Actually, 105 miles today, so it's a little more bang for your buck, right?
Right. You talk to a lot of the people who've been here before, and they look down at their computer and they see 100 miles, and they're like, and I'm so close to town, but yet that last 5 miles seems like it's so far away.
Yeah, why can't I see the finish truss? Man, what is going on out here?
Yeah, so we see these guys, some Cam Jones there. He is one of the most chill, laid-back guys, but I'll tell you, he looks a little bit nervous. This is his first time here in Leadville, so he's been out pre-riding the course. He's done his homework. He went home to New Zealand after Unbound and then came back just about 2 weeks ago, has been spending his time in Durango, Colorado at altitude, preparing, spending more time on the mountain bike, getting ready for today's race.
It looks like we're introducing our local Bill Wenmark. He's affectionately known as Doc around these parts. He's Kristen King, as usual, doing a phenomenal job getting us kicked off with a rendition of the national anthem. So we're now inside of about 40 seconds until start time. And Kristen does all the starts up here for the Leadville series events. And she actually lives about 100 yards below the finish line there on 6th Street. So short walk with her coffee to get up there and do another charming rendition of the national anthem. So we're inside of about 20 seconds until start. All the riders have shed the layers, and we are getting down to business. The man of the hour right there in the middle, riding for Santa Cruz, John Gaston there. We've got Brendan Johnson, Lachlan Morton. Everybody's got their game face on as we are in that final countdown here. The riders going to be taking off and beginning their journey here, the 2025 Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik, and our live coverage here in the studio brought to you by Orange Seal. And that's it, Meredith. We are officially off and running. The Ford Bronco leading them out down 6th Street as they make their way to the bottom of the hill there. They'll make that right-hand turn, head out on the course.
Oh boy, I've got sweaty palms already as we start this day. This is going to be an exciting day. We're looking at great weather for the day, a high of about 71 degrees out there. Great temperature for racing. It has been actually hot. I mean, by all relative factors, hot at 10,000 feet. I mean, we've been in the upper 70s the last couple days, so it has really felt warm out there. Obviously very close to the sun, so the sun is intense when you're out there, but we should have good racing conditions today.
Yeah, I think equally as important is that temperature being pretty moderate is cloud cover. The expectation is a fair bit of cloud cover all day, and I think come around 9, 10 a.m., the riders are really going to appreciate that, and maybe even earlier, right? Because after you get around Turquoise Lake and you get to that power line section, you're kind of facing into the sun, right? Because it's slanted a little bit to the east and, pointed right towards the sun there. A little bit of a near miss there as our riders make their way down. The Bronco is pulled off down there in the lot of the high school. Rider's going to make that right-hand bend. Our lead moto leading them out onto course, and looks like things are strung out. I think, Meredith, I think you brought this up yesterday, right? Normally, Keegan would have his teammate here to do a lot of driving early. What's that going to look like, I wonder, in the first part of this race without having Tobin here to really drive that train?
That's a great question. I think that, the talk is definitely that Keegan is wanting to break his own record from a couple years ago today. So without Tobin here to lead him out and really set the pace in these opening miles, I think it's going to be down to Keegan to just put his head down. I think we'll probably see him start to pick up the pace pretty quickly in order for him to break that record. That's what he's going to need to do. Whether or not he gets help from anyone else is the big question. I think everyone's just going to be kind of looking at Keegan to set the pace in these opening miles.
And look at this. We're already seeing some fractures in the group. It's a little ballooned at the front. So they're on the gas, but not completely. But you see that single file line and those riders at the back really kind of spinning out those gears as they make their way down along. I believe that's going to be Route 4. Maybe that's Route 4 at the bottom of the course where they made that right. It's going to take them out to around toward the lake there. But yeah, that first point of the course, right, comes about 6 miles in, and that's going to be the St. Kevin's climb. And if Keegan wants to break the record, which we're going to kind of beat that drum, I think, throughout the day, because it was kind of the hush-hush talk for a few days until he kind of went public with it. I think yesterday that he put it out there finally, so everybody knows what his agenda is out there on the course day as they make that right-hand bend. Things continuing to stay more or less all together there in the group. But yeah, if he wants to break the record, quite simply, he's going to have to take the reins. And I think we saw it last year at Unbound when Lachlan and Chad Haga went up the road relatively early, and Keegan tried to light the chase up but didn't get a lot of help. And so I think that's going to be a little bit of the case today.
Yeah.
So we're coming up on about 6:04. We're looking now at our women on the start line. So our men started right at 6 o'clock. Women get a 6:10 start. So we get that 10-minute buffer like we did that last year as well to give the women their own start. But this year there's the new twist in there. There's the no drafting rule. So that's going to be obviously enforced out there on the course, and that's going to help with this separate start as we see some of our women on the line there. Sophia Gomez Vichafanye talking to Melissa Rollins. We see Kate Courtney there, Cecily Decker riding for Pas Normal over there. And we did see the human-powered health kit of that's going to be Ruth Edwards, right? And
exactly.
Ruth, that's a great story. Ruth, literally less than a week from finishing the Tour de France avec Zwift, which the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, and had a great race over there. Back home, I think she got a little recovery in. I don't know.
Well, let's hope so. I was texting with her the other day, and she sent me a video back of her just hanging out at home dancing with her dog. Just chilling. She said she's coming in today with no pressure. Ruth Ruth is a competitor, though, so if she's feeling good out there today, she's been on the podium here.
Right.
So, she knows she's done this race a couple times, even though she comes from a road background. She loves racing her mountain bike. She lives in Nederland, Colorado, where, she spends a lot of time on the trails. So she's going to be a competitor if she's feeling good, and she's going to have the fitness. So we'll just see if she's had enough recovery time and can put it all together today in this big race. But she'll have fun out there no matter what. See Kate Courtney there with She Sends Racing. What a cool story there. She's decided to go privateer on the the mountain bike World Cup series this year. So on the World Cup circuit, she's doing so many phenomenal things for young women, young girls getting into racing. She's got such a big heart and just loves to give back. And so it's been really, really awesome to see her getting her privateer program off the ground this year.
Yeah, we were excited to have her up here for the stage race a couple weeks ago, and that was her first ever trip up here to Leadville. She knew she wanted to do the 100, so figured, well, I should probably check this course out. Get a little training. So she was in town for the stage race, had some great rides. She and Melissa Rollins really battled it out every single stage before Melissa pulled just enough time out of the hat on the final stage to take the overall win. But Kate had a wonderful time up here and was really liking the course. I think fairly the big question with Kate is going to be the distance, right? She's coming from a cross-country mountain bike background. The races are not nearly this long. So how is her endurance going to be for that duration, right? She's going to have to hope, I think, for a lot of pack racing, right, for the first couple hours so that she can minimize her output as much as she can, because she's going to really need to rely on that as you get into like hour 4, hour 5, hour 6.
Right. I mean, her background is, World Cup mountain bike racing. That's between Olympic cross country and short track racing. Short track being 20 minutes racing,
right.
And then the cross country racing being about an hour and a half. So at the stage race, 3 days of shorter distance racing, they covered the whole 100 miles in those 3 days, but each day being a lot shorter than today's going to be. So you're right. Can she put it all together in one day, one go, over 105 miles, 12,000 feet of vertical gain? So that'd be the big talking point again today. And she's also just 8 weeks out from surgery. So part of the reason why she's here now is because she broke her wrist at the Nova Mesto short track race.
She had the broken arm there 4 years prior, right. So it's obviously that might not be on her calendar going forward. I'm thinking,
right. But she is such a trooper. So she did all the rehab and everything she needed to do to come back, and I think this is going to be a big training block for her to get back into the World Cup racing for the second half of the season.
Yeah, it should be interesting. A couple other riders last year. Michaela Thompson, the youngster out of Durango, having a phenomenal ride to come away with a podium in third place. So obviously she's one to watch. Hannah Otto just picking up a national championship with the marathon mountain bike. Unfortunately, Hannah, her jersey, her custom kit getting hung up in customs, unfortunately. So she's not in a national champion kit out there today, but I think she's got a custom helmet on that might help identify her out there. But she's a rider that's done very well here.
She's a former winner.
Right. So she's another rider that we're going to look to who could upset the apple cart, because now, like a lot of riders are going to look at Kate Courtney. A lot of riders obviously going to look at Melissa. A lot of riders going to look at Sophia. So that could prove a little bit of a stalemate out there on the course, right? It might open the door for one of these other riders like Ruth or Cecily Lejeune, the CCB rider who we're looking at, who's another rider with a very fast road background, to get out there and maybe try her hand. So a lot of different things at play here. And I think this women's race is going to be, as much as we talk about how exciting the men is going to be, I'll be honest, I think the women's race is going to be a little more fireworks out here today.
I think so too. I think there's more unknowns in the women's race, or I should say there's more women at the top that we're talking about as potential winners. Yeah, I mean, we've said Keegan is the clear favorite, I'd say, in the men's race, where I think in the women's race, we could name probably 5 women who could potentially win the race today. So, and the other thing you had mentioned earlier was that the new rule this year is that the women cannot, there is no drafting man or woman outside of your category. So if the women start to catch the back of the pro men's field, nobody can work together. You cannot work with another man, or the men can't work with the women. So that could change things today for the women who in the past have been able to, kind of slip in this, the slipstream of the men, or even the men who've been able to hop on the wheel of some women coming into the finish line. That will not be able to happen today.
Yeah, I think that's such a great distinction that you made, that the men can also not draft the women. Because like you said, the top women will rally through the back of the men's field, and they'll get themselves up there in pretty good standing. And there's going to be a lot of men. I bet a lot of men actually might forget that rule, right? That's actually going to be kind of interesting to see how that unfolds. And there might be some situations out there where, some enforcement's going to have to come down.
Oh, they'll definitely
from some of our
be
staff
patrolling that closely today, from the motos, from the helicopter, from the drones. That's going to be a big, they're going to keep it, the Lifetime will be keeping their eye on that today to make sure that's not happening.
So our women officially underway here as they make their way down as 6. We saw our Ford Bronco once again providing the lead out for our professional women's field. Once again, if you're just joining us, welcome. We are live here in the studio, bringing you that live coverage courtesy of Orange Seal for the day. And this is stop number 3 of the 2025 Lifetime Grand Prix up here at the Leadville Trail 100 mountain bike, presented by Kenetik. As the riders get down to the bottom of 6th Street there, they make that right. Obviously, the women doing the same exact course as the men, and they're well on their way. Looks like Cecily Decker there in second wheel. And, it's so funny when we were doing the Unbound coverage, right? It was so much talk about Cecily Decker, right? Mm-hmm. And she was just at the front setting the pace. And, we kept wondering, when is this going to come back to haunt her? When is this going to come back to bite her? And it didn't, right? It really never did. And obviously that tactic works. And so we're going to go check in. We're still watching our women rolling along out there. Getting into formation, and I think we're going to go check in with Lauren Hall. Lauren out there down by the start line there.
Good morning, Lifetime family, and good morning, Bill and Meredith. You guys sound so calm and cool and collective in the booth, but let me tell you, downtown Leadville is bumping right now. A couple of notable athletes that I got to talk to this morning. Hannah Otto, calm, cool, collective, smiling. Her mother's here. She was very relaxed pre-race. Then someone like Sofia Gomez Vichafanier warming up on the rollers, a bit more nervous and apprehensive on the day. So I'm so excited to see how our women's race unfolds today. And we are just getting ready for our amateurs to start up next. And this downtown atmosphere is absolutely on fire right now. I wish you guys could be out here. My hands are a little cold, but I hope you're having a good time in the booth. Guys?
Well, that's all you had to say. If your hands are cold, I'm pretty happy to be here in the studio. And, good luck out there. Wear your layers while you need to out there. Our women, they're on the gas. Look at that. They're single file already. And so we've talked so much about Keegan and wanting to break the record and him being kind of public about that. We've not really heard any chatter on the women's side about breaking the record. And the women's record now, it's 10 years old. 2015, Annika Longvad set that record. And from my understanding, once she set that record, she was kind of like wiped her hands and was like, I'm okay with a one and done because I've got the record, right? And every year we're like, hey, is Anna going to come back? And I'm like, no, I think I'm good, right? So will the record, does anybody want to try and break the record on the women's side? Does anybody think they can?
Yeah, so Annika's record was 6:59. So very close to that 7-hour mark. And I think there has been a little bit of chatter about the women wanting to go sub-7 today. But going back to that whole drafting and just the tactics that are going to be required to make that happen today will be, has yet to be seen. We'll watch what's happening as the race unfolds and whether or not the women are actually, pushing it from the very start. Because as you mentioned with Keegan, he's got to go from, pretty early on, and the women would have to do the same to go sub-7.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, right? The no drafting rule is, I think it's such a great rule, and I'm glad we've implemented it. But this today is going to be, we're going to really see how that shakes out in terms of the record, especially when we're talking about the women's division here.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
Endurance starts with understanding your body. Stello shows how your glucose responds so you can push with purpose. Stello by Dexcom. Well, we're back with our men's race, and it looks like they're heading off into the woods here. We're just about 17 minutes into the race, so it's not going to be too terribly long before they get to St. Kevin's, kind of the lower slopes here of St. Kevin's.
Yeah, and we're just seeing this already. We're seeing the bunch getting stretched out here. I'm sure I have to imagine Keegan is on the front of this race just laying down a vicious pace right now. And all these guys at the back just trying to hang on. Most of these climbs, you've got to kind of just go at your own pace. But then there's a big section in the middle of the race, both outbound, and inbound, where you don't want to be alone. So you've got to kind of go up and over the climbs at your own pace, get down the descents, safely, no mechanicals. But then hopefully you're with a good group in that middle section. And here we are seeing the front of the women here. We see Michaela up there. We see Kate, all the big hitters, Alexis Scarda.
Yeah, it looks like Paige Onweller there, maybe on the front, doing a little driving as well. And here comes our French champion there, Axel Dubois-Prevost, coming up the far side. You can see her in that, looks like that tricolor jersey.
Whose sister just had a phenomenal win at the Tour de France Femmes event. Swift.
Unbelievable, right? That was some of the best race watching that I've done this year.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. It gave me goosebumps just from, my couch at home. I can't imagine what it would have felt like being there in person. But
yeah, the throngs out there. We just saw Annabelle Fisher, the British national gravel champion, and what a story that poor young woman has. She part of the Life Time Grand Prix. She missed Unbound due to some health issues that kind of arose at the 11th hour, so didn't make the trip. Everything looked good for her getting here to Leadville until her bike stayed on the tarmac over in Washington, D.C., and to my knowledge, as of yesterday, it still hadn't shown up. So she's on a borrowed bike that doesn't really fit, had some mechanical issues that she was trying to sort out, had one kit with her, was trying to scrape up a feeder, but I tell you what, she's got a wonderful demeanor, and she was all laughs about the whole thing. If you follow her on on Instagram, you could see that she's doing a whole lot of 14ers, running 14ers this week. So we're going to go, I think we got a little bit of a word with Annabelle earlier in the week, so we're going to check that out.
All my race strategies, no matter what it is start hard, finish harder. It's just full gas. It doesn't matter. It's not road racing, right? You don't have the little pelotons where it all calms down. There's a little breakaway, and everyone is there by yourself. It's everyone for themselves, and you just got to go as hard as you can without exploding too soon. So the idea is to explode at the top of the big climb, because then it's basically downhill. So, well, until the next climb. So, but yeah, strategy, and eat, drink all the time, stay calm, but excited, and you just gotta go for it.
Well, as you can see, Annabelle is quite the character, and she's in great spirits already, maybe having a little bit of issue out there on the course. But she said she was going to keep after it, have a good time, have fun out there, and she's really excited about being in the Lifetime Grand Prix, and she's actually a skier as well. She didn't get on her bike until the beginning of April, I believe. So she's not even done that many rides.
Right. Well, and she's based in Switzerland, so that's where she spends a lot of her time skiing. And she's more of the marathon, like, endurance type skiing, not your downhill alpine type skier. So here we see Michaela Thompson on the front, and this is great. I love seeing Michaela go straight to the front. She has missed a good portion of the season this year. We haven't seen a lot of her at the races. She underwent surgery over the winter, so she spent a lot of time rehabbing that. So a lot of time off the bike, and then spending, the late winter, early spring, just getting herself back on the bike again, getting those miles. She decided to race Sea Otter at the last minute. She originally wasn't going to because of the injury, but then her rehab was going so well and her training was going well enough that she wanted to just get out and kind of test herself with no pressure at Sea Otter. And then she chose to skip Unbound because she didn't get the real foundation, the base training over the winter and in the early spring. So she felt like going into a 200-mile race being slightly underprepared wasn't the best logic for the rest of the season. You can really bury yourself at that race if you're not fit and ready to go, and there's a lot more racing still to come. As we said, this is still just the third round, so she decided to skip Unbound. She did come out to the Leadville stage race. She did the Oregon Trail.
Right,
Oregon Trail stage race
right.
there. And so we just haven't seen her race a lot yet this year, so it was great to see her just go to the front and say, hey, I'm back, and I'm going to, I'm here in the mix with everybody else.
What I love so much about that, right, seeing her at the front, is that ride she had here last year was probably a career best ride at that point. I think it's certainly not going to be the last career best ride out of that young lady. But it just shows that, to me, it shows the psychological portion of bike racing, right, and how important it is. And when you're not kind of in the mix all the time, you're not getting those results you want, it just can kind of give you a negative approach, and you tend to race in maybe I won't say a negative way, but not in a positive way. And I think when you do get that one result finally, it just flips this switch, right? And so now, instead of last year, I don't want to say last year that she just simply followed wheels into third place. She had a great ride, right, to get into third place. But for her to be one of these riders leading out here on the beginning of the race, it shows very clearly that her confidence level has jumped. And I think even if her training stayed the same, right, that boost in confidence is going to carry her even more this race and throughout the season. So that's what I love so much about Michaela's story so far.
And when I talked to her, just a couple weeks ago about today's race, for her, this is kind of the reset for the second half of the season. I think she kind of sees this as the beginning of her season. So whereas some other riders, have been racing a lot already this season, she's coming in fresh. She obviously, with a third place finish, and coming into the finish last year, she was actually in second in the last few miles, and Sophia was able to catch her and pass her to take the second place step on the podium, and Michaela finished third. But she knows this race, and so whether or not she's been racing a lot this year or not, she knows this course. She knows what it takes to do well today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she can repeat that performance. You know, and you race at altitude because so many of these riders are not used to altitude. I mean, even when you live, you hear the talk even from riders that live down near where you live, down in the Front Range area, which 5,000-6,000 feet, which for a guy like me coming from quite literally 300 feet above sea level, that's altitude. But you hear about riders that live at 5,000 and 6,000, and even for those riders, this altitude is such a challenge, and so you have to be so measured and so careful with your output and your effort out there. And that always reminds me, last year here, Melissa Rollins winning the race, no power, no heart rate, no metrics. It was all perceived exertion, like as old school methodology to training as you can get. And I wonder if she's going to do the same thing this year, or if she's actually going to carry some metrics out there this year. Because, last year, far be it from her being an unknown last year, she was a very quality rider coming in. But if you saw the video of her crossing the line last year, in the few minutes after that, she was sobbing with emotion. And it was, all of us around there were fighting back tears because it was so emotional. It was such a big win for her. But that win put her on the radar big time. And so you wonder now if she's like, all right, kind of figuring out that bike racing, we're going to talk about this a lot throughout the day in various incarnations, but bike racing is a sport of marginal gains, right? And you have to, at some point, you have to pay attention to all those little details like heart rate, like power, obviously your food intake and that sort of thing. So I wonder if Melissa is maybe like, maybe now that I've got a bullseye on my back, maybe I need to make sure I kind of optimize myself in every possible way.
I think she's incredibly calculated from what I've heard. The other thing that we will talk about a lot today is, as you've talked about, these different metrics that they're using to race with today. Now we're seeing these three guys already separating themselves off the front. So we see Keegan and John and Simone, and man, I can't see what that gap is right now, but
yeah, I can't wait to get a pivot on that camera to see what behind. But yeah, Keegan, this answers our question, right? Like, Keegan's going to the well early with this effort, and Brendan Johnson having a little bit of an issue there. No, not Brendan. This is we're going back to the women's race here. Having a little bit of a derailleur issue. Geez, that's unfortunate. Is there
can't tell if something is stuck maybe in the rear derailleur or what's going on here.
Maybe a stick or something jammed in there, but
definitely
dead battery on the shifter is what our sources tell us. So that's problematic.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's
not a great way to start the day.
No, especially like the women. They're only 18 minutes into their race. They're not getting close to Carter Summit yet, where that first aid station is, but off and running. But looks like going to be stuck maybe in one gear there. So that's going to be a tough road to hoe right now. It looks like we're back with our women there. I believe the front of the women's group. That looks like Decker on the right-hand side there in that Pas Normal kit. So they are on the slopes of St. Kevin's, making their way.
So one of the other things we haven't really talked about yet today, because we haven't seen the bikes up close, is when we were talking about the different metrics and all the different things that go into the preparation for today. One of the biggest topics of conversation this week was the bike setup.
Oh man, it's
flat bars or drop bars.
My head is spinning, Meredith.
Oh my gosh, like it's been incredible just listening to all the things that the riders have done for those marginal gains.
Right.
And Keegan, I think, has kind of set this trend of this drop bar, mountain bike, Franken bike sort of thing, and that's kind of like snowballed throughout the the men's field, now into the women's field as well, and I think even trickling down into the amateurs racing.
Was it here last year that Dylan Johnson showed up with the drop bars? Because he was one of the first guys. I mean, look, we could turn the clock back to John Tomac, in the older days, but kind of in this quote, we'll call it modern era of mountain bike racing. Dylan was kind of the first guy to do that. He's admittedly a little bit of a tech geek and trying to figure out ways to go faster, and it certainly worked for him. And yeah, we're seeing it start to trickle down now to a lot of riders. Keegan, obviously, putting them on, and there was, if you pay attention to Instagram or YouTube all week, Alexei Vermeulen was just, my word, he was back and forth all day, and I kind of snickered when I saw him roll through the expo yesterday on the flat bar bike, and he was like, yeah, that's what I'm going with. Looks like back at the start finish, our age groupers are now underway. So they started a full 20 minutes after the women, 30 minutes after the men. And again, that's in our best attempt to avoid as much, kind of mixing of the groups. And this is where it's just lots and lots of riders now going to be taking off in the different color-coded waves here from the start. So we're going to have some big fields. And a lot of these riders, they're going to be turning some great times, very fast riders. And
so we had a 10-minute gap between the pro men and the pro women, and now we've had a 20-minute gap between the pro women and the first field of the amateurs. And, we expect that probably by the end of the day, some of these amateur riders, some of these top really fast age group riders will start to mix in with the back end of the women's field. But as we've mentioned, there is no drafting whatsoever. No matter, you can only work with the people in your category, your age group, your field, whatever. So it doesn't matter if you're a pro or amateur. You still can only work with the people in your category.
Yeah, it's gonna be such a game changer across the board out there, and I love that every year here at Lifetime we're kind of implementing new things to just raise the bar in every way possible that we can out there. And speaking about Lifetime, Meredith, and raising the bar, we've got a special guest in the studio with us this morning. We are graced with the presence of Kimo Seymour. He's the Vice President of Media and Events here at Lifetime. And I tell you, aside of any of the riders out on the course, this is probably the guy that has the most institutional knowledge about this race in Leadville. Kimo, welcome. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Had a great start this morning. Good to see all the riders off safely. Looked like everybody made it through those first couple turns and to the dirt safely, and looked like it's going to be a beautiful day out there.
Yeah, we're anticipating some great racing today, and some potential records on the men's side, some incredibly dynamic racing on the women's side. So Lifetime, how long have we taken over here in Leadville? How long has it been now?
So Lifetime's been involved with the Leadville Trail 100 for 15 years now. I think This is the 15th year that Lifetime has produced the event out of the 32 for the 100 mountain bike.
That's amazing, and so you've been involved in this pretty much from the beginning of that acquisition. What has been your goal throughout that process and continuing into the future? What's been the changes, the goals of Lifetime here?
I would say the primary goal has been to not change too much, and people might laugh at that because there have been a lot of changes, but just the kind of the core and the ethos of what is Leadville, what Ken and Marilee created 32 years ago with this event. It's always been kind of our primary focus to make sure you just saw the age grouper started, and that's the heart and soul of this race, right? We do a lot of focusing on the front of the race because it has become so competitive, and we've got some of the world's best riders out there. But the heart and soul of this event is the age group. All the age group participants. We're probably going to have around 1,700 of them start this year. So, we can never lose focus of that. But it has also been really fun to see the evolution of the pointy end of the spear, and what we've created here is the fact we're sitting here today and live streaming around the world is a big step forward for the Leadville Trail 100.
Yeah, I love it, and I couldn't be more excited with the progress that's been made over the years. Right now we're looking again back at the front of the men's race, and Keegan Swenson back on the front now. Simone Palou, pardon me, was taking a bit of a dig there. John Gaston kind of bringing up the rear. And again, Gaston, he's that Ski-Mo racer, 38 years old, 2026, the first time Ski-Mo is going to be in the Winter Olympics. So that's his big agenda. He literally does 2 bike races a year. He does Snowmass, which he won a couple weeks ago, set a new record time, beating his own record time, and Leadville. And he's been on the podium here, I think, 3 times. And it's one of those things, right? He's kind of become a regular to the podium here. But because he literally goes into obscurity in terms of the bike world after Leadville, I always wonder if the other riders kind of forget about him and forget about his qualities as an athlete and as a bike rider, and kind of just the wild card, the thorn in the side he is out here for these guys.
Well, if they're doing their homework, they're not going to forget who John
you would
Gaston
think.
is.
You would think.
If they're doing their homework, looking back at previous results and whatever, they are going to know that he is a clear, he's definitely a favorite, at least to be on the podium here today. And Kimo, kind of talk us through where these guys are on course right now. And you yourself, how many times have you done this race?
13 years.
Yeah.
Leadville.
So you know this race intimately, not just from being part of this race with Lifetime, but also as a racer yourself.
yeah, it's pretty fun. So the lead men we saw, they just dumped onto the pavement. Here's about a 4-mile descent off what we call Carter Summit. So they've made it over St. Kevin's. There's some rollers along there. They made that right-hand turn onto the pavement. They're going to be screaming down this descent, probably north of 40 miles an hour, and they'll hit the bottom, what we call May Queen, and they'll turn around and they'll start to climb back out of Turquoise Lake. So this is an opportunity. Usually this is a great opportunity to get a little bit of a feed, get some food and fluids in. But yeah, you can see they are moving down this descent, and but they'll turn back to the east here in a minute and start that climb up towards Sugarloaf in the top of the power line descent.
Yeah, that's always a fun section as we were watching Simone Palou really kind of dictating the pace right now. You see he opened up a little bit of a gap, nothing to speak of, but just he's obviously trying to maximize his speed. You see all the riders getting in a pretty aggressive tuck. This looks like our chasing group of riders. Payson McKelvin there bringing up the back of the bus, taking a look to see what's going on there behind him. See if we can't see. I'm guessing I think that might be Cam Jones right in front of him.
No, I don't think that's Cam, but I think that is Cole leading this chase. Cole Patton leading the chase here. Payson for sure on the back of this group of 5 right now. And going back to that front group with Simone and Keegan and John. So Simone he's clearly is a very aggressive racer. We've seen it at Sea Otter. We obviously saw it at Unbound. Now here we see him again off the front. And I think I ran into him a couple days ago while I was out on course riding, checking out the course myself, and he is definitely nervous about these descents. He does not come from a mountain bike background. As being part of the Lifetime Grand Prix, that's required this year, for him to be on the mountain bike. He is one of the riders who has the drop bars on his bike because that's what he's most used to.
So we're just about to get to the infamous Hagerman Pass, and we've got a little bit of a video on that. We're going to tune into that.
Hagerman is a really wide, almost false flat road, and it's a really good spot to eat and drink to prepare for when you turn off to head up Sugarloaf and then eventually down Powerline.
It's kind of one of the first key sections of the race. It's kind of a rocky, kind of rough climb. Last year I flatted there, so keep it smooth and keep air in the tires and try and get down there in one piece.
That's going to be an interesting decision-making point. Everybody's probably got the legs to go with the front, but whether it's wise for the rest of your day, that's going to be the decision.
Obviously, everyone really focuses on these climbs. That's something I've really focused on, but I think finding that in between where you are willing to ride at 100% of your ability level with the unique consideration that, okay, there's a lot more coming.
good little bit of insight about Hagerman Pass, and that, of course, leads to Sugarloaf, and then from there, Power Line and the outward bound areas. We still look at our leaders there. Swinging through this fast left-hander. Once again, Pilot on the front. Pilot, a lot of experience racing on the road in Europe, so he probably no surprise that he's leading them on this paved descent.
Right.
He's pretty comfortable. He's actually won the Mountains jersey at a number of races over in Asia in that region. So if you're a good climber, you're generally a pretty good descender as well. So these three riders getting ready to make their way towards that Sugarloaf area. Keegan there in the middle. John Gaston bringing up the back.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned, Simone is nervous about these descents today.
Yeah,
you
it
know,
was odd, right?
They're
I kinda
technical descents that when I saw him out riding with Toby the other day, you could just, we were on the single track section, and you could just see it on his face that he was just like, okay, I just have to make sure if I'm with the group, that I've got to be on the front leading these more technical sections, so that, he's keeping anyone else from gapping him and gaining time on him. So, he obviously is a very aggressive racer. We've seen him off the front of these races many times already, with Unbound and Sea Otter, but I think part of his strategy today is also just opening up a gap to anyone behind him, so that if he does start to lose some time on these descents, that he's not too far off the back and he's still with a good group. But clearly he's confident, or he's riding confident right now. So we'll see how things go up the Sugarloaf climb, and then how this group manages the power line descent together.
So it's funny, we're already quickly getting into the crux of the debate of drop bars versus flat bars. We've got three riders, two on drop, and Gaston on the flat bars, which makes sense, right?
Yep.
Gaston does 2 mountain bike races a year, so it's been such an interesting topic, right? In terms of, because we were talking about the mountain bike width, right? And anywhere from like 700 to 740
Yep.
is kind of your normal mountain bike width. And
Handlebar width, yeah.
Right, mountain or handlebar width, and some of these guys going down to road bars that are 38s, right? Like, that's unbelievable difference. And if you've ridden off-road, you know that the flat bars, those wide flat bars, they offer a great deal of stability, a great deal of being able to kind of drive the bike in a little more nimble fashion. And look, on these sections of the roads where we see our leaders, it's not that big of an issue, right? But when they get to those descents, it's gonna be really interesting, in that the handlebar debate has also led into the question of tire choice, tire width, and tire pressure out there as well. Keegan, I think he's riding 2.2s, right? So he's riding a little bit the narrower side. I don't think anyone's really riding anything narrower than that. So he's riding, I believe, full suspension, riding the drop bars, and riding the 2.2s with a 40 front chainring.
Yes, which is absolutely
right,
insane to think about.
immense.
A 40-tooth chainring on some of these climbs, and having the power and the ability to turn the pedals over to get over these steep climbs. It's crazy. But so we're going to see a lot of different setups today between the flat bars and the drop bars, and some of it just comes down to personal preference and what you're most comfortable with and what's going to give you the most confidence. Some of it is, some of these riders have even had to change their drop down a size in their bike frames,
right?
In order to get, because the head tube is on a
Right.
mountain bike is higher than on a road bike, and so in order to get low enough on the front end, they've had to go to a smaller frame if they're using drop bars, and it's taken a lot of work. It's a lot of effort to figure out how to get these setups. So the fact that these athletes have, they're again looking for marginal gains everywhere they can. And when you're trying to keep up with Keegan, if that's what Keegan is doing, that's what the rest of the field is going to do if they're comfortable with it. Some people will say, I'm going flat bars. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of thing. Or that's just what they're most comfortable with, what they're most confident on. That's what they train on all the time. And they're just not willing to take the risk of changing their setup. And, you know, these descents are, everyone calls this a roadie course.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, it's
you know,
notorious
it's
for being referred to that
exactly.
way.
And I'll tell you, again, my background, of course, is road racing, but I do ride a mountain bike, living in Colorado a lot. I was out on the Sugarloaf climb and then the Powerline descent yesterday, and it blows my mind to think about how these riders are going down that descent on drop bars, but also at the speed at what they're doing that. You know, it's incredible. And so to navigate the descent, which we'll see here shortly, but to navigate that on drop bars just really blows my mind.
Yeah, and you kind of alluded to it, right? Each rider kind of having to make a choice of what falls in their comfort zone and what falls in their skill set, right? And Alexi, to me, is kind of the perfect example of that, right? Like, he's been back and forth he was up here during stage race. He didn't race stage race, but he was up here doing some recon. And he had, you know, his 3 bikes with all different setups, and he, you know, would ride one, would ride the other, kind of kept going back and forth. And, you know, it took him a while to figure out, but at the end of the day, Alexi really circled it back to he knows what his skill set is, he knows what his weakness is, and that's what he went with the flat bars. Right now, we're going to turn it over to Nat Ross. Nat's out there in the field. Nat, what do you see happening?
All right, here they come.
The intensity is coming your way now, so check it out. We got this group of 3 looking one final turn back off of the pavement now. Keegan following John and Simone sandwiched in the middle here. So Simone, the animator, needing a little bit of a comfort zone of some gap at this point. They have not seen the chase group following them. They have a chase group hot on their tail. We can see, right? At this point, focused on just making this selection happen. Still no chase, and it looked like Simone there is probably right where he wants to be. Simone has not raced against John, is new in unfamiliar territory with Gaston the Mountain Goat. So the chase group right around the corner here, and we will see who's leading out of this off of the pavement. This is the last second before you get your nutrition in, period, hitting those bottles. Okay, here's our group. Check it out. All right, Cole Patton, your marathon national champion, and then Payson taking up the lead. This group of 5, Payson in the tail. All right, Cole, nice and control on that side. These guys have it under control. They know what they're doing here, but that is a little bit of a gap to chase. Okay, Meredith, Bill, we're going back to you.
All right, so it was great to see getting our eyes on that time gap out there. It looked like maybe about 35, 40 seconds or so. So a good start to the gap. The chase group, though, they still look pretty unified out there. It looks like, as we're seeing now, Patton's swinging off, and everyone's doing their work to keep things in check. So that's going to be an important factor at this point. You know, I mean, arguably 3 of the strongest guys are off the front, so we can't be playing games in this chase group, right? We're so early in this race. I mean, we're 47 and change minutes into the race, so still very, very early of what will be a roughly 6-hour race. So these riders definitely going to have to work together out there to keep this gap close.
Yeah, and you know, right now they've just hit the start of the Sugarloaf climb. As you can see, they're kind of on this, you know, champagne gravel, this really nice smooth dirt road, gravel road, and sooner than later they'll be taking a left-hand turn onto where it gets really rocky. So right now these guys are in a position to work together to keep the pace up. And right now we're seeing Cole Patton, Braden Lang, Payson McElvin, Taylor Ledeen, still trying to get eyes on the 5th guy here. But this is their opportunity to work together, because as soon as they make that left-hand turn where it starts to get really rocky and bumpy, that's where the drafting kind of, you know, goes out the window, and you're sort of picking your lines. Hugo Drachot is the 5th guy in this group right now. So seeing these guys just keep rotating at the front, taking their turns, setting the pace as they are, eyes forward on the group of 3 ahead of them.
I tell you, a lot of riders that we've talked about earlier that we're not seeing on the radar. Lachlan Morton, we would have expected to see Lachlan in there. Toby Rode, we'd expect to see him. Matt Beers and Alexi.
Yeah.
So those riders that all are certainly in that mix of favorites, not in the front part of the race in that leading 3 or in that chasing group right now. So yeah, Braden Lang and Braden. One of the best descenders probably out there, right? Like
yes.
That guy, if you watch some of his stuff, he is a phenomenal descender. So this is a great place for him to be. If he's got that endurance base to back it up, he's a guy that I don't know that we would normally talk about as a potential winner, but certainly a potential podium out here. But he's got himself in a great position out here right now, along with Cole Patton, Payson McKelvin, really on the comeback trail. At Leadville stage race, Payson, at the end of stage number 1, I got to talk to him a little bit, and he was pretty elated, not just because he took the win, but because, looking at his data and then objectively at how he felt like he was not only back to where he was at this time last year, but he was actually better.
That's great.
Which phenomenal coming back from that hip injury at Sea Otter, right?
Right. Well, and he was here in the booth with us at Unbound,
which was great.
Which was
right?
great.
I
think he knows what his next career might be whenever he's ready to retire. But seeing Payson out there, he's in great shape. He's excited to see him in that chase group. That's exactly where he wants to be. And going back to Braden Lang and his skills, if you follow him on Instagram or YouTube, he's the guy out there just riding the wheelies, having fun, just loves racing his bike, and just an incredible bike handler. His skills are phenomenal.
So we've got a little bit about what we call the Dream Chaser out here in Leadville, the rider that starts behind the whole group and then tries to catch and pass as many riders as he can to benefit the Leadville Trail Legacy Foundation.
Before I moved to Leadville, I hadn't really done much mountain biking or biking at all. When I moved to Leadville, one of the first people I met, he was an avid mountain biker, and he said, "Hey, you should buy a mountain bike. You should do this thing. It's a lot of fun." And I did, and I haven't looked back. My name's Jeff Spencer. I'm from Leadville, Colorado. I'm going to be the Dream Chaser this year in the 2025 Leadville 100 mountain bike race. I'm going to be starting in last place and catching as many riders as I can throughout the day. I've been teaching for 16 years here in Leadville. Folks around here have grit, and that's the same for our students. We, throughout the summer, have collected pledges from people who want to support the Leadville Legacy Foundation, and every rider I pass brings in money for scholarships. A number of our students, their parents haven't gone to college, so for a number of our students, if they take our scholarship and they continue their education, they continue their life training in some way after high school, they're the first ones in their families to do that. Starting in last place is a challenge, and working my way up from there. And my students get to see the grit and perseverance that I got to come to this with to get it done for them. They get to see me out there in the snow, riding my bike, knowing that I'm endeavoring to get myself prepared for this thing. And I hope they see that lesson in their own lives, where hey, if they can persevere, they can chase after great things.
Great little piece about Jeff there and the Dream Chaser program, and best of luck to Jeff for catching as many riders as he can manage to pass throughout the next several hours of his journey out there. I'll tell you, Meredith, one of the things I love about being here in the studio is we get so much info from so many different sources. And just getting a little text message here on my phone from a buddy of mine in Virginia that, John Gaston's last ride on Strava was titled "Drop Bars Won't Save You." I love that.
I love
so
it.
He's obviously, he doesn't race mountain bikes a lot, but he's very in tune with the drama going on
He knows
around the equipment choice.
very well what's going on out there and what's happening. And again, he's just one of these guys. He rides his mountain bike a lot. He lives in Aspen, and he doesn't necessarily race his mountain bike that much, but he's always out on the trails. It's part of his preparation for the ski-mo season. Obviously, he's not spending a lot of time on skis this time of year, so he's out there riding his mountain bike, and for him, that's just, he knows what it takes and what is best suited for his mentality, his skill set and everything, and and his fitness, and so he feels like that's the best option for him. And here we see the women flying down this descent.
A little bit of separation there, maybe about 10 or 11 riders there kind of strung out with a gap. It looks to be Cecily Decker once again, just
full tuck.
Yeah, she clearly likes to take on the wind and do a little driving of the train there.
Yeah, Cecily, obviously we saw a fantastic ride, just a solid ride from her at Unbound. She was off the front for quite a while with her teammate Carolina Migon, and in the end, Cecily ended up finishing second on the day, and she's one of the riders today, as you can see, who opted to go for the drop bars. She was at the Leadville stage race, gave her setup a good test there, said she felt really comfortable with that setup, and clearly it's boding well for her, working well for her right now on these descents and on this pavement at least. And we'll see how the rest of the day goes on the more technical, chunky, rocky descents like Powerline and then coming back down from Columbine.
Yeah, it's funny. I kind of want to go back again and just, about that handlebar. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think it's really worth continuing to discuss, and I think it's so important to understand what you're good at and what you're not, because riders think they're going to go a little bit faster on some of these sections on the drop bars, but if you're just not a super comfortable descender, or your skill set maybe needs a little bit of refinement, the potential for loss is going to be so great out there when they get to that descent on Powerline, because it is. If you've not been there, it is unbelievably steep, and because of the weather, 95% of the course is in probably the best shape it's been in a long time, right? It's really packed in. The amount of rain versus dry weather has been perfect balance. But that rain that we have had has kind of, exposed a little more of those rocks and stuff on the descent. It's caused some little water channels that don't necessarily run in line with the descent. They kind of run across, and some little gullies here and there. And, while it's certainly hard pack underneath the top, it's like marbles on the top.
It's loose over hard.
Yeah.
Riding that descent yesterday was my first time really riding a bike in Leadville. I've been out here a couple other times, but first time riding a bike in Leadville, so doing the Sugarloaf climb and then that Powerline descent. I could not believe at the people who have chosen to use the drop bars on that descent. You're crisscrossing the whole way down. You're navigating the little ruts, the water bars, the rocks. Here we see Haley Smith full tuck here, and also you can tell that she doesn't have a dropper post on. So that's another thing that these athletes have had to choose today. Really, what they're going for is the aero. One of the things that they're looking at is the aero front end, the drop bars, and then also weight. So all the choices that they're making on their bikes today have a lot to do with weight. So riders have chosen to go just high post instead of a dropper post to save weight. You don't really need the dropper post on this course today. Granted, being able to drop the post helps you get into a even, smaller tuck on some of these descents, but it's really not necessary. So you kind of see a little bit of both out there today. Also, you're seeing, a difference between people who have chosen a hardtail or a full suspension bike. That also plays into what tires they're running, 225s, 24s. Are they going 2.4 because they're, running the drop bars and a hardtail, so they want a little more volume in the tires for better control, less risk also on the chunky, rocky stuff, just with a higher volume tire? Are they going, 2.2s, 2.25, something like that, because they're running a full suspension, so they kind of have that comfort and control with the bike, so they can, risk going smaller tires. Also, weight comes,
Sure.
becomes an issue. Keegan is actually running inserts front and rear, which, a little bit interesting because, again, it adds weight, but also it minimizes some of the risk, or that if he does flat, he's actually able to keep rolling until he's able to change a wheel.
Yeah, I was a little surprised when you said yesterday that you had heard he was running the inserts. It seemed like a little bit of an interesting choice there. But, it's funny because there's such a direct correlation between the bars and the full suspension versus the rigid rear, and then the tire choice. Like if you're running the drop bars, I think kind of universally you probably should be running full suspension. You probably should be on the wider tires, right, to help make up for that grip and to make up for being able to have that comfort level and a little more squish in the tires if you don't have it in the suspension.
All right, so we're back at the front of the men's race. We can see Keegan on the front here, Gaston following, Simone bringing up the rear. They are now on that chunkier section of the Sugarloaf climb. So, not as much drafting or anything going on here, but you can see Keegan just going to the front, starting to set his pace, with that record-breaking time in mind today.
Yeah, I think everybody knows that this is kind of Keegan's race to lose, right? Like Dave Wiens has 6 wins, the most wins up here in Leadville, and they were consecutive, right? I believe 2003 through 2008. Now Keegan has 4 in the bank, so he's obviously going for number 5 this year. So once the win, again, publicly wants the record, and he knows he's not going to have a lot of friends chasing that down because he's just proven that he is the de facto high altitude king here of off-road racing in the U.S. So, no surprise to see him driving the train, and I think we're going to see that a lot. Simone, obviously we saw Simone taking his turns earlier, and I think that's just the way Simone races, riding for that Tudor BMC squad coming out of Europe. That's just what he does. All right, looks like we are going to head back to Nat. He's still back in that same spot, and I believe we should have our women coming through there momentarily. Nat, how are things looking out there at the front of the women's race?
Can't wait to see it from this angle because Hagerman's is no joke, and literally the way they're going to climb up this pavement and transition onto this gravel, it's loose out here, and it's going to be a fun day of learning what's happening from this soil and from here on out because the terrain gets real and chunky, and then as you guys get to see the action coming forward, we're going to see some real mountain bike racing. So the nerves perhaps have settled down a little bit, and I look forward to seeing who's going to be in this lead group coming up from this. So they were screaming downhill really fast, so the acclimation and just the temperature variances from Leadville is insane. You start the race, you're shivering and your nerves are going, and by now they're starting to wear out and the real elements are here. So the point is they are literally needing to take care of their nutrition and focus on the race strategy from here on out. And you guys know the tactics if you follow Leadville. This is basically positioning at this point in time in the game. So once they round this corner, we'll give you the live update of how they're climbing out of this. And if it's any indication of what the men were doing, they were screaming, making it look so easy, like they're out on a training ride. And this is an intense pace. So I cannot wait to just gather who's going to be in this lead group. So there's some bullseyes on some backs here, and we have some workhorses. And patiently coming around this corner. If it's anything like the men too, I hope to see them working together. It's going to be one of those early morning efforts. Put it in and work with your group to get away. And there were pretty much 5 sections at this point early in the race with the men that they were segmented. So those partnerships kind of key. Perhaps the women are racing savvy today. Haven't seen them round this corner yet. Sun is finally coming out, though. That's a good thing. It'll warm them up, warm up their spirits. And it is game time from here on out, these next couple climby corners. Okay, crowd is out here. We see the moto, the light coming up. So who is doing the work? Okay, Oh, it's looking almost like 6 of them together here. And sure enough, Kate Courtney put in charge, the queen. And Sophia, look at these ladies just working together. This is great to see. There's not a lot of confusion. I don't hear any yelling at all. This is exactly who we expected to see in the lead group here. And interesting that the size is as big as it is. This is great to see that we don't have the men integrated in these groups, and the women can have full-on tactics from here on out. So there are going to be some animations coming soon. Hagermans, this is a fun point in the race, but also a game changer. So the next time you see us live from this point, it will be a different scenario. They'll be whittling down. Signing out, sending it back to you guys.
All right, we are back looking at our women's race. It looked like about a group of 9 riders in there. Kate Courtney, Sophia Gomez, Visha Fanya, Alexis Scarda, Michaela Thompson, Cecily Decker, Ruth Edwards in there. Lauren Stevens in the mix. I love seeing that. Sarah Lang in there as well. One rider that notably absent. We're not seeing Melissa Rollins in that front group, so not sure what is going on with that situation. So if we maybe we'll get a little bit intel of what's going on. But yeah, notably absent, your defending champion Melissa Rollins, looking like she is not in that leading group of 9. Meredith, that's big. I mean, a nine rider group is a big scenario, but Melissa being absent, that's a big factor right now.
That's huge. Obviously, we don't know what might have happened. I mean, it could be anything from a mechanical flats can happen over St. Kevin's, or it's just the pressure that might have been on her shoulders going into today's race. I mean, starting back at SBT Gravel, then she won the Firecracker 50, and then she won the Leadville stage race. So she's definitely a clear favorite today. Yep.
We're actually going to go back to Nat real quick there on that corner as that next chase group comes through.
And there we're seeing Melissa in that group. She is there.
All right, so the chase just came through, and it looks like on that chase we had Paige in no woman's land there, and literally I'm not seeing Melissa. Rollins has some catching up to do, and there are 4 up chasing, but there's major separation. This is a different scenario than what we were predicting for early on in the race. Still no Melissa from my eyes rounding this corner, and we're into our 8th and 9th lady. This climb is going to be brutal from here on out. The chase, they're connecting each other, and on these long straightaways on Hagermans, the grade, I don't know if it's like 3%, 4%, but they can make the connectivity if they need to. Melissa not in this group. They are literally going real high cadence spinning, and this is a different race than we expected. So got to send it back to the studio now for you guys.
All right, so we are getting our eyes on Rollins. She actually is in that
Yes.
leading group of 9. So we had one rider that we weren't quite sure. We couldn't quite get a good look at, but yeah, so pardon our mistake there. Melissa Rollins is where she wants to be, where she needs to be, and certainly where we expect her to be in that leading group of 9. So that's a big question mark that just got answered for us.
Yeah. I was looking for her helmet with the feet on it, and
Right.
I couldn't see it when we were looking from that front angle. But yeah, she is confidently in that group. So answers for us there.
So Ed, you know what I love? Ruth Edwards in this group, right? We talked, again, just back from Europe, having competed the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, and literally on Sunday she completed that, got home Monday. And I guess a little bit of recovery, and just kind of taking this one, just kind of winging this one and seeing how she feels. And I would suspect it's going to take her a little bit of time to ride into it, right? The racing and the tour, the jet lag, a little bit of recovery. So sitting back, following wheels a little bit, but she could be the real wild card that we talk about out here today. Just having that big base of racing, high speed racing, and inner legs coming into this event. And, I think it brings up such a great point. You alluded to it earlier that so many people talk about the Leadville mountain bike race as kind of like a roadie type mountain bike race. And, we talked to some of the athletes on our panel yesterday, Cecile Lejeune and Haley Preen, the South African, both coming from pretty good road backgrounds, pretty successful road backgrounds. Preen twice represented South Africa at the World Championships. And how that road fitness factors in, just to the Grand Prix overall, but maybe specifically out here. And those riders had done some recon, and they both kind of felt like that road fitness was going to be a big thing out here on this course. And so that's going to be something to really consider, again, especially in terms of Ruth Edwards.
Yeah, another one that we haven't talked about too much yet, and we'll come back to her, is Lauren Stevens, talking about road fitness.
Right.
Right. And she's racing today and then starting Breck Epic tomorrow as well.
There's a handful of riders. Yeah, we'll talk about that coming up throughout the day. But yeah, a handful of riders doing this and then straight to Breck Epic for that tomorrow.
Hey, Edward Wimmer here, co-founder of Road ID here in beautiful Leadville, Colorado. Really stoked for two reasons. One, I get to race Leadville this weekend. And two, I get to participate in this amazing cycling community. A little over 20 years ago, my dad and I started Road ID from his basement after I was nearly clobbered by a pickup truck while training for an event. It wasn't long after that we heard our very first Road ID story when a father reached out to us to tell us about his son who had been hit by a car while out training. Because he was wearing his Road ID, Mom and Dad were able to get to the hospital in enough time to make some critical care decisions. And it's those stories that fuel our team's relentless passion to make gear that looks great, lasts forever, and just might save your life. Road ID becomes your voice, telling first responders exactly who you are, who to contact, and how to access medical information. So if you don't have a Road ID yet, head on over to roadid.com and get yours today.
The new XTR group is the fastest shifting group the world has ever seen. Hyperglide Plus was already the fastest shifting system in the world. It gets even faster thanks to the Shimano wireless protocol. The impact recovery feature allows the derailleur to be pushed out of the way and automatically recover.
It's getting harder and harder to tell what's real, what's fake, animated, and artificial. But when it comes to soda, it's real easy. Zevia is a naturally delicious soda with zero artificial colors, flavors, or sweeteners, and zero sugar. A choice that's clear. Time to get that fake out of here and try something real. Zevia. Delicious, not suspicious.
Well, you may be new to LTH, but it's no rookie. Created by Lifetime over 20 years ago, LTH delivers clean, science-backed supplements with pure, potent ingredients and third-party testing in every batch. To learn more, check out LTH online for more information. We're back here in the studio, our live coverage of stop number 3 of the 2025 Leadville Lifetime Leadville Mountain Bike, presented by Kenetik. And our live broadcast today brought to you by Orange Seal. And so we're getting deep into the race, and we should be getting relatively close to that power line descent as the riders, tackling the last part of Sugarloaf here.
Well, here we see the women have just made that left-hand turn that I mentioned earlier, where now they moved from that kind of smooth, hard-packed gravel road onto this rockier, chunkier, harder part of the Sugarloaf climb. This is where, it's a little bit harder to follow wheels, kind of, you're picking your different lines through here. And we see, it looks like, we're already starting to catch, these women are already starting to catch the tail of some of the pro men's field right there. It looks like Kate Courtney on the front, setting the pace up Sugarloaf right now. Again, as we've said, she was out here for the Leadville stage race, so she got some practice on this course over the 3 days of that race, and she's familiar with how to pace herself up this climb. Looks like it's nice and strung out. Everyone lined up behind her. That's Alexis Scarda sitting on her wheel. I believe that might have been Lauren Stevens sitting in. Yep, that's Lauren Stevens sitting in third wheel there. Also here for the stage race. And, you know, we mentioned her earlier as one who has incredible fitness. I mean, she has a very storied background in road racing. In a couple years ago, or a year or two ago, she kind of, you know, left the world tour scene. You know, kind of hung up her road wheels from a full-time perspective. She still is racing on the road, but she started to add more gravel and now mountain biking it. She said that Leadville was one of the races she wanted to do when she kind of retired. She's not retired, but, you know, when she stopped racing on the road full-time. And so she has taken the bull by the horns. And as we said, she's not just doing Leadville today, but she's going from here to Breck Epic and doing another 6 days of mountain bike racing. So she's in it. She's hooked.
Yeah, I kind of love seeing her out here with just that diverse skill set, and you know, again, just putting more riders in the mix at the very front end here, and keeping the dynamic very, very interesting. Looks like that group maybe getting pared down just a little bit. With still looks like maybe 9 riders. Some gaps forming just a little bit. I don't know that that's anything troubling just yet. I think riders just kind of, they can see the front, everyone just riding their own pace. And you could tell with Kate Courtney at the front, it didn't look like she was necessarily putting down a ton of pressure, just maybe more riding her own rhythm, her own pace out there. And everyone kind of in a similar boat now as they're up and kind of peaking at Hagerman Pass there.
Yep. Looks like Lauren may be trying to make a, a lot of different moves going on here, and you can see there's kind of these 2 lines happening right now, and then it comes back to one. So you're from the left side to the right side, and back and forth as you pick your way through the smoothest line going up the Sugarloaf climb here. And now we're seeing the men back at the front, and what I want to mention about these 3 men right now is all of these guys they're altitude guys.
Right.
So we know that Keegan excels at altitude. Simone spends a lot of his time in Columbia.
He lives in Columbia, right?
Right. Yeah. So he's no stranger to altitude, and obviously John Gaston being based from Aspen. So this is a big, thing to talk about throughout the day is who can really excel at altitude. So it's not just about the fitness and the distance and the elevation gain over the day, but who can really excel at altitude. And my gosh, here's 3 examples of.
Yeah, right. Three specimens at altitude, just getting it done as we watch Simone Pelot just down in that tuck, and they are moving on this paved section right now. So they're still in the process of trying to open that gap up, right? They're still riding as hard as they can. They look like they've still been working relatively well together. We've not really seen Gaston now we are going to see. So Gaston is committed. He's the one rider on the flat bars, but he's got himself a little bit aero right there now. So all 3 riders still smartly committed to opening up this gap, because we know that chase group behind was still relatively unified. Still some hitters in there like Payson and Cole Patton and Braden Lang driving that group. So these riders, as we look back there toward the mountain, can't see that chase group just yet. Our last gap that our estimate was probably around 45 seconds or so. And I mean, look, I would suspect that gap's probably inched out a little bit further at this point right now, but you can watch that, watch the phone poles, watch the scenery go by, and it gives you a great indication of just how fast they're going. As you see Gaston just kind of getting himself aligned there, Keegan coming on through, and they all look within themselves, right? They don't, as fast as they're going, nobody looks like they're really hurting just yet.
Yeah, and they're about to take a right-hand turn into the outward bound aid station here. So this means they're already down. Once we saw them on the pavement, we knew that they had already come down the power line descent. So unfortunately, it's very challenging to get any eyes on that descent. It's really tricky to get any cameras or anything up there.
All right, we are going to turn it over to Lauren over there at Outward Bound.
We're not mic'd up.
All right, so we'll get back to that when we can. But as the riders making their way through that the outbound side of Powerline, well, the energy's high on Powerline thanks to the Kenetik Cheer Zone, cold cans in hand, and plenty of motivation for the climbs ahead.
Yeah, these guys just flying through this aid station. I don't even know. I'm sure they took a bottle, but they went through so fast that we didn't even see what was really happening in that first aid station. And so now we're going to try to go back to Lauren and see what she saw through Outward Bound.
All right, looks like Lauren's ready for us. Lauren, how's it looking there at Outward Bound here this morning?
All right, guys, we are here right here at the second aid stop, and I think they kind of came through a little bit faster than most people were expecting. We still have so many people still setting up their tents, their aid stops. Everyone's coming through, having the conversation. The live stream and screen has been phenomenal. It's a great setup. Everyone can see what's going on. And the lead three guys coming through already had such a huge gap. Very calm, cool, and collective coming through, grabbing their bottles. It's nice and quiet through here, so they could very much find their people. And now we have the chase group just passing us. Again, just everyone's still under control. It's early in the day, a ton of racing still to go. But, when you have Keegan, Simon, and John Gaston in the front like that, and with such a gap, I think it was at least over a minute gap to the chase group, that puts a little bit of pressure on the chase group, not so much on the lead group. So we're going to have a great race out there today. And, going to be a very interesting day here in Leadville.
Well, so our leaders getting through Outward Bound. And, this is the point of the course, Meredith, where they're kind of done climbing for a little bit, right? Like we've kind of been through, that first big section of the course, the St. Kevin's through Carter Summit, Sugarloaf, and down Powerline, obviously with no mishaps like Keegan had last year. So now we're onto that part of the course that relatively flat. You can see it's fast. Now it's the big factor now could be wind, right? Because it's very wide open, very exposed, and this is where it's super. You don't want to be alone, right? You want to have some companions. You want to have some breakaway companions out there to ride with, to share the work, because you've really got to keep the speed high and stay on the gas really all the way through Twin Lakes at this point.
Right, and you said it, like this is the part where you don't want to be alone. It's kind of from the bottom or really from the Outward Bound aid station to Twin Lakes, both directions.
Right.
So right now, traditionally, they have kind of more of a tailwind coming back inward, inbound. They'll have more of a headwind. So that is definitely this open, exposed area where you don't want to be out there alone. It's a long, lonely drag if you're on your own. And going back to the aid station, I just want to make a comment about the chaos of aid stations.
Right.
And particularly Cole Patton and Payson McElvin, who at Sea Otter this year is where they both crashed.
Oh, right. Good point.
In those aid stations. Yeah. So if you've ever been through an aid station, it is chaos. You're looking for your feeders are looking for you. They're kind of stepping out to see who's coming. You may or may not necessarily know when the riders are about to come through, if your rider that you're feeding is in the group coming through. So it's just, hopefully with the live stream today, the people in the feed zones are tuning in, and so they have an idea of what's coming, but otherwise you're just kind of blind out there. So it's nice when you're in a small group like this, like these guys, and even the 5 chasers, but those aid stations, those feeds can get pretty gnarly.
So look at this scenery in the background. Unbelievable, the mountains. And I think you were doing a little homework, Meredith. These are two of the two highest 14ers
so two of the
state.
highest peaks in Colorado, Mount Elbert and Mount Massive, are part of the scenery out of Leadville. So when you're looking out at this landscape here right now, you're seeing some of the highest 14ers in the state. And when I was riding yesterday, I was riding with a friend who actually had hiked a 14er Mount Elbert the day before, and then she was out riding with me yesterday. So I was like, the only time I've hiked a 14er, I couldn't walk for a week. So
yeah, I've never. There's a threat from some of the Lifetime staff that we might do a 14er during the week here, and I might call in sick that day because I think that's above my pay grade. But I don't know. But it's unbelievable. It's a stunning backdrop as we see the helicopter able to kind of get low in there. Keegan once again on the front. Just a moment ago, we saw Simone Palou look like he was communicating a little bit, and he's talk about rider that's in his comfort zone. Palou, just if you watch Sea Otter, right, there was so much coverage of literally just Simone out there. Two separate times at Sea Otter, he was off the front by himself for pretty extended periods. Before eventually finishing 10th or something like that, 10th or 11th, and then obviously he and Cam Jones spent an unbelievable amount of time off the front when we were in Emporia for stop number 2 at Unbound. So this is clearly the way he likes to race bikes, and this is what I love about the Grand Prix, and kind of getting some new faces every year. Is like you can never get too used to the riders, right? Because it just constantly changes. So the expectations change, the approach to the tactics change, and different riders just bring in a different dynamic. And the Swiss rider who makes his home in Columbia here, Palou, has been such a great add to the Grand Prix this year.
Yeah, and of course, John Gaston not being part of the Grand Prix. So, tactically, Keegan and Simone have to think a little bit about, what's happening behind them. John is just out here for the result on the day. But right now, Keegan is leading the overall Grand Prix standings, and Simone is actually tied for third in a three-way tie.
Right.
So Matt Beers and Cam Jones are the other two guys that are currently tied with him in the standings for third place. And we haven't seen either one of those guys right now. So assuming Simone stays with this group all the way to the finish, then we're going to see a big shakeup in the overall standings.
We've got our chase group now here. Looks like Cole Patton in that fresh Stars and Stripes kit leading the charge. Everyone still looks like they're all together here in our group, and so the refresher is we've got Cole Patton, we've got Braden Lang in there, Taylor Ledeen, Hugo Drechot, another newcomer here to the Grand Prix, and of course Payson in that mix as well. Oh, Zach Colton. Okay.
I'm not. Yeah, we were looking at the numbers earlier, and was it 36 or 34? So it's either Zach or Hugo.
Okay. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was Hugo. I thought we got a clear look.
Yep.
But we'll try and make sure we identify that and pin that one down. But right now it looks like, Cole continuing to drive at the train, representing that new title he just won not too long ago, Marathon and Mountain Bike National Champion, doing that one proud right now. Actually opening up maybe a little bit of a gap there on the other riders. I don't think that's necessarily intentional, because, again, this is that spot where just, misery loves company, right?
Right.
You just don't want to be alone out there. So, I think as long as that gap is still staying around a minute, if that's what we think it is, a minute or so to the leaders, and the chase group in pretty good shape right now. Their best bet is just to continue what they're doing, continue eating, continue drinking, and just continue to work in a unified fashion.
Yeah. So speaking of eating, drinking, nutrition, I'm also staying with some friends who, Bob so this race started in 1994. So this is year 31 of this race. And Bob did this race in 1995 for the first time. Wow. And so we were talking a lot about what has evolved over the years. I mean, we can go so deep in all the different things,
long,
right? And but nutrition obviously being a huge topic of conversation over just the last couple of years. The amount of carbohydrates that athletes are eating is astounding. These men are probably taking in 110, 120 grams of carbs throughout, per hour.
What was it at Unbound that Cam said he was taking? It was close to 200.
Oh, I think he was like 130. I don't remember. It was insane. It was crazy.
It was above what everyone else was
stomach.
doing. Yeah, my stomach was in knots just listening to him laugh about how much he was kind of throwing down the tank. But yeah, it's the amount of nutrition, and so kind of to piggyback on that. We see it now. We notice it at the start. Everyone's starting with one bottle, right? There's nobody that we've seen that has a hydration pack. They've just got one bottle on the bike, trying to keep things as light as possible. But obviously, you have one bottle on the bike. That means you've got to make use of these aid stations, right? And
you can't miss a feed.
Right. If you miss a feed, you're actually going to be in trouble, and you're going to get behind the 8 ball really, really quickly. And And that can't happen at altitude, especially in terms of your hydration.
Right. And going back again to like the early years of this race, and I don't know, even 10 years ago, like these, most of the athletes were probably riding with a Camelback or some sort of hydration pack, and maybe they had a person out on course. Now today, all of these athletes have people in multiple different places around the course,
Right.
on the way out and the way back. So they're getting, like you said, they're starting with one bottle, so they have to hit it every aid station, and it's multiple aid stations throughout the day. And they're probably loaded down with a lot of their like gels or whatever in their pockets, but on the hydration side, they're counting on their people being in these feed stations to stay on top of their hydration.
So our 3 leaders still making quick work on the front here. Keegan Swenson, once again, your defending champion there, back on the front, driving the train. John Gaston, he's the skimo athlete that we've talked about. He's got his eye on the 2026 Winter Olympics, the first time ever that ski mountaineering, will be in the Olympics. And a lot of the other candidates for the Olympic team are literally half his age, 18, 19 years old. But he's still probably one of the more dominant skimo athletes in the U.S., and it's certainly nothing is assured with him to get that spot. But I think he's probably going to be in line for that spot on the team out there today.
Yeah, and Gaston, he was kind of the pioneer of skimo here in the U.S. as it was picking up over in Europe. He kind of was like, watching some of it on TV or whatever it might have been, and he's like, oh, that's for me. He actually was more of a freestyle kind of skier, broke his back, and then had to kind of change what he was doing. So he got into more of the endurance ski and riding, and so this is why we see him here today.
Once again, our live broadcast is being presented by our friends at Orange Seal. So with that, I'm actually going to turn things over to Lauren over there in the feed zone area, and she's got some of the Orange Seal staff on hand to chat.
All right, guys, we are here with John Vargas, owner-operator of Orange Seal. John, thanks so much for being out here, and want to talk to you a little bit about being a sponsor of the Lifetime Grand Prix and the live stream. Talk to us a little bit about what that means to be this leading sponsor and what it means to you and for us as viewership.
Yeah, it's amazing to have this opportunity to bring in an iconic race to the viewers around the world. And we have always wanted to bring the live coverage, and y'all have done a phenomenal job to bring that to the world.
Thank you so much for doing that too, because I think everyone here is having such a good time. The screen is absolutely lovely.
It's awesome.
I know you're hearing yourself talk back, but taking it in. And let's talk a little bit about some of the athletes you have out here today.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've got a strong second group with Cole, Braden, Payson, and then on the women's side, we've got Paige out there. And Michaela, she's doing amazing after a big injury earlier this season, so she's doing really well.
Yeah, Michaela had such a good ride here last year, kind of a breakthrough ride for her.
It was.
And hopefully coming back again this year, going to be on the podium.
Hopefully, very much so.
And behind us, we have a new Orange Seal bus. It's not totally branded yet, but hopefully in the coming months, we'll have a nice big orange bus to know to follow around.
Yep, that's it's the old bus. It was rough on the road, so we needed to get a new bus that would allow us to travel a little easier, and we got a lot more seating in this new bus.
Well, John, thank you so much for your sponsorship. The viewership is amazing, and hopefully this is something we can continue in the future.
Yeah, thank you all for everything and for this opportunity. It's really been good.
All right, back to you.
Get a new bus that would allow us to.
All right, once again, we are back with our leading men. We're about hour 33 or so since we kicked things off right here on the 6th Street in Leadville. That means about an hour 23 that our women have been out there on course. And Our leading trio didn't really waste a whole lot of time. Normally, kind of the format of this race is a bit of a group stays together until Columbine, and I think everyone's generally, they know that climb is 7.5 miles, 3,100 feet of elevation, average grade of 8%, with some pitches much steeper than that. So generally that group kind of, maybe it's a reduced group, but it gets to Columbine, and then it just sorts itself out on the hill, and that's where you start to see the gaps and the breaks and the chase groups and so on. But so this is maybe a new twist here to Leadville, this group going out so early here.
Yeah, and the last few years, I think it's been at the bottom of Columbine where Keegan has made his solo move, from there to the finish. So it'd be interesting to see today with this group if they stay together up the climb, and then back down that descent, and if they come into the finish, and what those tactics might be, knowing that John and Simon knowing that Keegan that's where he has excelled and where he kind of has made his move over the last few years. We'll see if they actually try to set the pace up Columbine to keep Keegan at bay, or if Keegan just goes on the offensive like he likes to do and just tries to drop these guys, or if they get to the top at the turnaround and end up descending together and then end up kind of playing cat and mouse until maybe they get to powerline climb, and then that's where the final separation will happen. But yet a lot of racing coming up still today. So our guess is as good as yours as to how these guys are going to play that Columbine climb as they approach it not too far from now.
Yeah, at least from the look that we're getting, right, with the three leaders working pretty well together, I think, Keegan's certainly going to do his pace on the climb, but I think as long as these guys are working well and as long as they're running on a timeline that at least is working in Keegan's head in terms of that record, it makes sense to keep them, right?
Exactly.
Keep them as long as he can, and to your point, wait till that last kind of climb. So we've got a little bit of info, a little bit of video on the pipeline climb, so we're going to switch over to that.
Pipeline's pretty straightforward. On the way out, sometimes you're with a group and you're working together. Sometimes the group isn't working and it's a bit frustrating. Normally you're alone or you're with small groups, and kind of some weird race dynamics. And on the way back,
Looking forward to that. Got a good line of sight, so if there are people up ahead, you'll be able to spot them and sort of use them as a carrot to hopefully try and catch up.
Pipeline's another good spot to eat and drink. Somebody with drop bars might have a little bit of an advantage, especially on the way back. There could be some 1s and 2s out there, and being aerodynamic might come into play.
These flatter, kind of meandering sections, they play a bigger role in the race than you might think. On paper, it kind of looks like the in-between, but you can really make or break your event in this section.
All right, we are back. Support for today's broadcast brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Once again, back on with our three leaders. The song remains the same at the front. Keegan continuing to drive the train there, and we're still not getting an official split there. It looks like, actually now is that, we change it over to our women, our three, we've got three women, so things have started to take a little more shape in our women's race. Now it looks like it's Melissa, and that looks like it's going to be Kate Courtney, I believe,
and
Lauren Stevens. So yeah, we've got three riders with a little bit of separation. Looks like one, maybe two riders on the chase there. You can just see at the back of the frame, it looks like two riders on this bit of a paved descent. And Kate Courtney, okay with the flat bars, but she's trying to make herself as low as possible and as aero as possible there as they rally along. And it looks like those two chases are actually making up some ground there. It looks like, is that
Cecily.
Decker? Yeah, Cecily Decker kind of driving that. I'm not quite sure yet who's on her wheel. Maybe Scarta on the wheel. We're not sure just yet, but we'll try and pick that out as soon as we can. So I anticipate we're going to have five riders back in the mix here in relatively short order. So not sure what happened or where it happened, but we had a group of 9, and we are now whittled down to 3 and 2 that look very likely to unite. I wonder if Sophia is that second chaser that we can't quite see, right? One might expect that would be the case.
Yep. Yeah, so I assume that, things just split on that power line climb. Again, anything can happen on that descent, the power line descent. Yep, so there's Cecily, and I think that's Alexis.
Yeah, I think that is Skarda. So I think Skarda is the 5th rider now. So that's interesting. So Sofia Gomez, Visha Fanye, and it's funny. I go back to the I didn't mean to interrupt you, but go back to the Leadville stage race, right? And we were all kind of like Sophia and Melissa had a great battle out there, but we all kind of thought we weren't quite sure if Sophia looked completely up to Sophia's standards out there, and I wonder if that was maybe a little bit of a sign.
Yeah, it was hard to know if she was just kind of, holding back just a little bit, 2 weeks out from a race. How deep do you want to go? It's at the altitude, so any efforts at altitude take longer to recover from, but Sophia is also not one to hold back. So you're right, it could just be she, just quite isn't at 100% right now, but it's also like anything could have happened on that descent. You're following wheels, somebody could have slid out, punctured, whatever it might have been, and then you're behind that, and it slows you up too. So then those gaps just naturally happen, and it's really interesting to see this group of 5. They just passed Brendan Johnston.
Oh, that's a tough one for Brendan, obviously.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Brendan, always kind of an outsider favorite in an event like this, the Aussie national champion, but obviously not on a good day.
That is a tough one for him. Oh, man. Don't like to see that so early. Who knows what's happening there, but he, from Australia, could just be that, altitude isn't quite his thing. I believe he also might have gone home after Unbound and, came back and has, I think, been in Leadville for a little bit leading up to this race. But, oh my gosh, he doesn't even have a tire. He does not even have a tire on his rim right now. Oh my gosh.
Where did that tire go? Who's going to be the lucky recipient of finding a tire in the weeds?
Wow.
That's so that explains a whole lot right there. And so we'll try and get some info on that, but our women now coming into outward bound here, and we are going to turn it over to Lauren as those leaders get their way through that feed zone.
Our women through, followed by Kate Courtney, Melissa Rollins, Alessia Skarda, Lauren Stevens. That is your front group. Sophia right off the back, Michaela Thompson right behind her, and everyone's coming through. Again, we started up and over Sugarloaf with 9, and that group has broken up like you were talking about, Meredith. So there's a question of what has happened. Never know. And then you're seeing Brendan Johnson come through with no tire on his bike. So that's the beauty of this race, is when some of the things that we can't see, and when they come through here, and we're just trying to figure out what has happened. So again, that front group of women are looking really good, really strong. Everyone successfully got their feed. And again, we're talking about the scrum of the feed zone. Everyone gets pushed to the front over here, and it gets tighter and tighter, and it's harder to find your feed, but everyone's successfully fed. So good race going on. Guys, we're just trying to figure out what has happened. So again, that front.
Yeah, so just as we saw Brendan Johnson coming into the picture there with the no tire, we could, when the camera panned back, it looked like we could see a chase group of women. So, and they looked like they were closing in, and maybe more importantly, in the foreground, you could see the leaders were starting to spread out across the road, and there was maybe a little bit of discussion there. Nobody was really willing to continue to drive the pace because they're only about 25 miles in as they hit outward bound. So I think we may see a regrouping of some of the women. Couldn't quite see how many were in that chase group that were behind, but could see a regrouping here coming up momentarily. It looks like we've already seen one rider.
That's Sophia.
Sophia has rejoined.
So now we're seeing Cecily Decker, Kate Courtney, Melissa Rollins, Lauren Stevens, I believe we said Alexis Scarda and Sofia Gomez Villafane now making this front group of 6. We see one chaser not too far off the back.
Looks like Michaela.
I would say that's
right?
Michaela as well. Yes.
So.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is an area where, you know, it's in her best interest to kind of put in a big effort to make contact with this group. As we've said, this is a long section kind of no man's land where you really don't want to be by yourself.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in that group of 9, right? They got up and over the climb. Obviously, you're spending energy to get over the climb. And, you know, we always talk so much about, you know, you have X amount of matches to burn. And in an ideal world, you don't want to burn them until you have to. But sometimes your hand gets forced before you want to. And this is a case for Michaela, right? She's got to burn a match. She's got to go deep for, you know, maybe a minute to just bridge this little gap and then be able to recover again. Very important for her to get back on right now.
Yeah. So so we're seeing 7 right here. So the 2 that we're missing from that original group of 9 is Ruth Edwards and Sarah Lang.
Yeah, and that's so that might speak to Edwards' fatigue maybe finally showing itself a little bit out there. And, you know, Sarah Lang, obviously, you know, she may make her way back to the group. She's been a great performer here in the past as well. Still, I mean, look, we're at Outward Bound. You can see Decker, everyone kind of sitting up right now. So this is going to help the riders that are chasing that if there's not a lot of unity right now.
Yeah, so this will be a good opportunity for Michaela to connect with the back of this group right now, and we'll see if this group actually works together. Cecily is definitely seems to be motivated and spending a lot of time on the front right now. You know, but hopefully she can get some of these other riders to start pulling through so that she's not the only one doing the work here. Everyone's got their eye on Columbine, so it's this kind of sort of mental, tactical game of like, okay, who wants to be at the front, spending the energy before we come into this major climb, coming into the halfway point of the race. But they still have a ways to go before they even get there. So hopefully they're sharing the workload right now, where you know, they're not wasting too much energy, saving a little bit in the tank for that Columbine climb.
Yeah, you have to, right? Like, it's not, you know, you look at the St. Kevin's climb. That was that first one early. You know, it's about 3.5 mile climb. It's about a 6% or so grade. So that's a stiff enough climb and a long enough climb that it's a, you know, 20-ish minute effort. But Columbine is such a long climb, 7.5 miles. And, you know, I mean, it's coming close to an hour to get up that climb, right? And that's such a huge effort. And as hard as you want to go early to put yourself in a winning position or a position for success, in the back of your mind, you have to constantly think, you know, you can't go red. You can't go in the red zone at all, because you're just gonna pay for it, plain and simple. There's kind of no getting away from that. So everyone being really cautious, and now is the point too where riders are probably going to try and get ahead of the game with the food intake, the carb and calorie intake. Not a bad time to just not overload, but maybe take in a little bit extra, because as you know, Meredith, you know, sometimes as much as you need to eat in these races, the deeper you get into these long races, you get tired, your gut gets a little wonky. You know, you have a hard time chewing because your whole body's tired, your jaw's tired, and it becomes hard to take in that energy. So now is the time to really start kind of preloading a lot and thinking about the latter stages of that race is for when inevitably you kind of lose grip on being as regular as you should be with your intake.
Right, you want to make sure you stay on top of that nutrition on the front end so that you're not bonking on the back end, because it's hard to come out of that.
Yeah, I mean, you're running out of real estate, right, is the biggest thing, and then it just takes a while for the food to get in you and go to work.
And at altitude, you know, so all the things, right? And when you're talking about going into the red zone, you know, that's easy to do on a course that's a more sea level course. You go into the red zone, you can recover from that. But here at 10,000 plus feet, you go into the red zone, and it is really, really hard to come back from that. So maybe you can do it once, maybe twice, you know, but any more than that, and you're kind of just like you're sucking air, trying to find all the oxygen that you can, and your legs are burned and your lungs are screaming. So you have to really meter your effort a lot more out here today. And in this view, we talked earlier about seeing some of these 14ers. That's Mount Elbert and Mount Massive that we said two highest peaks in Colorado.
Never get tired of looking at that, do you? Right?
No.
It's kind of great. Yeah, so, to kind of piggyback on what you're just saying there, Meredith, like, kind of the old adage was sleep high, train low, right? Because when you're up high, it's really hard to train above probably about 90%, right? And so it's hard to do a lot of really specific work other than kind of big engine building work when you're at this kind of altitude. So, I know a lot of riders, they would, like I knew riders, Tyler Hamilton lived in Netherlands for a long time and, would go down and train down in the valley a bit and then sleeping up a little higher. And because it's the only way you can really train the right way. And it just kind of, puts that stamp on that. The harder you go at this altitude, it's really, really challenging to recover. So it's looking now at our chase group in the women's race. Right there is going to be Paige Onweller taking on a little bit of nutrition. Hannah Otto with that custom helmet, looking good there. And there's Ruth Edwards, right, that we were talking about. So
and on the front of this group is Haley Smith.
Oh, so Haley and Paige have made the junction because Ruth had been in that lead group, so they've maybe ditched some of their companions from the original chase group, I guess.
And so we're still missing Sarah Lang.
Right.
So not 100% sure if she's somewhere in the middle or if she's off the back of this chase group. But these four riders, strong riders. So if they can work together and that front group is just sort of sitting up looking at each other, they could eventually make contact.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if when we get towards Twin Lakes that we would see them make contact. I was looking at Hannah Otto, the recent winner of Marathon and Mountain Bike National Championships. Let's turn it over to a little bit of an interview we've got with Hannah.
I'm Hannah Otto. I am from Salt Lake City, Utah, and this will be my 5th time racing Leadville. I'll be running the Scott scale, so I'll be on a hardtail. I am running a flat bar. I've got a 34 tooth chainring, Kenda Rush 2.4 tires, and it's weighing in at about 19.5 pounds, so I'm going for light is fast. I think this year we're going to see a record broken in the women's race, so I think it's going to be flat out from the start, and I think it's going to be whoever can hang on and survive the longest.
Wow, that's a perfect insight from Hannah, right? She knows. She's been very successful here in the past, so.
Yeah, and she's certainly motivated. She, again, as a previous winner of this race, she knows what it takes. And, I don't think so much can still happen. There's still so much racing left today. We keep talking about this front group, but I'd say this is kind of a race of attrition, really, and it's a race against the course and the conditions, and sometimes less against the other riders, your other competitors. And so now we're back here at the front with the three men's leaders, Keegan, Simone, and John Gaston. Looks like they're all sharing the workload here right now. And as you said earlier, Bill, like as long as Keegan feels like he's on track to break this record that he's shooting for today, I think he's happy to have these companions rather than be out there by himself. So until he feels like, all right, I'm maybe off pace for what I want to accomplish today, for what he wants to accomplish today, he's happy to, share the workload. But as soon as he might feel he's off track, then that's where we'll see him, maybe put in some, an injection of pace at the front. Ooh, almost saw a touch of wheels.
That was
we
close.
have seen this group get a lot bigger now.
Yeah, this is absolutely swelled inside. I think we saw Andrew Lesperance there in the back with the maple leaf jersey.
No,
that looks like
that's
Hugo.
Sean Fincham
in there.
Canadian
Oh,
national
sorry, Sean
champion.
Fincham. My bad, Sean Fincham in that jersey.
But
rather.
in front of him is his teammate Andrew Lesperance.
Yeah.
That's Cole Patton. That's Cam Jones, Payson, McElvin. So this group definitely got a lot bigger.
Yeah,
I'd love to know what
I know,
the time
right,
gap is,
kinda how that evolved.
we've got some major horsepower in this group, and if these guys continue to pull through and work together, maybe they could close that gap. It's really hard
they've
to
got
say.
a good head of steam. You would think, right, with the numbers, the numerical advantage of this group versus the leading three, that if they can stay unified here, they can make a little headway. And just as a comparison, talking about times, at the 32-mile single track time split, comparing last year to this year, we are little under a minute and a half ahead of last year's pace. So on a faster pace, 32 miles in, I'm not sure that that's as far ahead of pace as Keegan might have wanted or would expect, but we're ahead of pace.
Yeah.
So we can leave it at that they are on a pretty fast time right now.
Right, and so here we're seeing Taylor Ledeen. That is Hugo Drachot. That's Braden Lang in the white kit on the left side. And that is Zach Carlton, number 34, in that more bluish kit. And so there was a little bit of reshuffling around as we saw Zach kind of tag on to that group as they came through Outward Bound. And then, because Hugo had originally been in that group, something might have happened. But now he's back with that group as this group has swelled to a good size as they're heading towards Twin Lakes now.
Yeah, it won't be too long before Twin Lakes comes into sight, and then they've got that checkpoint there, and then Twin Lakes is really kind of the gateway to the entrance to Columbine. It's not too far out of Twin Lakes before that climb proper starts, about 2.5 miles, maybe 2 miles once they get out of Twin Lakes, and then they kind of bend westward, and then that takes them up to the top of Columbine Mine. And that's where it's going to be interesting, right? Again, does Keegan attack it? Does he ride his pace? Does he, try and play the psychological game and encourage these guys to keep going so that he has some companions out there? And I gotta say too, we probably should be a little careful about constantly talking about Keegan, right? Like, look, Gaston is still there, right?
Yeah.
And he's been on the podium. Simone Pilot has been. If there was a most aggressive rider award for the series, he would clearly be in the lead of that competition. So it's not a foregone conclusion by any stretch. It's just we know Keegan, he's a 4-time winner. He's got his sights set on number 5. He's got his sights set on the record. He's proved that he's kind of the top guy at altitude. So we kind of tend to lean in that direction a little bit, but he's still got his work cut out for him as Pilot and Gaston still contributing, and they're still riding really, really well.
Yeah, and Pilot has never done this race before.
Right, he had no idea.
This is his first time here, so he's really an unknown. And again, as we mentioned, he lives in Columbia, so he is also no stranger to altitude.
Mm-hmm.
So he could very well go on the offensive before Keegan even has a chance, up Columbine.
And honestly, that might be the smart play, right? Because we talked early in the broadcast about, how we both kind of chatted with him yesterday or the day before, and he was very visibly a little concerned about some of the descents. So it would make sense for him maybe to kind of strike out first and maybe get over the top of Columbine with a little bit of a gap so that he can ride within himself on the descent, within his skill set, within his comfort zone, and force Keegan to have to bridge that gap, and so that hopefully at the bottom, when they make their way back to Twin Lakes, that they're still in contact.
Yeah, but that being said, he clearly made it down power line.
Right,
this
yeah,
group, so,
I would have liked to have seen that.
I know, I wish I
Right,
could have too, so I think that probably gave him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, right, it may well have. He may be like, all right, that was the other section I was so nervous about, and I made it through, so maybe this isn't so bad. Maybe my skills are better than what I thought, so that, just like we talked about Michaela Thompson in her ride last year, and that confidence just kind of bringing her up a notch. Maybe we'll see the same thing coming out of the Swiss rider Pilot. Again, we're looking now back to our women. This is the chase group in our women there, and they're still working pretty well together. Single file on another one of these fast sections, of course. I know I'd spoken a good bit with Paige Onweller, and she was feeling really good. She's been staying down in BV just down the road, so she's ready for a great ride today as well.
What will you do in your lifetime? It's an interesting question. Because what you do in your life is answered by asking, what will you do with your time? The thing is, you get to decide. And what you choose to do in the moments, months, and years you have been given become the answer to the question, what will you do in your lifetime?
Welcome back. Support for today's broadcast brought to you by KT Tape. Once again, it looks like Twin Lakes is coming into sight here. We were just talking during the commercial break. We knew they had to be real close, and we can see, them coming down this road. They're going to cross over and get into the Twin Lakes area. And again, that is bringing us now just about probably 2.5 miles from the base of the Columbine climb, and that you can see that off in the distance there, and that is going to be is kind of going to be the second point here where potential fireworks are going to come into play here as the riders make their way through. This is another feed zone area, so be interesting to see if riders take a bottle here. It's a long climb, right? It's roughly an hour-ish here, close to that, to the top of Columbine. So I would think not a bad idea to take a fresh bottle here. You're probably going to take a freshie on the way back through.
For sure.
So yeah, I think this is a good spot for these riders. And of course, you talk about nutrition. Now is the time, man. Just put down a gel or two, give it that 10 minutes to take effect, and utilize that extra bit of energy on the climb.
Yeah, and this is another fast aid station. So
fast.
These guys are coming in so quick and have got to navigate through all the people standing out there, find their people who are feeding them, grab what they need before they start the long ascent.
We are going to turn it over to Nat. I think he's got a little bit of chat about our Dream Chaser out there on course.
All right. Orange Seal Crew Cam, here we are. I am over here with Shannon Steele, and we have Cash Steele racing today. Shannon, you're crewing for him. What's going on?
Oh, yeah, we're rooting hard here. This is his third year racing. This is my son, Cash Steele. He is a triplet, and he is racing hard. He's hoping to get a sub-7, and he's been preparing. We've been up here for 2 weeks getting ready, and he is on it.
Oh, it's going to be exciting. They're set up right back here. Check out the crew behind. Wave at us. It is going to be fun. This Orange Seal crew that we have out here today is excitement. They hooked up with some locals earlier. What was the deal with the locals? They just came by to say hi?
Locals came over because they saw our tent. We represent SCV, where we're from, Southern California mountain bike team. And we're part of coaching team, and they were on the NICA team there. So we represent the Santa Clarita mountain bike team. So the locals came over to share. And I think here we come with our leaders are coming, I think, right now.
Shannon called it. We'll catch you over there. So Cash is on it. It's going to be super exciting. So there are motos, as you guys can tell in the background, and our trio is coming through. Okay, so right up the front, Keegan doing his thing. Simone, it'll be interesting to see who he has here for support. And John Gaston doing his thing. So John's got everything stuffed in the back, and John is ready for this climb. His house is right over the back side of this. Keegan, the separation is great. These guys are keeping it in action. I do not see the chase group yet, so it is going to be a fantastic flight up Columbine here. Oh, it's dusty. Very interesting to see the calmness in this feed zone. I think this trio has it a lot easier than the next groups coming through. So there is so much action out here today. It's I mean, you would think now with the split of this that we would be seeing the next chase group coming in. So dynamic race today. Cars for miles out here, and like Shannon was mentioned earlier, her crew, they have the official 10x10 set up. People have the coolers. The hydration's going to be key because it was almost 50 degrees this morning. Pretty soon we'll be shedding some clothes, and this climb is brutal. So if you miss this feed as a racer or are not prepared for this climb, the rest of the day gets really long. But we won't talk about that because Columbine is pretty much what makes or breaks a lot of the folks in the racing, and we've got such a dynamic race going on today that it's completely different. Chase group, going to be interesting to see who drives this charge because they're going to have so much work to do to cut out for them. Again, since this is an out and a back, the way it's working, they're going to be able to make contact and gauge right now. But if I were in this chase, this would be a little bit of a panic if I had a podium dream today or wanted to get close to kind of taking that record. So you got these 3 mountain goats up front. It's going to be okay. And honestly, this is a bigger break than I anticipated. I keep waiting to go back to the chase group and even see if that second or third group had kind of converged on that flat stuff. So the scoop is out at this point in the course. They are well acclimated, and this is the suffer point. And at this point, you're gauging kind of who's going to climb and how this climbing takes place. But this is where you go into your own head, your own space. You got to pay your dividends because at this point, all the preparation for Leadville, all that training, it's all about Columbine. Okay, so chase is going to get chaotic. Okay, so Dylan, and look at, basically you have the same group that was here before with one new addition. So Taylor Ledeen kind of jumping in front of our marathon national champion Cole, and looks like Payson just calm, collected, and crew. But honestly, somebody in this chase group is going to have to start doing some work. That was a speedy transition, so they must be tactical onto these feeds. Well, we are ready to send it back to you, Bill and Meredith, because we got a chase group coming following this third one, but we'll report later.
All right, we are back here with live coverage from the front of the men's races. They're now on the lower slopes of the climb up to Columbine Mine, and just like that, John Gaston is fallen victim to the pace just a little bit. When it straightens out there, we just see the front two still together. We should see that momentarily. But he has definitely been distanced a little bit by Pelot and Keegan Swenson. So, yeah, unfortunate for Gaston. I'm sure he had higher hopes to try and get at least part way up the climb with these guys. But, you know, the other thing to note from our Orange Seal crew update there at Twin Lakes is the chase group is over 3 minutes behind, right? I didn't get an exact time, but it was a heavy 3 minutes or so coming up on that. So that's not boding well for those guys. I mean, I know we're not even at the halfway point of the race here, but one has to expect that the gap is going to get a little bit bigger here in the next 7 odd miles as they make their way up the Columbine climb.
Yeah, it was interesting coming into Twin Lakes, into that aid station. It looked like, you know, those guys were stretched out a little bit, as you tend to do coming into an aid, because you want to give yourself space to find your feeders, to get your bottles, not get in anyone else's way. But John seemed to be off the back a little bit more than I would have expected him to, and I don't know if that was just already an injection of pace from Simone and Keegan at the front, and he was just like, you know what, I've just got to ride my own pace starting now. And a lot of people do approach climbs that way, where they have to let the front riders go off, you know, and they have to ride within themselves. I mean, at 10,000 feet, and they're going to end up at over 12,000 feet when they get up to the top of this. So you have to meter your pace to some degree.
100%. Keep in mind, Twin Lakes is actually the lowest point elevation-wise of the course, right? So they're they're from Twin Lakes to the top, they're gaining like 3,600 feet of elevation in, you know, that 9-ish miles. So yeah, absolutely, you've got to just settle in, because again, it all goes back to, you just have to be cautious about going into the red. You can flirt just below it for a pretty good length of time, but if you're forced above it, you're in trouble. So you have to be smart, and it's just knowing your skill set, knowing what you're good at, knowing what you're not so good at, and trying to make that work as best as you can. So, you know, maybe a smart play by Gaston there to back off a little bit. So we are actually going to go back to Nat over there at Twin Lakes and see what's going on again.
Well, great, because so much is going on. The groups that we needed to come through have finally started to roll back. The chase is real. If Gaston is off the back here and it's just Palo and Keegan, then these next two chase groups that just rolled through, they got their work cut out for them, but it is still possible early enough in the race. So we did see that the Norwegian Torbjorn was leading the charge, so he's got 4 behind him. And that once everybody's out of sight on Columbine. They're into their own little groove here, but this is exactly the kind of group and little pace making that we needed to see out here. It is a bit chaotic, I am going to say. So the feeds, I was expecting to see more kind of racer interaction and a lot more stress from the racers, but that's why they're pros. They know what they're doing, and these feeds, the feed game is completely changed. The hydration packs down to the bottles, and then just all the calories that they've got. It is very imperative, and I know a lot of the other racers are picking up from this. So more cheering going on. I know Alexi was in that group, and we see they're going pretty fast here. Trying to figure out. We've got some under 23 racers that are going to be coming up in here next that have joined the Grand Prix. And the pain is about ready to begin on these climbs. So a little bit about the feed crews and how this has worked. There's a lot more busing and assistance going on right now. So the racers really get a lot of cheering. The typical cattle bells. We've seen hula hoops out here. Imagine a racer wanting to see this crew, but then your crew kicking you out saying, get back up, start climbing Columbine, because that's what's happening now. And also the women are integrating. The women and just the trajectory of women's mountain biking in America has been next level. And, of course, one of the lead motivators of all, Kate Courtney, is in this group that we'll be coming through in a bit here. And out on Columbine, this is the temperature already probably 20 degrees warmer, and the action is going to be fun and complete from here on out. A little bit back to some of the chase groups and what they have going on. From this point on, it's every man and woman for themselves. They'll round a little bit of single track around this next corner, do 2 big straightaways, and then once that climb starts, they have to kind of settle into their own pace, keep their heart rate where they're comfortable at, kind of not even pay attention to as much of the power that they need to get at, but just stay in the groove and keep doing what they do. Columbine for some folks is not fun or ideal, but really it's the unique part about this race. When you're climbing the Continental Divide, and what Leadville has always had to offer is those spectacular views. A lot of these folks aren't even seeing it, but if you guys want to see more views and want to learn more about what's going on live, we're going back to the studio with Bill and Meredith.
All right, so good intel there from Nat. Now, he mentioned Toby Road. We haven't really seen a whole lot of Toby out there today, so maybe a little bit of a slow start, but now he's got himself not in a bad spot in that second chase group, I guess. A few minutes, about three minutes almost to the nose behind, McKelvin, and looks like Toby's got Russ Finsterwald in there. They've got Alex Wild. Finn Gullickson, man, that's a great ride for Finn. Out there, Chad Haga having a great ride as well. Alexi, we were wondering where Alexi Vermeulen was, but there's Alexi. Caleb Botcher having a great ride, and Skylar Taylor. Skylar having a great ride. He's one of our wild cards, right? That by virtue of some quite good rides at Sea Otter and Unbound has earned his right to get into the Lifetime Grand Prix. So that's great to see Skylar making the most of that. We had that young man on the panel yesterday, and he was really stoked to have made his way in here. So looking at our 2 leaders, and now down to 2. If you're just joining us, it's now Keegan Swenson and Simone Pelot. They have distanced John Gaston a little bit. We're not sure if it was a big injection of pace or if Gaston just needed to dial back to kind of stay within his own abilities out there. But he is off the pace just a little bit right now. Not too terribly far, I think. I would guess probably about 30 or 40 seconds maybe right now off that pace as our 2 leaders continue to make progress. And I was looking at time checks again relative to what we had last year here on the course. And we're about 1:40 or so ahead of last year's time schedule. About 19.7 miles an hour is the average speed so far.
Yeah, these guys look like they're working pretty well together. Simone just sitting on the wheel of Keegan right now, and can't quite tell what Simone is. Looks like he's just moving some things around, grabbing his hydration.
Getting rid of those arm warmers he had. He peeled them off, right? Yeah,
he just dropped them in the feed zone and was telling somebody, those are mine, grab those for me. Right. I'll get them from you at the finish line. Don't need them right now as it warms up out there. It looks like, the last couple days that I've been out here, the wind has been...
It's been strong, right?
Very strong.
Yeah,
it's been heavy and
not just afternoon winds like normal. It's been coming mid-morning.
Yeah.
So kind of right around what these guys are maybe facing right now.
Right. For sure, seeing some of the flags and what's going on in the feed zone, it didn't look like it was too bad yet. But yesterday afternoon, some of the flags around town were sticking straight out in the wind. So it was strong winds. So we'll see what happens as these guys get up to the top. They make the turnaround, come back down, and then again they're kind of in that long stretch between Twin Lakes and the bottom of Power Line, where you're just wide open, exposed, and typically it's a headwind in there. So we'll see what the wind is doing as those guys make their way back down there in a little while. But
yeah, I have to stand by suspecting that they're gonna do everything they can to stay together. They're maintaining a good pace. They're riding within themselves. They're obviously communicating, sharing the workload. And with that potential of the wind on the way back, I just can't see wanting to face 40 miles of headwind, right? Like that's just such a long way. Whether you're trying to aim to break a record or not, that's a long way to be in the wind relatively needlessly when you know that there's a couple of sections late in the race in that last 20 miles where you could potentially make a move.
Yeah, just hearing from Lauren Hall out in the field, she's at Outward Bound. She just said it's not windy out there right now.
Interesting. Okay.
So that bodes well. For these groups are here. It's still only 8:15 in the morning.
Right.
So
right.
it is really early. That's cool that they have a big live screen out there.
Oh
at
wow,
the
that's
aid
awesome.
station.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
If everybody out there can keep up with what's going on, as again we get another majestic view of those peaks out there. And man, I've spent some time out in Twin Lakes for the stage race, and kind of don't want to come back into town here. It's so nice out there, and I'm sure the riders aren't getting the luxury of checking out the views, but at least the support crews are having a good time in between the scrum of trying to find their riders out there.
Yeah, not a bad place to hang out for the day.
Oh, right.
I'll tell you that much.
You could pick a lot worse spots to be right now, but it's pretty beautiful as we watch riders continue to filter through that area. We're looking at the Shocks bus, the big Shocks party bus. They're one of our great partners here in Leadville. Always happy to have their support. Good to see that they got the party bus aligned out there.
And John Vargas from Orange Seal earlier, they were talking about the Orange Seal bus, that white bus that we're seeing right now. That's not wrapped quite yet, but he's like, yeah, it's a new bus, more room inside. The one thing he didn't mention, maybe this is a little secret, I don't know, but he loves his coffee.
Oh, all right.
And he loves sharing. Oh, all right. Here we're seeing that split.
We wondered if this was going to happen, Meredith, and we're barely into the low slopes. It's been just gently rolling up, but now we're we're kind of officially on the climb proper, and just like that, we've got about a 10-second gap there where Keegan Swenson is starting to make his move.
Yeah, we saw these two guys chatting a little bit earlier, and who knows what they were saying to each other, but, Simone might have just been saying, hey, I'm here to help you for as long as I can, or dude, you're on your own. I'm at my limit now, so you go when you're ready to go. But another interesting thing, as we've been talking about bikes and stuff, is the fairings on Keegan's fork.
Yeah, those fairings, super aero, right?
Yep.
We're in a gravel race, man, or a mountain bike race, man. This is not a road race. It's so funny to me to see this stuff. But as we get into the lower slopes of the defining climb of the Leadville Trail 100 mountain bike presented by Kenetik, we've got a great little piece on this Columbine climb.
I think Columbine chooses how the day goes for someone. You can bring whatever matches you have to the bottom, and you're going to use a few of them on the way up.
The first part of the climb is super nice, nice and smooth, nice tree cover, and then top section you want to save a few beans for. I think that top section of Columbine's higher than any point you can get to in New Zealand, taller than Mount Cook, so it's definitely unfamiliar terrain for me.
You get up above tree line and it gets really steep and rocky, and it gets kind of challenging to stay on the bike and just keep moving forward. You're up really high, searching for every bit of oxygen you can.
I love Columbine, and it really took me back to why I started racing, right? You have this huge hour-long climb, the vistas open up, and it's beautiful.
All right, once again, we are back with our leader here, continuing his solo flight now. He's making the most of this climb. And again, we're not quite sure if it was an attack, if it was a conversation, or if Simone just couldn't handle the pace as soon as they hit the slopes. But just like kind of clockwork as far as Leadville goes, Keegan Swenson is all by his lonesome here on the Columbine climb. And looks like he's working relatively hard out there. And nothing but empty roadway there in front of him. So this is going to be a kind of a lonely road to hoe for Keegan. But meanwhile, we are back with our women. This looks like our leading group, I believe, of our women. We see Sophia, Cecily Decker, Melissa's in there, Kate Courtney in the mix as well. And looks like they're having a little bit of maybe a discussion there, just trying to keep themselves organized. Remember, we were at 9 in that leading group at one point. We've dropped a few riders. So we know we dropped Sarah Lang. She was out of that mix. And we know Ruth Edwards out of that mix. Michaela Thompson did a great job outward bound. She'd been distanced a little bit when they came through outward bound, but she did a great job to rally, get back into the safety of this group, and be able to save some energy and keep herself in contention.
Yeah, looks like so far these women are rolling through, taking turns on the front, as they want to do as much as possible as they start to head into the Twin Lakes aid station. This is where, the group effort, saving a little bit of energy, sitting in the draft, can pay dividends later. So it's, this is where everybody is kind of trying to reserve just a little bit before they hit the big effort, up that 3,600 foot ascent to get over to 12,000 feet for the day. But right now, looking good.
All right, now we're looking at the leaders in our age groupers. Remember, they started at 6:30, so our elite men were the first group off. They went at 6 o'clock. 10 minutes later, we sent our elite women off. And then 20 minutes after the women, 6:30, our age groupers got underway. And so now we're looking at the front end of our age groupers as they make their way through this long area here. And it looks like a good separation. Not sure who's up in that front end of the mix, but it looks like 5 or 6 riders up in that mix. Actually, see two or three way off in the distance, or maybe more than that, as they continue. And they're now on that fastest part of the course as well, through that outward bound area, and now kind of coming out of any shelter now, and they're gonna they're going to get to that exposed area. But, you know, as you just said, Meredith, it seems like there's not a lot of wind out there. So that's, I'm sure the riders are pretty happy with that. One less element to have to fight. You can see that little cloud cover out there keeping things a little cool. The high today only expected to get to about 71 degrees, which, you know, again, it's 71 at sea level is so different than 71 up here. And like, I kind of learned that the hard way last year when I came out here, and you're like, my word, it feels like it's like 85 degrees. You're so hot, and you forget that you're like 2 miles up in the sky versus sea level.
Exactly,
right?
how close you are to the sun.
And so it's kind of crazy. So, you know, the cloud cover at 71 degrees actually is a super welcome thing right now, as we're once again, we're back with our leader, Keegan Swenson, 4 times champion here in Leadville, 4 times in a row, looking to try and make it 5 this year. And it was kind of maybe the world's worst secret in the early part of the race that he was going to go for the record, and he finally let the cat out of the bag officially a day or two ago that, yeah, I'm chasing a record. And I think he even said he wanted to try and go around 5.5. Like, he even put that out there, and that is fast. 105 miles, right? Of 12,000 plus feet of elevation. So that, I mean, he's going to have to be on a tear, and he's going to have to really negative split this race to get on terms with what he wants. But that said, we've got a great little piece on our current 4-time champion and current leader, Keegan Swenson.
You know, CR is the first Lifetime Grand Prix race, so it's kind of good to get a win there and go into the series with a little bit of a buffer. As you know, it's a long series and so unpredictable, and really anything can happen. So it's, you know, it's always a good way to get it going.
Meet the new boss, the same as the old boss. This is your winner, Keegan Swenson.
Yeah, I mean, Unbound didn't go great. You know, I had a flat tire, a pretty big crash, amongst some other issues that happened, and you know, that race is so hard and unpredictable. And you know, I've had a good few weeks of training since Unbound. We've got, you know, raced Steamboat Gravel a few weeks ago, and you know, I've got some good prep here on the course up at altitude, and kind of gotten the equipment dialed. And you know, I've won this race a few times and spent plenty of time pre-riding it, and always like trying to do the best I can and be prepared for it, as it's, you know, one of my favorite races, and it's one of the bigger races we have in the States. So I'm, you know, always going to 110%. There's always a good handful of guys who are always good. You know, I think Alex, he'll be fast. He's always good here at Leadville. I know he really wants this one. And then, you know, John Gaston, he's not part of the series, and he's not generally a bike racer. He's a ski racer, but he does a few mountain bike races a year and comes out and is always absolutely flying here. The guy's an absolute animal. So I think we'll have a good fight out there. You know, this race it's kind of a race against yourself for everyone. You know, you're racing against other guys, but in the end, you're racing yourself, and you really have to dial in your pacing with the altitude. So I think you just have to be smart and make sure you kind of have somewhat of a plan of where to push and where to make sure you back off, and make sure the nutrition's good, and kind of follow your own pacing plan, and kind of whatever happens, happens. But I like to try and go fast. I think that's the goal, try and go faster than I have in the past every year. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, great insight from Keegan there, and you know, he makes a great point of, like, it's literally a race against yourself, right? It's a mass start race. Obviously, we have little groups out there on the course, but at the end of the day, because of the elevation, because of the altitude that you're operating at, it really does come down to you versus yourself in every way out here.
Yeah, for sure. There's places on the course where you want to be, you know, with a small group, and you want to be able to work with other people and save a little bit of energy. But really, over these climbs, over these descents, there's so many places where you have to race your own race.
Yeah, and a perfect example, right? John Gaston, right? He was with the leaders here, the 3 of them, as they hit the base of the climb, and John quickly realized he had to slip into his own element out there as well. So smart play by Gaston. We're looking at our women now. Still a good group there together. 7 riders there in the lead, so they're still working really well together. It doesn't seem like there's been another attack. So I think riders, you know, again, trying to stay collective, trying to stay as that one unit, trying to save energy, and just get to Columbine and let that kind of be the next potential launching pad. And, you know, again, it's worth talking about Kate Courtney again in that lead group. You know, Kate coming from the world of cross-country mountain bike racing, which those races are so much shorter than this race. And look, when you're racing at that level, she's a former world champion back in 2018. You obviously have a good endurance base, right? So I have no doubt that she does plenty of training rides that are 4, 5, 6 hours to build that base. But a training ride of that length versus a race of that length they're different animals altogether. And so this is her first time here in Leadville for the Leadville Trail 100. She was here for the stage race where we break the 100 down into 3 stages. It's 40, 20, and 40. But this is her first time doing the 100 all together, and we know that 7 odd hours is the general finish time for the leading women. I mean, that's if she's used to racing 2 hours, hour and a half, like that's an unbelievable jump, and that's kind of hard to make up with just simply, hey, I'm going to draft a little bit better. Hey, I'm going to take in a few extra grams of carbs. So what does Kate Courtney have to do to turn the tide in her favor here today?
Yeah, I mean, Kate is such a pro, and she has been for so long. I mean, like you said, in 2018, God, it seems like it was just a couple of years ago that we were screaming for Kate.
Right.
She was, winning the world championships, and I can't believe it was that long ago. But, so that just tells you how long she's been doing this and how long she's been at the top of her game. And, yeah, she's doing the long ride. She's putting in the long miles and the long hours. But you're right, training is a little bit different than racing. But last weekend I was at home and I had the opportunity to ride a little bit with Maddie Monroe and Bjorn Riley, 2 of our top American World Cup cross country stars over in Europe, and we rode with them for, 45 minutes or so before they went off and did their own thing, because they were going on some mega 5-6 hour ride. So again, they're only racing for an hour and a half approximately, but they're putting in the long hours and the long miles, even though they're doing much shorter races.
Yeah, I mean, it's, at its core, bike racing is an endurance sport. There's no way around that. But it's such a different world out here. And I love that Kate is here.
Mm-hmm.
I love that she's, just a new name in the mix. And it's just going to be interesting to see how it plays out, because I really think, I think she's going to be really good over Columbine, right? I think she's still going to be in her element. To me, it's going to be by the time they get back to, to Powerline on the return. I think that's going to be the potential turning point. If she gets over that, I mean, it's like you're getting close to home now. You've only got a couple more climbs. You might be able to will yourself that last hour or so. But, yeah, time will tell.
Well, and one of the things you talked about, too, is the technicality of the Powerline descent, which means you also have to go up that
and it's
as
so
well.
Steep,
so
25%.
So not only
grade.
right. So not only is it steep, but I mean, you're constantly changing lines and, navigating over big, chunky baby head rocks and all of that thing and those types of, terrain. So Kate has that experience and that skill as well. I mean, World Cups are, even more challenging than that. And World Cup courses are steep and they're incredibly technical. We've seen World Cup racing change a lot over the years from, the 2 hour plus World Cup courses where it was, 1 or maybe 2 laps, and now they're doing these shorter courses or these shorter circuits and more laps. And part of that is, for the fans, it's more exciting to watch. But the courses have become way more technical. So Kate will also have kind of that in her back pocket of, just getting up the Powerline climb, what she's used to in, World Cup races. Not that long, obviously, but the distance or the gradient and the technical aspect of that climb will work in her favor.
Yeah, that's actually a great observation, right? Just because it's so similar to those challenging courses that she's used to facing. So it'll be fun to watch. So we continue to see Cecily Decker. My word, she's just really driving it up there. And Decker, no stranger to being on the front. We talked about her so much at Unbound, that 200-mile course. She spent a lot of time in the wind out there, and we kept wondering, man, does she really have the energy to continue doing that? And I mean, she rode really, really well. All right, looks like we are going to go back to Nat. We're over again in that Twin Lakes section. So, Nat, how are we doing over there?
Wow, the excitement is really picking up, and today would be one of those days to be on the support cruise instead of doing this impending doom of the Columbine climb once they cross this dam. So word is that the women are headed this way. Once they cross down from that last little descent, they have a tad bit of single track before they hit the dam and cross this dam, which is very packed today. And soak it up. As you're a racer, you got to have these folks, even in the bad moments where you're in that pain cave and suffering, it's all about the energy you pick up from these feed zones. It is amazing that there are this many people out here today. One good thing that I notice is the big flags and all the air blades where you can actually see where your tent is, because this goes on, and we're talking a quarter of a mile of back-to-back 10x10s, vehicles, coolers, and the support out here is immense, but they need it because this Columbine climb is no joke. Nothing to report on visibility for me, so I can't tell you what the oh, here we go. Lead moto, and looks like Nate, who has been doing lead moto for the Lifetime Grand Prix, taking the lead women here, is probably 10 seconds in front. And check it out. We have a little bit of a separation. This is what you want to see, though. You need to grab your bags and support. The men are getting chased down here. I love it. Everyone these days, all without their cameras. Okay, here they come. So Sophia is got what she needs. Decker is pulled out bottles. Kate, calm and collected. Michaela rolling in. It's unbelievable how professional these feeds are with these. It looks like 7 gals in the lead group, and you've got road pros in there and mountain bikers that have been doing this race for 3 or 4 times. This is the true tale once they round this corner. A little bit more single track, another section of real flat, easy gravel before it real starts. So they are rounding the corner, this lead group of 7, onto a climb, probably 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes of this climb. Once they do this little section of this climb, they are in for it. It's warm-up zone, and it is game on. And then the crazy thing about Columbine, as you guys know, is you have all that out and back. So you're in your own little world, and it's crazy that you have so much time on Columbine that you prepared your entire season for that goes by quickly. And that is if you've taken care of your nutrition, that's if you've done all the right things. If not, the rest of the day gets incredibly long. Great to see the lead 7 out here working together, because this is it for working together from this point on. The separations are really going to start to happen. It'll be interesting to see what the chasers are doing, because even the ladies here can still make contact. This climb is so long, so brutal, so many switchbacks that all they need to do, if they're a climber, if they've got their cadence going and they pace themselves, it's not an issue. So everyone's prepped, they know what they're doing, and this climb from here on out on Columbine is a sufferfest. You know you're in trouble when you're looking down at your front tire, and all you can do is make up what you need to do on that climb. Columbine, pretty famous. I wouldn't recommend just putting it on your bucket list to go out and ride unless you're doing part of something else. Okay, and here we have, Finn Champ. It's like, check it out. These are the gals that are going to make the next connections here. Our group, Finn Champ is, let's just see, we're going back to you at the studio now.
All right, we've got our eyes on the leading women as they got through the Twin Lakes and on that little climb that's going to start to lead them into the base of Columbine. They still got a few minutes before they get on the climb proper over there. And, you know, again, 7 riders, and hard to pick out if anyone looks a little bit better than anyone else. You know, we've seen Decker has been on the front. She was on the back on our last shot there a little bit, maybe letting a bike length or 2 open up between herself and Michaela Thompson. But everyone looking smooth. You know, we're always looking for those body language reads, right? When we have that view from behind, you're looking to see if the shoulders are really rocking, if the head is dropping. looking to see what that cadence looks like, if it's choppy or uneven. But there's no real tell right now in any of those categories. So all 7 of our women in that lead group still looking very, very smooth, as they are just really moments away from the base of the Columbine climb.
Yeah, and that section that they're on right now is deceivingly hard. I mean, a lot of what we're seeing on the coverage today, you can't quite tell the gradient or you know, what the terrain exactly looks like. And so much of this is harder than what it looks like on camera. And this section in particular, leading into the bottom of the true climb up to Columbine Mine, is deceivingly hard.
Yeah, it's a good little warm-up for the roughly 1 hour climb coming up momentarily.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are. Because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
Along came a glacier and turned a land of ice into a world of wonder. And while we love getting out there, we need to protect and preserve what's out there so that it inspires just as much awe in those who discover it next. Introducing the Bronco Wild Fund, created by Ford to connect people to the outdoors responsibly.
All right, we are back with our leading women, and looks like maybe we've shed a rider out of that group as we see Sophia on the front. Kind of leading things through, and no surprise to see Sophia kind of getting on the front to be able to see the line. You can see the trail a little bit challenging. The riders kind of going back and forth, trying to dodge those rocks, trying to stay safe here as they make their way towards the climb proper. And I'll tell you what, as we are getting to the base of the Columbine climb, it is brought to you by Shimano. Shimano has just recently launched 3 new mountain bike groups, with the all-new XTR M9200 being the top offering. XTR is all about confidence. With a variety of cassettes, rear derailleurs, and disc brake options, XTR has what racers need to perform at their peak. The wide range 1051 cassette option, mated with the long cage SGS rear derailleur, is a favorite for the Shimano athletes here, especially as they tackle the steep grades of this Columbine climb.
Yes, and I have had the fortune to be on the new XTR Di2 now for quite a while. And I've got to tell you, the speed at which the shifting, you know, it's just so quick and so seamless and so flawless and smooth. And the other thing that you mentioned is, you know, this 1051 cassette option. But the other option that is also, you know, an opportunity for these riders to choose from is the 945.
And that's a lighter weight, right?
Yep. So you've got a lighter weight cassette, a shorter rear derailleur cage, also so preventing strikes, you know, rock strikes and that kind of thing. So lots of fun options with this new XTR, XT, and Dior groups.
Yeah, we're happy to have Shimano as a partner there with this Columbine climb. We kind of pan out a little bit, trying to figure out who, looks like one of the women has been dropped from that group potentially. Couldn't quite see who it was. We know, I think you mentioned Lauren Stevens has still been in this group, and she's the only rider, you say, that has not been here. We know Kate Courtney, she's seen this climb by way of the stage race.
Well, and Lauren did too.
Okay, fair. That's true. Fair enough. She did the stage race. But,
so again, neither one of them have put this whole day together, but both were at the stage race, and yeah. So we'll see how it all comes together on the day for them.
Yeah, Lauren again with that road pedigree of such a high level of success on the road. It's I'm sure she's hoping she can turn that fitness into something big out here today. Get over the climb and, you know, navigate the descent, really. I mean, I think getting over the climb, not really the issue there. It's a matter of making sure you get back down that climb safely, because that's, you know, other than power line, rather, it's like that's the descent that we all talk about. Is like it can serve up a lot of mishap if you're not careful. You take a bad line, especially because, you know, by the time they get over the top, start the descent, you're now coming into traffic going up the hill.
Right.
Right. So
Right.
it's like your line choice isn't as widely available. You have
Right.
to stay
You've
to
got
the
to
right.
share. You've got to
share
the
space, right?
Right. And technically, you know, the uphill riders get the right of way.
Exactly.
I mean, that's kind of the etiquette in,
right.
in mountain bike riding. You know, when you're on a single track section, anyone coming up or anyone going down generally pulls off to the side of the trail to let those who are going up have their line and their line choice. This isn't necessarily so narrow that you have to stop and pull over, of course, but still, you know, as some of those age groupers are coming up and as you get up to the top of like the goat trail, that section is incredibly technical and rocky, and that's where if somebody puts a foot down, everybody else behind them is also going to put a foot down, and
it's
then
that chain
and that's,
effect, right? It's
Yep.
definitely potential for problems. So we are going to turn it back to Lauren Hall for some updates from her vantage point out there on the course.
Mic check. Feeling good about this?
This isn't necessarily so narrow.
Hey guys, we are still here at the Outward Bound aid stop, and Nat, like you were talking about at your aid stop in Twin Lakes, the party is happening. We're having a really good time out here. All the amateurs are starting to come through, and like you were talking about, the flags, the hats, what everybody is using to basically find their person and let them person find them. We've got cheer squads. I mean, it's a little bit of everything. I finally have taken off my heavier jacket. It's starting to warm up here. It's a little bit dusty out here, but man, we are having such a good time right now. This is so good, guys. Back to you. We are still here at the Outward Bound.
Is there anyone more infectious than Lauren? I love when we turn the mic over to her because it's just such an infectious display coming out of her. When the miles start adding up, don't forget Kenetik helps you stay strong, stay clear, and finish fast. Clean energy, real results. DrinkKenetik.com.
I was just going to say it's mighty comfortable sitting in here in the studio, but she definitely makes me feel like I'm missing out by not being part of that party out there at the Outward Bound aid station, and with Nat at the Twin Lakes aid station as well. It really truly is a party with all the supporters out there looking for their athletes, and they're out there for hours. It's a long day, and some of them are even trying to go from, you know, between different aid stations. So they're not necessarily staying just at the one place. And so, you know, it's also a little bit stressful. So amongst the party atmosphere and the good vibes and all of that, being a supporter out there, being a feeder is stressful because the last thing you want to do is miss your rider.
Well, right, because, you know, we talk so many of the riders, and I bet it's like that with some of the amateurs that have support staff, one bottle, you know, and just banking on these aid stations. And so, you know, if you miss just one, it can be, you know, a really big deal out there. And yeah, to your point of it being stressful, it's sometimes it's almost harder than being the athlete. I mean, look, when you're the athlete, you just got to ride the bike. You know, you don't have to, you know, we're in the middle of nowhere out here with the course, so there's only X amount of roads to get from one aid station to the other. And so it's a very tricky process. So yeah, hats off to all the support crew out there for, you know, waking up at 3 in the morning and getting out there and staking their spot and just kind of hanging around and doing the shuffle all day long. It's a necessary thing for these athletes. They bank on it and they need it to ride to their optimum levels. We're now looking back at Keegan Swenson just all by his lonesome, so it's nothing new. Certainly, it's not a shocking revelation that he's by himself on the slope somewhere, maybe about a third of the way up, I would guess halfway up Columbine at this point. We're about 2 hours and 46 minutes into our men's race right now, and we had three riders get away relatively early. It was the Swiss rider Simone Palou, who's been so aggressive in the first 2 rounds. Keegan Swenson, of course, your defending champion here, and last year's second place finisher here, the Skimo racer John Gaston. Those were your 3 riders that got away relatively early. They worked really well together, everyone doing their share, everyone communicating, and everyone up to the task for the same cause. And it wasn't really until we got to the lower slopes of Columbine where first Gaston came off, you know, we presumably just to ride within himself, ride his own pace. And then, I mean, it wasn't but a few minutes later that all of a sudden we saw a little bit of separation, and Simone Pelot was off the pace. So that leaves us now with our lone leader, Keegan Swenson, on the men's side.
Yep, and we're going to kind of come in and out of, you know, as we're seeing the riders head up Columbine, you know, they're in and out of the trees for quite a while before they get up above tree line, and so that's harder for the cameras to capture, even for the helicopter that's up there following them. They can't necessarily see through the trees. Right. So this is a good place where we're going to see both action from the men's and the women's races as Keegan and Simone and John make their way up towards the top of the Columbine mine, and as we watch these women coming into the bottom and to start their ascent.
Well, as we watch our women leaders in our camera right on Kate Courtney, we're going to switch to a great little piece we've got on the former cross-country mountain bike world champion.
I've primarily raced cross-country mountain bike World Cups and focused on that discipline, and have had kind of a unique season and opportunity to do something a little different with Leadville this year. I'm 8 weeks out now from having a screw put in my scaphoid. I had kind of an unfortunate timed wrist break, but in some ways it was also fortunate. And I think I got a really nice break, and training's been going really well. And I think Leadville was the perfect thing to kind of motivate me and excite me to get back on track. I am so glad I did the stage race. I've said it time and time again. I don't think I'd have any chance of having the kind of ride I want to have in the 100-miler had I not participated in a stage race. It was really good for me to just jump in, be exposed, be able to kind of experiment and see where my limits are at altitude, and then take that back and work with my coaches to kind of dial in a plan for the big one. I think for me, my focus is still really on this cross-country World Cup circuit. It's definitely like we call it an expiring offer. Like, there's only a very short window where you can compete at that level, and I still feel that I had some unfinished business. But I do think this really highlighted to me how kind of stepping outside that lane and doing a variety of different types of racing and approaching a bunch of different types of challenges actually has always made me a better cross-country racer. I think Leadville is just such an iconic and historic race, and it's one of the biggest in the US. I think when I started racing, one of the things I really loved was being around the US mountain bike community and being able to compete alongside amateurs. I think that's something that gravel racing does really, really well, and it's super special. I do that locally a lot, but obviously don't get the chance at races like World Cup. So for me, it's been something that I was curious about and really interested in, and kind of inspired by the challenge. But it was hard to fit into my schedule. So this was a unique opportunity, and I had to seize it.
Road ID is an essential piece of gear for every cyclist, which is why it's worn by top athletes like Alexei Vermeulen, Keegan Swenson, Sofia Gomez, Avisha Fanye, and Sarah Sturm. In an emergency, it communicates who you are and who to contact. Road ID has been fueling adventure and delivering peace of mind since 1999. You can check them out at roadid.com.
All right, here we're seeing this chase group coming through the feed zone here, and it looks like maybe we are missing Haley Smith. We see Hannah Otto here, Paige Onweller, and Ruth Edwards. Haley Smith was with this group. Hard to see if she's just slightly off the back or where she might be, but yeah, this group of three rolling along here with their eyes forward on the big climb to come.
Yeah, they're still making some progress. Not sure where Haley is, but we'll figure that out momentarily. In the meantime, we are going to turn it back over to Lauren Hall out there in the field. And I believe Lauren over there with the Orange Seal folks again.
And Ruth Edwards, Haley Smith was.
All right, guys, we have the infamous Carl Decker here. I found Carl actually watching the screen, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But Carl wanted to talk to you first. Carl's with Live Giant, and Meredith was talking about all the different bike selections that had to be made because of the drop bars. Can you speak on that just a little bit for your riders?
Yeah, I can. You know, it's not just changing your handlebars. The front end with those bars is so much longer that all of our athletes being on drop bars this week, we had to reframe everybody's bike. So it's an entirely different frame and a different size. Everybody goes down one size. It's kind of a lot of work.
Okay, and then you also, using the big screen, you could see Trekkie having a tire issue, wheel issue. Can you talk about what happened when he came in and you had a chance to talk to him?
Yeah, we got to this first feed zone. We saw the Jumbotron, and like the first thing we saw is our rider getting back on his bike from some kind of calamity. So we're like, oh man, it's like 7:30 in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, haven't even started. So the rider in front of him moved a big boulder into his line, and he couldn't stop. He hit it, broke his wheel, didn't even puncture it. Just a really big impact. His day was over before it began. So it's a shame. He's put a lot into this race. It's really hard to watch sometimes, you know.
And now you have Melissa in the front group doing really well, and you're going to be watching her basically, and you'll see her coming back through. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can just sit here and watch the TV, and from my comfy chair, and watch the race unfold. This is really cool. She's in a really good spot. You know, it's kind of her race to lose. She's kind of the favorite. She's very, very good up here. She could lose it in a variety of ways, but my money is on Melissa.
Let me ask you one more question. Were you here with her a couple of weeks ago for the stage race, and that result for her, had to have been huge for her going into this weekend as well?
I wasn't out here. She has her own little support, Cosmos, you know. So we weren't out here, but it was great to see her get that confidence and just know that she's in the right spot. The bike she has, which is pretty weird, is working, and she's, you know, it's fast. She set a bunch of QOMs on descents with these little narrow bars, and that was the question mark, right? Like, well, are you going to be able to control it on the downs? She could control it on the downs real well, and it's going to be a fast day.
Okay, well, we can't wait to see her come back through, and all the work that you're doing. Thank you so much, Carl. Enjoy the big screen.
Yeah, this is fun. I'm glad to be here.
Thanks, guys.
LTH was built for days like this. Lifetime's own supplement line, LTH has been trusted for 20-plus years and delivers clean, effective recovery with ingredients that are pure, potent, and always third-party tested. And we're looking now back at our chase in our men's race, and look at this. Gaston is now gotten ahead of Simone Pelot just by a few bike lengths, but these two are back together now, and Gaston leading the way, and you can kind of watch those shoulders rocking on Pelot, right? He's leaning into those pedals with just about every pedal stroke, so not sure if he's just kind of finding his rhythm, or if maybe Gaston has him on the ropes just a little bit.
Well, we talked about this, you know, how Keegan said it in his piece earlier. This is a race against yourself in a lot of ways. And, you know, John, having a lot of experience at this race, knows how to pace himself coming into it. Sure, it's always nice to be with other people. But now they have, you know, Keegan up the road as their little rabbit. But, you know, John could have just said, look, I can't go that pace up this climb. I need to back off. I know what I'm capable of. So he backed off a little bit. Simone I'm sure he's ridden this climb. You know, he's been out here pre-riding, seeing the course, but he's never raced here before. So it's a kind of a different test for him in a race scenario of like, what kind of pacing, where do I need to be? Sure, I'm sure he has his numbers, his different metrics, heart rate, power, all the things on his bike. But man, when you're in a race situation, sometimes it's like some of those things go out the window, and you're like, I know I'm with this wheel, I'm feeling good, and I want to stay here as long as I can, until you realize, oops, I've just gone a little too deep, and you've got to back off and try to recover when you can.
Yeah, especially if he's only reconned this climb once, which was the impression I got from talking to him on Thursday afternoon. They just kind of did one preview of it, and it's a long enough climb that one preview, it's really easy to forget every little section in a climb of that length. So, yeah, to your point, you know, kind of always wondering, geez, is it safe to get on the gas a little bit here? Should I recover? I kind of forget what's coming up next and exactly how far I've got to the summit. And, you know, that's where it's kind of funny going back to talking about Melissa Rollins last year, kind of going naked, as we would call it, with no metrics, no anything. You know, you just go on how you feel, and you just kind of ride in the moment, and it is what it is. But right now, Gaston and Pelot locked in battle. And one of the interesting things we're going to see Meredith, when they do get over the top of Columbine and, begin the trip back down, let's remember, we started this race at 6 a.m., right? The temperature outside was probably 48, maybe 50 degrees at the start. It's going to be probably in the mid to high 60s when they get to the top. Plus the altitude difference, it's going to another 2,500 feet of elevation from in-town Leadville here. That's going to make a big difference in the tire pressure. And we talk so much about this descent and where we need traction and where we need grip. The tire pressure is effectively going to change with that temperature and the altitude, right?
Right. So Andrew L'Esperance was one of the guys who mentioned this, I think, on the athlete panel the other day, and he and I were talking about it. And, he said that between the temperature increase and the altitude increase, elevation increase, you're going to, that you could see tire pressure go up 1 to 3 PSI, which that doesn't sound like a lot, especially if you come from a road background. But, for mountain bike, 1 to 3 PSI a difference can make that's a big difference in the way that your tires, roll over the rocks and the terrain and the loose dirt, that loose over hard. So, up at the top on that goat trail, that's the hardest, most technical part of this course. It's steep and it's really rocky. So once they get up to the top and they turn around and they come back down those extra PSI in the tires can make a little bit of a difference where they won't have as much grip as they have had, as they get back down lower, and maybe the tire pressure comes back down a little bit.
And then you combine that with what we talked about. You're going back down the hill. You don't necessarily have line choice because you've got to stay to the right because of riders coming up, and then the flat bar drop bar thing, right? Like if you're running the flat bars like Gaston is, probably not as big of an effect having that pressure difference, but certainly for Keegan and then for Pelot on the drop bars, that difference is going to get magnified, I think, greatly.
Yeah, just that control, that grip, all those things, all those little nuances can make a big difference, especially with these athletes who are so in tune to every little aspect of their bike, all their equipment, just everything about, what's on their body, the conditions, all of those little things, they are aware of everything. And so those little changes can make a big difference in how they adapt and pivot. I mean, they're all pros and they'll know what to do, but
yeah, it's kind of crazy. We're getting a time split now, so Keegan Swenson with just a little bit over a 4-minute gap over Gaston and Pelot, so 4 minutes so far, and I would venture to guess he's probably about halfway, maybe a little more than halfway up this climb right now, so still potentially more time to gain as he makes his way to the top, and that's going to be a nice little cushion to start the second half of the race. I mean, we're not even halfway through, right? It's not literally until they get partway through that turnaround at the top that we know we're officially into the second half of the bike race, and still 52 odd miles yet to go. We are 105 miles, not just 100 miles here today. But 4-minute gap so far, and we'll also, when we get to the top of the hill, we'll be able to kind of compare splits from last year again, as we've been doing, and just kind of see what kind of time frame he's running on. Again, at the base of the climb, or coming through Twin Lakes, I guess, about 1:37, I think it was, faster than last year. So again, in terms of him wanting to chase the record and that time that he put out there, not really sure he's on that time pace unless he's planning a big negative split approach, which, I mean, look, it's possible, and that's the ultimate goal for everyone, right, is to try and negative split the race, go a little bit faster in the second half, or at the very least don't go slower.
Right.
But he's going to have to go a fair bit faster in the second half of that race, which it's going to be a pretty big challenge.
But Keegan, I mean, he knows exactly what his markers are out there, so he knows where he needs to be at what time, and so he could have been using John and Simone as just saving a little bit coming into the bottom of this climb, knowing that he would eventually ride away from these guys, but just that little bit of savings that he might have, had in his back pocket coming into this climb, that's what helped him launch off the front now. And then that, that little bit of savings too will help him get back to the finish. And this tracks, like he is, we've seen this before where he's by himself on the climb, going down the descent by himself and soloing all the way to the finish. So, I mean, he knows exactly where he needs to be. He's no stranger to his markers out on course today.
And I think, maybe in some respects, this is exactly what he wanted, right? Just control your own destiny, right? When you're following other riders, especially down the hill, and you can't see the line, you can't see the rocks, riders move at the last second, and the risk factor certainly goes up just a little bit. The Bronco Wild Fund, powered by Ford Motor Company, helps protect and preserve public lands across the U.S., including the forests and trails surrounding Colorado. A portion of the profits from every Bronco sold supports programs focused on responsible outdoor access, conservation, and public land stewardship. Learn more at broncowildfund.com.
Man, it's so wide open and exposed, but obviously we don't have any flags or big trees up here. We're well above tree line now to see really what the wind conditions are like. But Keegan is he's trucking along. He looks smooth. I mean, Keegan very rarely looks like, he's in the hurt box. But that being said, Keegan is also one of the guys out there who knows how to dig deeper than just about anybody else. We saw him back at, I can remember Levi's Grand Fondo watching that race, and there was a guy off the front that he was chasing, and we thought, oh, no way is Keegan going to bring that back. But in perfect Keegan fashion, that's exactly what he did. Not only did he close that gap, but then he went on to win the race. And talking to Alexi and Keegan are good friends, and Alexi has said before too, he's like, I don't think I know anyone else who can go as deep as Keegan does.
Well, I'll tell you, if you question how deep he can go, just rewatch our recap video of Sea Otter this year. If you remember, coming across the line, he literally vomited across the line. He went that deep in the closing moments to hang on for the win, and that's a tall task as we now see him.
So Keegan is now on his way down,
right,
and we just saw him pass John Gaston and Simon Pilot. So he clearly has, that 4+ minute gap coming down. And then we could also see a little bit of that separation between John and Simone. So Simone is still seems to be hanging on to pretty close to the back of John's wheel. Maybe a few bike lengths there, not too big of a deal. And I anticipate that, Simone, I mean, with the way he's been descending and staying with his group down the power line descent and whatever, he might be able to close that gap to John. So they end up coming down to the bottom of this descent and trying to chase Keegan back.
Yeah, I absolutely think that's going to be the case, that they're gonna reunite. In the meantime, we're watching Keegan, and you can see, he watches that upper body, right? He's using so much body language to maneuver that bike, and this is this is the tricky part of the course with the drop bars, right? We've talked so much about it, and again, not to continue to beat it, but this is where the risk factor is high. As again, here's that oncoming traffic, riders weaving up the hill, and Keegan coming down that hill probably 30 miles an hour, 50 kilometers an hour, and you can just see him almost brushing shoulders with riders that are coming up, because Keegan's just literally letting it all hang out there. Obviously very confident in his setup with the bars and the tires and his abilities, and obviously not content clearly to just kind of quote, recover on the descent and save it for down at the bottom. He's continuing to try and make time, because again, he knows that Simone was a little bit nervous about these descents, and he made it through the power line descent, which was great, but this is a much longer descent, right? Much so, the longer it is, the more room for potential error it is. So Keegan's like, what, I'm just going to force their hand and make them go deep, make them potentially make a mistake. So it's a smart move by Keegan, I think, to just continue to rail this descent. He's got no one coming at him at the moment, so you can see he's kind of picking his lines a little more liberally out there. But he is just getting after it right now.
Yeah, and sure, this might be, you know, a little bit of a recovery section, but the fact is he still has to, everybody has to stay so focused. As you could see, there's a lot of exposure out there, you know, a lot of lines. If you're not paying attention or you're just, you know, you're in the red, right? And you're sucking air and you're trying to get all the oxygen in. And so you can make, it's easy to make mistakes and blow through a turn or whatever. So you still have to stay so focused. And that requires a lot of energy, even though you're not pedaling. It's still an effort. It's still stress. And, you know, at the speed that he's descending to, normally if you have an open road or an open, you know, trail, whatever, you can apex the turns. But he can't necessarily do that, especially if he's coming into a blind turn, because you don't know what's coming up the other side. So you have to, like, navigate and pick the right speed for where the sections are that you can see people coming up, and then also staying focused on your lines. You know, it's not pavement, right? So there's still rocks and ruts and whatever else that you have to be focused on. So there's a lot of things going on that don't just allow you to go into full recovery mode on this descent.
Yeah, and you're you know, interestingly enough, even though maybe your legs are getting a little recovery because you see him kind of coasting and just kind of leveling, you know, neutralizing the pedals to kind of get around the turns, your upper body now is getting a ton of a workout. You know, I mean, you've gotten that upper body workout on some of the climbs when it's been really steep, but now it's just full upper body, full core workout, trying to maintain that control. And, you know, we know from the stage race that getting back down that climb, you know, back from the top of Columbine back to Twin Lakes, it's like 27 minutes, right? That's a long haul to really stay so mentally focused, and for your upper body to have to be engaged so much for, you know, traditional bike races. I mean, you go back 20 years ago, 30 years ago, bike racers rarely went to the gym and did any of that stuff. And the need has really, you know, arisen for that now, that riders have to spend a lot of time in the gym, especially for these disciplines, for gravel and for mountain bike, because you realize there's so much engagement, and it can actually cost you very negatively if you don't have a good deal of strength to be able to handle the bike the way Keegan is handling it right now, and be so nimble and put it exactly where you want it every couple of seconds to dodge all that trail debris.
Yeah, and two other things that, you know, kind of happen on this descent is one thing, it's arm pump that we talk a lot about in mountain biking, and granted he's on drop bars, but with how long this descent is and how much you're still braking, I mean, it's all relative to how much Keegan might be braking to some of the other riders out there on the course today. But, you know, that constant just arm pump and, you know, on the brakes for such an extended descent, your hands just get, oh man, they get tired. But then also at the bottom of this climb, after you've been just sort of in that kind of attack position, not pedaling, we know what it's like when you've just kind of you stop at a coffee shop, right? And you're sitting, and then you get back on your bike and you start rolling again, and your legs feel like terrible, right? It's the same thing after a long descent like this. When you haven't been pedaling, you've got to kind of get the legs going back again and get in that groove and that rhythm.
Yeah, it's a tough one out there, but he's in full flight now on the descent. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to Nat Ross. Nat's looks like he's got someone to get a little insight from over there.
Might just be looking behind you. If that's
Yeah,
okay.
totally cool.
Yeah.
Okay, Nat Ross here with the Orange Seal Crew Cam. It is hectic. We just had the lead moto go through for the men. I have special guest Nicole Baker here. Nicole, Payson is due from injury. He's recovered. He's racing. He's up, coming down now.
He looks so strong. We're excited to see him come down. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
Great, Nicole. So how many seconds till you expect to see Payson, and then we're just signing you off?
I think it'll probably be about 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Nicole. Back to her duties. Well, I can tell you this. Howard Gratz had the most emotional crew here come through with the Orange Seal crew. It was spectacular how Specialized just jumped out. There they go. That's what they're doing all day long. So way to go up this climb when you got the energy back here. Maybe they could do some pedaling for you, too, on the way up Columbine. But lead moto just came through, so that means Keegan, if he's on course to break his record like he stated he wanted to do, it is game time. time. It is so loose. The traction and the two-way traffic is insane. There's men, women, elites, and then now age and all other racers are starting their approach past the dam. This is the spot to be, and it warmed up quick. So all I can say is the Orange Seal crew cam out here, full effect. There's a lot going on. Got all sorts of action, and I want to be on a crew, and the crews are exactly what we need at this point in the game. So can't wait to see what the men are doing. Simone going to surprise us with his downhilling skills. I think the Tour of Switzerland, when he would always animate those attacks back in his early racing days, he could handle the downhills. I remember on TV him just being one of those harrowing descenders. So he can do it on a mountain bike. It'll be interesting to see with this two-way traffic what happens. You really can't carry the apexes like Keegan can do. So the chasers, and then you have Taylor Ledeen right behind him in the next chase group with the rest of the guys. Full mountain bikers that are in their haven and love the descent. So they earned it. Time to go back in. So, hey, guys in the studio, this is crazy out here. Let's go back to some controlled chaos. So, Meredith, Bill, take her away.
All right, we are back, and just looking at our time splits at the halfway spot over the top of Columbine. Keegan crossed that in 3:02:35, so about 3 minutes on the nose faster than last year's time. And we know there's obviously this fast descent. You got 7.5 miles of straight up descend on the way back. So, you know, it stands to reason that the second half of the course a little bit faster, certainly from the initial turnaround heading back. His time gap, 5.5 minutes. 5.5 minutes over Gaston and Pelot. Those two are, I mean, they're separated by about 6-7 seconds, as we noted before. So we fully expect that reconnection to happen somewhere on the descent, or the worst case down in the valley when they get back toward Twin Lake. But yeah, Keegan Swenson, just what can you say, right? He's doing what he does. He's ridden what looks to be a very smart race, had some help on the way out, went his pace on the climb, which is just quite simply faster than anybody else. And he's on a pretty good time, a little over 17 miles an hour average, which obviously has come down, which makes sense because he just climbed for 50-odd minutes. But it won't be too long before that average speed really starts to creep back up. In that chase group, we've got Andrew Lesperance, Taylor Ledeen there, Hugo Drechot having a great ride. Yet Cole Patton still doing quite well. Braden Lang hanging on to 8th place. Cam Jones, first we've seen him kind of getting that diesel warmed up. He's now up in 9th place. And Zach Carlton has himself squarely inside the top 10 on the men's side of things.
Yeah, so Cam Jones, let's talk about him for a second.
let's talk about that guy, shall we?
Because I would say that some people are probably surprised to see him in this group of this top 10 heading up Columbine. Cam, he'll admit he's not a small guy. He doesn't have that climber's build, but holy cow, does that man have some power, as we saw, you know, at Unbound.
Power.
I mean, I think that there were World Tour teams going, hello, you want to come over to the road?
Kidding,
you
right?
know?
Like that's a magnet for those guys looking for those kind of watts.
Yes, yes, he is a big guy, and but I don't know. I am not surprised to see him in this top 10 right now, because he's so strong, and that kid, I call him a kid because he's so young compared to me, but you know, he's solid, and he just has this mentality, this chill, calm mentality, at least that he, you know, that we see from the outside. Who knows what's really going on in his head, but I just think that kind of calm, like, maybe coming in today with no pressure on him because he thinks he's too big for this course is paying off for him.
Yeah, we shall see. So great ride by Cam to get himself back into the mix.
Hey everyone, I'm Alexei Mullen, otherwise known as Willie's dad, and I am a road ID ambassador. Back when I was younger, my parents gifted me a road ID. There was 2 rules for me to go ride by myself. 1, I had to ride on dirt roads, and 2, I had to bring my road ID. It became as routine as putting on my helmet and shoes, and it's pretty cool that years later, it's still with me. Back then, it used to just be something I had to do, part of the rules to leave. Now, it's something that I really understand, and it's super important. It's peace of mind for Sophie, for my parents, best of all, for me, when I'm riding alone. It's been a part of my life since the beginning, and when I can't speak, it can speak for me. It seems small, but you never know. This little bracelet might just save your life.
I think your nutrition is really important. You have to train the same way you race. Yeah, I mean, never second slogan is science first, never second. And I feel like I kind of operate the same way. I'm very regimented, and everything has a plan and a place. And their products sit really well with me. I tested them for a long time before I was like, oh, let's partner up and let's do this.
Your overall winner for the Lifetime Grand Prix, this is Keegan Swenson.
Never seconds, got it figured out. Everything just works.
The new XTR group is the fastest shifting group the world has ever seen. Hyperglide Plus was already the fastest shifting system in the world. It gets even faster thanks to the Shimano wireless protocol. The impact recovery feature allows the derailleur to be pushed out of the way and automatically recover.
All right, we are back with our coverage here, looking again at the descent of Columbine, trying to get our eyes on who we see. A lot of riders now have been crossing over the top of the hill. The chase group making their way back down the hill. We know that chase group is comprised of Hugo Drechot, the French rider, first-timer in the Lifetime Grand Prix, having a great showing. Andrew Lesperance, who, again, it's worth repeating about Andrew. He did the first 3 years of the Lifetime Grand Prix, was not initially selected this year, but got in by way of the wild card with a couple of good rides at Unbound and Sea Otter, and arguably having maybe his best season yet in the Grand Prix, so still lots to come. In the meantime, we are going to switch it back over to our man, Nat Ross, with more updates.
Wow, the dust that Keegan just threw on this descent. No wonder he had those drops. It is tight, so it's almost feeling like the Tour where you have encroachment from both sides. Keegan really must have made that downhill do what he needed to do, because if it was 3 minutes, it's more than 3 minutes now. I am not seeing if it's John or Simone that will roll around next, but wow, this is definitely a day for a record to be broken if that's the case for the men. Can't wait to see what's going to happen with the women if they started to pick it up. But Keegan was flying in the drops, and the dust was just screaming. This is pretty roasty right now, too. It is getting hot out here. So I'm looking to see about what our chase can integrate from this point, too. Columbine's such a wicked climb, and there's so much of the race left. This is a 90-degree point if you've ever been out to the bottom of Columbine here, where it's a little bit of everything. So if there were something that you could watch or a part of the event that you could take a piece of if you were training for this and wanted to get your warm-up on and check out the course, way to do it on a day like today with all these folks out here to give you the energy to make it up Columbine. But wow, it is very dusty out here. Energy levels high. Let's just see who's coming down next to get on the podium for the men. And you can see this out and back traffic. It continues. It is a long chain. Well, Keegan's putting down such a crazy race today that we're going to come back to you in a minute. So I don't see anybody. Let's go back to the studio. All right.
All right, we are back here with our live studio broadcast brought to you by our friends at Orange Seal here. Stop number 3 of the 2025 Lifetime Grand Prix, none other than the Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik. So now looking back at our leader, and looks like he's officially back down into the valley, taking a look over his shoulder. He's going to make his way back through the Twin Lakes area, still passing some guys, still I guess descending a bit here. As he's now getting down into a little bit of an arrow tucking. You see nothing but riders continuing to make their way up the hill. And it's fun for those riders, right, to kind of see like, oh, man, this is what the front end of the race looks like. This
is what I can achieve. Hope to achieve one day.
Right, aspire to as he swings that left-hand turn. And you can see, again, using lots of body language, kind of pushing that bike around to make it do what he wants safely out there. And it's kind of fun. It's so fun to watch him. He's such a master at his craft out there. And, we always talk so much about his climbing ability and his ability here at altitude. But, I mean, the guy is such a good descender as well. He just made such quick work of that descent to get back into the valley. And that was really fun to watch.
Yeah, so something I want to go back to from previous time that we saw Nat in the feed zone was he mentioned Howard Grotz and the emotional kind of welcome that his crew was there, and that's because Howard Grotz crashed, had a horrific crash at Breck Epic on the last stage of Breck Epic last year. Had to be flown out of, off the mountain, broken back, many broken bones. And so the fact that he's actually back on his bike and even here racing this event is a huge achievement. It's not the first race of the season for him. He did come back at Sea Otter, and so we have seen him out there, but I mean, his back has been fused in multiple levels, and so the fact that he can even get in a position on his bike to ride and pedal comfortably is just amazing. And it's just, I think, a testament to who he is too as a person, and just his determination. And he is one of the most humble guys out there too.
He's such a wonderful guy, such a nice guy.
Incredible. And so it makes me happy to see him back out here, and he's been at the front of this race before and won this race. And so, for him to just be out here and want to be part of this is great. And the other person that I want to call out that I happened to see in the feed zone was Chris Blevins.
That's what you're pointing to. Yeah. We saw Chris yesterday. It's funny to see him here running support, right?
Right. So his sister Kaylee is racing. So the fact that, he's normally on the World Cup circuit, if you've been paying attention to the World Cups this year, Chris has been on a tear. Dude, I mean, how many races did he go undefeated?
Unbelievable.
Short track, cross country, it was incredible to watch the start of the season for him this year. So I think it's super cool to see him kind of flip the table a little bit and be out here for his sister on the support side. He gets so much of that from his crew and his people at all the races all year long. So to see him give that back to his sister and be out here and having fun. And Chris is another guy that's just super humble, always has a smile on his face, gives the respect that his competitors deserve, and so it's just really cool to see while they have this break in the season of the World Cup series that he's here and wanting to support other people.
I wonder how many people in the feed zone know that they're in the presence of short track royalty, right? Like how many people are paying close attention?
Right.
Wow, that's like that. It's Chris Blevins. Like, what is he doing?
Right. I'm sure the rumor, the gossip, whatever, it's trickling around the feed station. I'm sure he's getting asked for a lot of pictures and autographs and whatnot down there. But at the same time, he's not telegraphing it by any means. He's hanging out at the specialized tent and. So it's pretty cool to see celebrities like himself out there being part of this event and giving back and showing support for his sister and other friends and teammates out there too.
Well, the saying up here in Leadville is when you're in Leadville, you're family, right? And he's proving to be just kind of part of the whole cycling community family by not just being on the inside of the fences with a number pinned on, but he's on the outside of the fencing, helping pitch in to make somebody else's race as good as it can be. So we were looking at one of our Stello graphics earlier, the elevation graphic, the profile, and the women look like they're a little better than halfway up the Columbine climb. We haven't seen too much of exactly what's going on, but it looks like we're about 3 hours 16 minutes in on the women's race, and just about halfway, maybe a little bit more, as we're looking at that's going to be probably one of our women leaders, I would assume, on the climb. Not quite sure who that is. It might look like Melissa Rollins' jersey, honestly.
That's my pick right there.
The Liv jersey there. So that certainly wouldn't be a surprise if that is indeed her in the lead. And that looks like it's Lauren Stevens, who, foot down there. Yeah.
Yep.
That's the tricky thing about that climb, right? And that's right there is going to buy Melissa, 5-10 seconds additional gap there is Lauren now having to do a little hike-a-bike on that section because it's so steep. that she can't even get back on and get the momentum going again. So that's a tough thing for Lauren. But I mean, great. She's in a great position out there, which is, I mean, I'm not sure I would have expected her to be the second rider coming into view.
Right.
But that's a great place for Lauren to be in nonetheless. But it looks right now like Melissa Rollins out there solo in the front is what we're seeing.
Yeah, and like you said, it's so steep out there. Once you put a foot down, you've got to get off your bike, take a few steps, find the next place where you can find some solid footing again to get back on the bike and start pedaling. It's really hard to do. And as you can see, Melissa heading up this climb, the guy's just flying down on the other side of this this trail. And just, you know, you've got to always be able to put your wheel in the right place so that, you know, when you're just breathing hard, your eyes are rolled back in your head, you're just searching for all the oxygen you can get. It's hard to know exactly where to place that front wheel so that, you know, you don't bobble and have to put a foot down.
Well, just as we're talking about a certain celebrity over there, we're going to turn it over to Lauren Hall. Lauren has a little someone she's going to talk to.
Just flying down.
Hey guys, I am here with Clark Butcher out of Memphis, Tennessee, Victory Bicycle Studio. Thank you so much for being out here. I just saw you over here feeding a couple of the amateur riders coming through. Talk a little bit about what you're doing with the Ground Up project, your involvement with Alexi Vermeulen. Like, give us a little bit about you.
Oh, thanks, Lauren. Yeah, Alexi's a good buddy of mine. I've known him since he was 13. He was born in Memphis. His grandmother's a friend of mine. That's how we met, and yeah, he's had From the Ground Up. This is on its 5th year. I'm really pumped. This is my 2nd year to be involved. We're the bike sponsor, so we're the bike provider. We got 3 athletes out here today. It's awesome. 2 have already come through, so we're waiting for Kimberly, hopefully here any minute.
Well, and how are they doing? I mean, From the Ground Up, the whole idea is basically kind of off the couch to come in to do a 100-mile bike race. Leadville, 10,000 feet. It's a pretty hard ask. Like, how are they feeling? What's the mentality? What does that take?
Yo, it's awesome, and it is just that. It is from the ground up. This is no doubt going to inspire infinite amounts of people that come from this project. That's the coolest thing. But yeah, the 2, right now, look, Greta and Kimberly look stoked. They're comfortable. Caleb was smiling. I mean, his kids were here holding up little cardboard cutouts of their face. It's awesome. But yeah, the really cool thing about this project is how many will come from this. And I mean, all day yesterday, the expo was endless. People stopping by, saying hello. These are the bikes they're riding. I mean, it's cool. And these are age groupers. These are individuals that are racing that clock, right? These are for everybody.
And have you ever done Leadville? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I have personally done Leadville twice. I'm totally good on Leadville as a racer. I enjoy coming out here riding, but to be here supporting others in their first time it's cool. I mean, you totally see where that nervousness and performance bell curve meets.
Yeah, for sure. And did you get to see Alexi coming through? Let's go back to the tippy end of the point. What do you think? How's he going today?
Alexi was cruising through. He was definitely off the lead group, which was not ideal. But hey, there's no doubt we've seen him have a pretty bad year last year, and he turned it around and just had a ball. So again, while I'd love to see him on the podium, I think today it's going to be more about making sure everyone has a great time.
Well, Clark, thank you so much for your energy. Thank you for what you're doing for the Ground Up, and we're so glad you guys are out here.
Thanks for grabbing me. I like sharing this.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, we are back, and we're questioning our call on that, and not Melissa Rollins out there in the lead. Looks like camera's on one of the guys going up the hill, so a little mistake on our part from a bird's eye view there. It did look like Melissa, but we realized not her helmet, and we realized she's also on drop bars as well. So our mistake on that. We'll try and identify where our leading women are at here on that Columbine climb. They're inching closer to the top. You know, again, they've been on the bikes here for 3 hours and 20 minutes. So, you know, if we're going by normal time standards, they should be about maybe 20 to 25 minutes away from the top of the climb. So into the second half of that climb is what I would presume. So I think we're seeing maybe some of the age groupers, right, is maybe what we're looking at right now. on the climb. What we do know is, when we hit the climb on the women's side, we had 7 riders in that front group. So as the refresher, we had Cecily Decker, Kate Courtney, Sophia Gomez, Visha Fanye, Lauren Stevens, Michaela Thompson, Alexa Scarda, and of course Melissa Rollins. And the last time slip we had over the chase group behind was about 2.5 minutes back to Ruth Edwards, Hannah Otto, who else? Paige Onweller, Haley Smith in that chase group.
All right, so now we have eyes on definitely Kate Courtney.
Yeah.
Still not 100% sure. My guess right now, I believe she's leading, but don't want to say that with full confidence just yet. They're either starting to catch some of the pro men who are, coming off the back, or some of the age groupers who, started 20 minutes behind but now are making their way through the women's field. So we've got a lot of mixing going on right here. So a little bit harder to tell who's who out there right now, but that is definitely Kate Courtney. The question is she the leader right now, and, just where she is in relationship to everybody, to the other women that she was with at the bottom of this climb.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm sure by the time we get, our cameras back on the front end of that women's race, we're going to have seen a lot of change from that initial 7-rider group up there. But, I think we're kind of safe to call Kate Courtney, that we just had the camera on our leader out there. It certainly wouldn't be an unexpected thing by any stretch of the imagination. We know that she's obviously on good form, and we know that, it's been about 3 hours of racing, a heavy 3 hours, so still within her wheelhouse, right?
Yes.
So I wouldn't expect, if she has any problems at all, right? We might be speaking out of turn with that. Maybe she's really ready for a 7-hour race, but it's a bit of a stretch, and there's high odds that those last 2 hours could be a little interesting, to say the least, for her. But I think for now, it would be no surprise at all to see Kate leading on this climb.
No, absolutely not. And to be honest, if she comes off this descent alone, solo, depending on what that gap is behind her, she might want to sit up and wait, because as we've talked about, it's a long, lonely drag back to the finish. But it really depends on how big the gap is behind her. So she'll be getting that information as she comes down off this climb. But she's on fire now. And Kate is just such a pro. She knows how to prepare. It doesn't matter really, at the end of the day, if it's an hour and a half race or if it's a 7-hour race. I mean, she puts in the hard work day after day after day. And you see her regularly on Strava taking QOMs all over the place, so she probably, we've talked about Keegan being one of the guys that can dig deeper than anybody else out there. And I would say that Kate is probably that on the women's side. And, and she knows how to race her bike, and she knows how to prepare. So I'm not going to count her out.
And she's a good descender too, right? She's obviously a world-class descender. So if she can utilize that near 30-minute descent as a bit of recovery, right? Like we talked about on the guys' side, to get a little bit of recovery down that. If she can utilize that might go a long way into setting her up really well for the second half of the race here. So Kate Courtney, it looks like our leader on the other side of the screen. I know we've got Keegan Swenson still just kind of doing his thing. We did get word on the men's side. John Gaston had a little bit of a mishap out there, unfortunately. So looks like he's back on the bike, but maybe a little bit of wrist pain going on out there. So that's unfortunate for John.
Yeah, we were talking about the chaos in the feed zone. So it sounds like he crashed into a photographer at the Twin Lakes aid station.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I mean, super unfortunate.
But it's unfortunate nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. But he is back on his bike, and just a matter of how bad that wrist is, and maybe being on the flat bars actually helps him be a little bit more comfortable in that position. Who knows? But hopefully that doesn't take him out of the race and slow him down too much.
So Kate Courtney continuing to set her own pace on the climb, looking very, very smooth, ticking over a nice cadence, just shoulders gently rocking behind each pedal stroke, but not that desperate type of rocking where you're trying to figure out exactly how you're going to keep each pedal stroke turning over. She's just got a nice rhythm, rather, going along with her cadence there, not looking back. She's not real interested to see what's going on. She's just very focused, eyes forward, always looking up, scanning the horizon for riders that are coming back down the hill. Because remember, you know, the leading men kind of had their pick of however they wanted to get up the hill, left, right, center, whatever they wanted to do. But our leading women are pretty isolated to that right side line. And so in some circumstances, it might mean you have to go a little slower to pick lines a little more. And in this scenario we see right now, having to, you know, get around another rider and hope nobody's coming down. But that rider obviously very respectful, pulling off to the side there to let our women's leader come through there to maintain her momentum. The last thing you want to do right now is lose momentum. And when she's probably in her easiest gear on the bike, right?
Oh, yeah.
Ticking over, you know, probably about a 65 or 70 Ks, maybe a little bit better than that right now. And, you know, that's all going to equate to she's probably going about 6 miles an hour, you know, out there. And if you lose momentum for a second, ease off the pedals, now you're down to 3 or 4 miles an hour, and now balance becomes a problem because you don't have momentum to carry you.
Right, and the slower you're going, the harder it is to keep your front wheel tracking in the line that you want it to. And so, you know, when she on the goat trail, it's super chunky, rocky up there, and so line choice does matter. You know, not when you're not on just a smooth section, you've got to be able to put your front wheel right where you want it, so that you don't end up having a bobble and putting a foot down. So. Yeah, so it's definitely harder when you've got people coming down the other side, a little bit trickier to pick that line that you want to stay on, but and especially at these slower speeds. But Kate right now is just moving right along, and, you know, on the other side of the screen, we see Keegan on a flatter section just motoring, staying on pace, just getting in the nutrition. He looks super comfortable. I mean, I think it's rare that we've ever seen Keegan, like, really with that suffer face on. He just, he seems to, even though he's digging so deep and going so hard, he just seems to have this, like, I don't know, this poker face that you're just like, where is this coming from?
Yeah, he's really a hard read for that, as you said. You know, he just has that just kind of Iceman look about him and just goes about his business getting it done out there. And he's kind of approaching that area. If you remember when we did the course preview at the beginning of the broadcast, there's that little spot on the return where the course stays to the east just a little bit for about 2 miles. So that's right around the 69 mile to 71 mile mark, where it stays just a little bit east before it does come back in and reconnect. So he's almost up to that deviation in probably just a few minutes, and that'll be, you know, once he gets to that deviation, he's obviously not going to see anybody coming at him, because that route is on the inbound side only before he reconnects at about mile 69. But so we know that he's making really good progress right now, and the gap is just continuing to grow right now, with Keegan probably about 4.5 to 5 minutes over now just Paylot since Gaston's had his little bit of a mishap.
Yeah, and we can see a big group coming up this climb as Keegan had to hug the right-hand line with some exposure there. So you know, as the guys are coming up, as all the racers, men and women, are coming up, you got to have your head up all the time. And same with everybody, you know, inbound now, head up, because they're going to see racers the rest of the day. And talking about that deviation that you mentioned, Keegan is one of the guys you can thank for that. Right. Just for, you know, historical knowledge, the race used to come down the single track, which, by the way, I guess was designed by Dave Wiens a handful of years ago. And the race came outbound and inbound on that same section of single track. But now with the big separations at the start between the various groups and the high speeds that these guys are going at the front of the race, they were starting to meet traffic on that section of single track. Clearly, that's not a good idea. We didn't see the single track today, but it is actually a very narrow section of single track, so there's no way to pass. You would have to pull over and put a foot down. So now that deviation is there so that there's no cross traffic happening. And now we see John Gaston and Simone Pelot back together again. And, you know, John, it looks like he's doing okay. Clearly, you know, falling off his bike or whatever happened there when he crashed into that photographer. Clearly good enough to get back on the bike and get going and make his way back to Simone.
Yeah, happy to see that injury didn't really set him back much at all. Maybe a small chase just to get back to Simone Pelot. And the latest update we're getting is it's a 7-minute gap, 7 minutes. Just actually over almost 7.5 minutes back to John Gaston and Simone Pelot. So, you know, these two guys, they're not working hard. I mean, look at the body language on Simone. He's laying into it. He's leaving everything out there. And, I mean, just that's the style in which he races to begin with. And Gaston, I mean, he's an ultra-endurance athlete. He's got his eye on the upcoming Winter Olympics for skimo. And, yeah, you can see his little badge there of courage, that his right elbow there kind of scraped up and a little bit bloody. So, obviously, that right side, the right wrist, presumably is what took the hit there. But as you noted, it doesn't look any really worse for the wear. Doesn't seem to be favoring it or, you know, kind of holding it off the bar or anything like that. So it'll be interesting when we get back because, you know, they're on the pavement now. So it will be interesting to see when they do get back onto the trail and some of the more challenging sections if the wrist poses a problem at that point. But as of right now, it looks like he's hanging in there all right, despite these two continuing to lose time to our leader, Keegan Swenson.
Yeah, so at the finish last year, Keegan finished in a time of 5:49.08, and John Gaston was second with a time of 6:04.50. So the fact that Keegan is 7+ minutes ahead of these guys right now, I mean, at the finish last year, that was more like close to 15 minutes. So
yeah, it all makes sense. Right?
Yeah, so he's on track, and, you know, expect that he's probably going to continue to put time into these guys all the way back to the finish line.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you what, it's an amazing show. So we are going to turn it back over to Lauren. I believe she is at the Orange Seal bus, man. I want to be in the bus. What is going on over here? Lauren, what's happening in that sweet new bus?
Hey, Bill and Meredith, while you guys are watching Kate Courtney crush it up Columbine right now, we are here back with John Vargas in the brand new bus. Let me tell you, it is pristine. And besides cycling, John's other passion is coffee. So John has come up with a beautiful concoction, and I'm pretty sure it's open to anyone that would like some. So if you get a chance to come back through the feed zone here at Outward Bound, stop by the Orange Seal tent. And what are we gonna have here, John?
So we have a espresso shot. Put a little tonic water in here, and then we add another little ingredient.
A splash of sweet.
Splash of sweet, and we put a little splash of milk. And there we have our drink. We don't have a name.
We're going to call this the Orange Seal Special. By the way, I've already had one. I've got the shakes already. I can't believe, oh my God, I'm talking so fast again. It's so good. It's fantastic. So you come on by, have a drink.
It's cold.
And it's cold, it's refreshing, and John's pulling shots all day. Let's go. Back to you guys.
Hey, if John's pulling shots all day, don't forget about your friends here in the studio there, Miss Hall. We could use a little caffeine boost, you know.
That's right. It was an early start to the day this morning.
Kidding.
But definitely appreciate John being out there serving coffee. So as it turns out, it's not a secret. He is open for business for anybody out there in the party zone. Looking for a little.
He's going to get awful busy.
Yeah, all of a sudden everyone's like lining up outside the door to the bus. Now, what? Free coffee? Right? Yes, I'm in.
Even if you don't like coffee, it's free. You know, that's this is the bike racer. This is the bike racer life, and you go for that free beverage when you can get it.
That's right.
Kate Courtney just in her rhythm, right? She's just kind of ticking along. The cadence may be coming down just a little bit, but she's got to be getting real close to the summit here of the Columbine Mine, and of course that'll be our turnaround point for our leading women to begin their journey back here into Leadville. 3 hours 36 minutes and change that they've been out there on course. As our camera pans out just a little bit, maybe we'll get a little more of an idea if we start to see some of the tents at the top that denote the peak of the climb, the summit of the old Columbine Mine.
Yeah, and at last time check that we had, Lauren Stevens was in second. So just a couple minutes or just under 2 minutes off Kate's pace. Again, that was at last time check, so we don't know if that's opened up at all. And then Melissa Rollins following Lauren about a minute and a half or so off her pace. So those are the top three out on the trail right now on this big climb. Then followed by Cecily Decker, Alexis Scarda, Sarah Lang. So Sarah Lang was one of those riders that had fallen out of that top group, was initially in that front group of 9 women as they went up Sugarloaf, and then at the bottom of Powerline, she was missing out of that group. So looks like she's making her way, as she is an extremely strong climber. She's making her way back up through the ranks and sitting in 6th overall right now.
Yeah, she's having a great comeback. So, maybe that was a case of maybe it was just a little hot for a few minutes pace-wise, and Sarah backed off a little bit, and now she's getting back into a rhythm. And I tell you what, we are crossing over the top of Columbine right now, and Ford Bronco is on top of Columbine with words of encouragement on the way up and a legendary vehicle to mark the summit, the Ford Bronco, right at the top of the Columbine Mine. So it won't be long before swinging back it down the mountain there, making that left-hand turn. And finally getting to take a deep breath, probably take a few sips of water, maybe another gel, because a little bit of time on that descent to let a gel or some food kind of get into the bloodstream there. And now around that second left turn, so officially on the second half of the race right now. And so our leader now making her way back down the hill, back down toward Twin Lakes, and eventually back in here toward Leadville. So Kate Courtney, the 2018 World Mountain Bike Cross Country Champion, putting on a great show at the front right now. So now it's just a matter of kind of seeing where the other riders are in the women's division. She'll get her eyes on them, and she'll get to see the body language, get to see the faces and what they look like out there to give a little idea of what she's up against for the next 50-odd miles. So we're going to turn it back over to our man Nat Ross out there in the field doing some killer updates all day here for us.
Well, let's give you these updates because it is happening again, as you saw earlier. Only more chaos. This feed zone is action-packed. Both directions now. There goes Beers, and you can see him leading the downhill charge. The men completely fragmented by that pace up Columbine. So we are going to next report with Kate, who's been screaming down. And I tell you what, when she did her course recon, she's very glad that she raced the stage race, because every single square centimeter of these apexes of the corners she'll be using to maintain her downhill speed, because these straightaways, once you pop into here, it is doomsday. She did the work coming down Columbine. She knows she's got folks chasing her. We'll give you the update when she comes by, but it is such a different beast for her. On a World Cup track, on those courses, you do not encounter traffic coming at you, swerving, folks trying to high-five you because they got to see a World Cup champion on course. That's one of the great things about Leadville, is you're racing against folks you watch on TV, Olympians, world champions, road, mountain, cyclocross, all the disciplines. Everyone's here. Track, you name it. Ran into a professional hockey player in the Orange Seal feed zone earlier, which was amazing to see just the athlete support and just the camaraderie going on. So a little bit about as you come down Columbine in these switchbacks, you'll be able to look at Garmin files and speed files that pop out of this, but you can't quite send it like you do on your course recon days if you're in this wave of the day. I call it the long snake. There is so much uphill traffic that even on the downhill, it is not a relaxing downhill like it should be. So from here on out, it is all just intensity. This little sector right here, such chaos, but keeping you clear, keeping your mind. So for those endurance athletes out here, they're well rehearsed at it. Then you've got Kate Courtney, who has the miles and the power in her legs, but this is a longer distance than she's used to. So it's a mental recheck in and a reset button constantly for Kate. That stage race taught her again on the final day, the nutrition element, how important it is, how key it is. You could just see that I had to move out of here because the standard mountain bike handlebars out here, there's not room for anything more than just, there's no 3-foot rule like there is in Colorado out here, I'll tell you that. So I'm looking back up the hill, and you can see it just spans this, and the feed goes all the way down another quarter mile, and it is just intense out here. It's getting hot, I'll tell you that. Next time you see me, I'll be in a T-shirt, and these athletes at the Life Time Grand Prix that are chasing their points up here, as well as all the amateurs, as well as all the athletes that have been doing Leadville for years, they're in for a great day, a special treat. The wind hasn't really picked up. Can you see the air blades or the flags behind me? They're barely moving. A lot of days, even yesterday, it's like 30 miles per hour winds or gusts of winds up to 30 miles per hour. Standard would be like 10 to 6 back here. But you don't want the wind whipping you off your bike in a day like today. Back to the studio now because Kate's coming at us next time I check in.
All right, we continue to watch Kate Courtney make quick work of the descent and just, you know, dodging riders that are still making their way up the hill, riders in the women's field, and, of course, some of our age group riders and some of our men as well. Meanwhile, Lauren Stevens and Lisa Rollins have both come back over the top of Columbine. Lauren coming through in second spot, about 2 minutes behind Kate, and Melissa coming through almost about a minute 50 or so, minute 40 behind Stevens. So your top three on the women's side are officially now into the second half of the race on the return from the top of Columbine. Meanwhile, we're back with the men. We are on one of these fast pavement stretches, and we're looking at our chasing duo. This is going to be John Gaston in the blue on the front. Back in the black with the red helmet, that's the Swiss rider who lives in Colombia these days, Simone Pelot, riding for the Tudor BMC off-road squad. And, you know, again, Pelot has been such a great new breath of fresh air in the Grand Prix series this year. He's spent a lot of his career racing on the road for some second division teams in Europe and in Asia, and he's done some Grand Tours before, and very aggressive rider in some of these Grand Tours, a lot of time in breakaways, so you know, obviously makes sense with what we're seeing now, but a good climber as well. He's won the King of the Mountains jersey in a number of UCI rated tours over in Asia and Europe, so he's good going up. He's aggressive, and so it's great to see Pelot continuing his trend that the way he's been racing in the first two rounds of our Lifetime Grand Prix series here so far this year. This is stop number 3, of course, the Lifetime Leadville Trail 100 mountain bike presented by Kenetik, and we've got the luxury of a live feed today brought to us by our friends at Orange Seal, and we've got lots of great racing yet to come.
The ride belongs to Trinidad.
Every time I'm out here, I'm like, oh, this is so cool.
Man, I love this race. I love this community. It's going to be a great day on the bike.
They are rolling into this chicane at a little bit about 20 miles an hour.
Lauren DeCrescenzo is the instigator of this pace.
Races like the Rat, where it's not just a fitness contest, it's a bit of a chess match.
All right, back with our chasing duo once again as we continue to watch them roll along. We want to remind you that every LTH formula is designed with performance in mind. Pure, potent, and always third-party tested. LTH is built by Lifetime, trusted by athletes, and made to help you live your healthiest life.
And here we are with Simone and John still just plugging away. I mean, I can't say at this point anyone thinks that they're going to bring Keegan back, but
yeah, I mean, I would bet if you ask them right now, they see the writing on the wall, and it's a matter of, keep the chase group at bay at this point, right?
Right. And yeah, they're looking, I mean, John, we can see him with his left hand off his bar right there. So, we got word that it was, and we've seen the blood on his right elbow, and, his right wrist kind of took the brunt of that little fall that he had. But to me, that's kind of a sign that he's feeling okay, that his wrist is doing okay if he's able to, hold on to his bars with one hand. Obviously, if his food's in his left pocket, he's got to get it out somehow. But he didn't look uncomfortable there.
He may put himself in the record book after today in an interesting context. Aside of Keegan, who's obviously been on the podium 4 times that we know of because he's gotten 4 wins. Gaston has been on the podium 3 times that we know of. So this could be his 4th time on the podium with no wins, right? So that's pretty impressive level of consistency. Again, it's so important to remind everyone, for a guy that does 2 mountain bike races a year, he does Snowmass and he does Leadville, and that's all of his riding season wrapped up in like a 6-week or 5
2
weeks.
weeks.
Snowmass is just
it was just 2 weeks ago,
oh,
and I was there at that race. I raced myself. Well, he did the 50 mile. I chose to just do 1 lap at 25 miles, but it was
smart.
25 miles, 5,000 feet of elevation gain. So for him, 50 miles, 10,000 feet of elevation gain. So they're doing about 12,000 feet of elevation gain over 100 miles today. So he did almost that in half the distance.
That actually makes my head hurt.
Right?
That kind of elevation in 50 miles. Like I would never willingly sign up for that. I would never open my wallet and part with money to do that to myself.
Right. And his time on the day was just over 4 hours as well.
Wow.
So
yeah, that's good. That's fast, right?
He was flying, and he's, I think, won that race now 4 years in a row. So he's got that one nailed. He clearly knows what he's doing here at Leadville. He's been on the second step twice and in 3rd place once before. So if things continue to track as they are today, we'll see him take one of those 2 spots. The question is which one, second or third.
All right, now we're back with our leader, Keegan Swenson. He's just about 4 hours into his race, 3 hours, 59 minutes on the nose right now. So coming up on, in theory, right around 2 hours to go. We'll see how fast he can get back in. You can see he's still on that kind of flatter section that is going to get him back towards outward bound. And then it won't be long after you leave outward bound, you get to another very hard climb, power line. We talked so much about that descent on the way out, and I mean, from our reports, it didn't really cause any damage, which, I mean, that's great to hear. Maybe a little surprising, to be perfectly blunt.
Yeah.
But it's good to hear nonetheless. But that steep section at the bottom of this climb on the return, it's, grades in the 20%, 25% for a bit. So he's going to be facing that like around the 80-mile mark. So you're going to have 4.5 hours almost in your legs at that point, and you're going to get just punched in the face with this really, really hard climb.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, it's one thing to go out and ride the climb on its own, but to do that around mile 80,
right?
Again, at this elevation, at this altitude of over 10,000 feet, that it requires a lot of mental fortitude and just a powerful will to get over that climb. And then we can talk about it once we get there, but as we saw the riders going up Sugarloaf on the way out, you couldn't quite tell how rocky that is, but it's also, I mean, it's a fast descent, but it's not necessarily a straightforward I would say the Columbine climb, or the descent coming down Columbine, is not necessarily super, rocky, not a lot of baby heads, not super chunky, but coming down the Sugarloaf descent, that will be the case for them. So, they'll be navigating both going up the power line climb and then coming down the Sugarloaf descent. It is still a little bit technical, by standards for this race today.
So we know that Keegan has triggered through that 72-mile checkpoint at what we call the single track inbound. That average speed has come up. Remember, it had dropped to just a shade over 17 miles an hour by the time he got to the top of Columbine and turned around. He's now added 1.5 miles an hour to his average speed, so up to 18.5 plus miles an hour. And I think that's probably going to continue to go up for a little while till he gets to the base, again, of power line, where obviously it's going to stagnate or come down a little bit. It won't come down as much as it did from Twin Lakes to Columbine, but once he gets over that, he could end up flirting with close to a 19 mile an hour average speed by the time we get to the end of it. And I know we talk so much about, he had said he wanted to set the specific time, and it's a little bit of a misnomer because, again, the course distance gets a little adjusted. I don't know if every year, but every so often. This year it definitely did, because we had that little bit of a detour coming back in.
That was last year, though.
Oh, right,
well.
it was.
Yeah,
We
so
did do that
they've
last
had
year.
that a couple
Okay.
years. So
we
I
can
think
compare direct.
the
to
course
last
this year is
anyway.
pretty similar. The other thing that was added last year, I think, was that outward bound aid station. So those parts of the course are the same this year. And so last year, Keegan's time was 5:49.08, and he averaged about 18 miles an hour.
Right.
Whereas in 2023, it's interesting that his time, when he broke the record, set the new record, it was 5:43.29 with about a 17.5 mile an hour average.
Right.
So he's tracking at 18.5 right now. Like you said, that's going to slow down a little bit as he goes up the power line climb, but then he'll pick that up again coming back down the other side. And so right now he's flying. He's on. I think you said he wanted to, try to go around 5.5.
Yeah, which to me is like, I as good as he is, I question whether that's attainable, right? And it's, not to doubt his abilities, or obviously, but it's just that is such a fast time. And you go from his current fastest time of 5:43 and change. I mean, that would be a 13-minute chunk, roughly,
right,
to try and take off, and that is a lot to try and take off. And again, the higher level athlete you become, the higher up in the sport, the better your sponsor partners are with equipment and clothing and tires and all that. You become, what we call, the more optimized you get, there becomes less and less room for further optimization. And so where does that reduction in time come from, right?
Yeah, where does that last 1% come from? I mean, sometimes I think people question whether Keegan is actually human or not.
Yeah, I mean,
but at the end of the day,
I'll put my hand up
right?
over here on that. It's phenomenal. It's like you get these generational talents, right?
Yes.
And he falls into that category, right?
Absolutely. And if the wind stays calm, like we've heard so far, it sounds like the wind hasn't picked up yet today. And in this section between the Twin Lakes aid station and the bottom of power line, so he's in pipeline right now, where we see the Shimano Tech crew out there servicing everybody. This is a section where, being alone and if the wind were to pick up, where he could be at a disadvantage to try to break his record.
Yeah, I mean, that remains to be seen. All we know is right now he is still absolutely throwing it down right now. With that, we've got our man Nat Ross once again ready to give us some more updates from out in the field.
Check it out. If you look up the road, that is Kate Courtney coming down. What a reprieve to be off of Columbine for her. So she sends, if you're following her new foundation, she is sending it. Check it out. The infamous Kate drop. That's the praying mantis that she does on the mountain bike. I don't know if RockShox pays her extra to do it, but she'll do this drafting technique in some of the races where she'll pull her hands all the way off of the bars to tucked him onto the top of the hoods, and she is that arrow as she went on by. Just rounded the corner, dust flying everywhere, no one else in sight for her. So a little bit about Kate and her downhill tactics. She did a lot of technique work over the years, so the original World Cups have just been changing ever so much. And even during Kate's career, she's got to be part of the trajectories of these courses that have so many technical elements. So Kate is very happy that there aren't the technical elements of stuff on the ground, but there are people everywhere. This entire uphill that we're watching right now, she had to deal with for the past 40 minutes. So what a nice effort that she made, down safe, round in the corner. Excited to see our female chasers. Looks like next I'll be reporting on that. And look at the treachery. Columbine, the impending doom. But you get to see it all. Clouds today, cloud coverage, they're wanting it right now if you're heading up, because any kind of reprieve you get from the sun and these beating elements, that's what we need. A little bit about the speed that Meredith was talking about. If they were doing, let's go back to Kate again, just because Kate's flying today, but essentially what Kate's trying to do is she's broken down the elements of this course, and she's piecing and putting it all together. She's probably not concerned about a course record. She's got to work in through the men at this point in time. And these are pro men that have been in the road pelotons all over the world that she is integrating with now. And that's the race. She's just racing herself against the clock at this point in time. And I'm imagining little cues. She's probably got a reminder on her stem or something, nutrition, all these pieces of the course she's worked out over the past couple weeks. But to tackle Leadville like this is amazing. And I think it did justice that she came out to accommodate her schedule. Not easy to do when you're racing World Cups. Okay, if we look up the road now, we can see our chase, and I can't see it. There's so many racers going uphill right now, but you guys probably can. And these guys, look at this. This is like 3 abreast climbing up this hill, and you've got the female lead pointy end of the peloton, 30, 25 miles an hour in the drops. Check it out. So Arrow making it happen. Oh, down, determined, and focused. So as she rounds this next corner here, she'll have a little bit more of an opportunity to get some sort of a feed or something, but a lot of effort on that downhill to be able to navigate and come out of this safely. Not concerned about Kate racing her own race right now, sitting real pretty to be on the podium. That's what it's going to take. And basically what we're noticing too is there's may not be a lot of support because bottles were not specialized, and the feed systems that were here weren't there to help her. So she was dropping bottles right now around this next corner, and it's time to reset. Different types of fuels. The chase is real. So now third can actually see second once rounding this next corner here. So Melissa is down and determined, knows what needs to happen, and this feed zone is absolute chaos. I'm calling it the Orange Seal crew, but there's all they can do at this point in time is mano-y-mano, woman-y-woman. So our fourth chaser right now, our third chaser coming past us. The speeds are intense. This is quite the day. Conditions came across. It is drier than typical out here. So let's see our third place female. You can see just this feed zone right now, packed like no other. Okay, integrating with the men, my bad. A little bit back to, yeah. So if we're going to talk about Columbine, we'll come back when the rest of the women are chasing. A little bit too chaotic, so I'm back to the studio there where you guys can give a better update. Chaos out here in the Orange Seal feed zone, coming to you.
Just a reminder, support for today's broadcast is brought to you by Ziva. We're getting, we had a great camera shot for a while there of our second place rider in the women's field, Lauren Stevens. Lauren, a couple minutes down on our leader. I believe that gap was looking like about 3 minutes behind Kate Courtney. We were watching her go through that feed, and could be critical. She missed 2 bottles in a row from her feeder. And granted, the feed zone looks just chaotic. There's so many people out there, and it's high speed, so it's not that easy necessarily, even though it's, you know, it's relatively flat. It's kind of that champagne gravel that they're going across. It's still tricky when the bike wants to move underneath you and you're trying to take a hand off the bar and grab a bottle at that high speed. So, you know, it's not to discredit Lauren or anything, but that's going to be a tough spot to be in, to miss 2 bottles there.
Yeah, I've talked to other people who've done this race many times, and they've either missed bottles in the feed or thought they were doing okay and chose to skip taking a feed, and then it cost them later in the race. So we can only hope that's not the case for Lauren, that maybe she has, you know, a bottle on her bike still that's got what she needs, or at least enough to get her through to the next feed to get what she needs. But that could be a costly miss right there. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, Lauren is also, you know, she's used to these distances. This is not new for her, you know, with her road background. And, you know, she did Unbound 200 this year for the first time. So that distance was new to her. But so hopefully she knows how to pace herself along the way and keep herself in check. We also got word that, and these are messages coming in from the field, coming in from the Lost Canyon area, where Lauren was about 3 minutes behind Kate, and then Melissa was about 3.5 minutes behind Kate. So looks like she may be closing in on Lauren a little bit. So we
Which
could
would be a
see
good thing for both of them at this point, right?
Yeah, if those two come together and can work together through this big section in the middle here leading into Powerline.
Yeah, also getting word there, Haley Smith, unfortunately, you know, having to pull out of the race. Not entirely sure what the scenario is there with Haley. But, yeah, she is unfortunately out. All right, we are back live here in the studio. Once again, thanks for joining us. This is stop number 3 of the 2025 Lifetime Grand Prix. This is the Leadville Trail 100 mountain bike presented by Kenetik, our live studio coverage, courtesy of Orange Seal this year. And looks like we are back with our chaser here in the women's race.
Lauren Stevens,
yeah, Lauren
holding on to second place right now. And, you know, it sounds like, again, from the field, it sounds like there's a pretty good gap between her and Kate, but that maybe Melissa is closing in on a little bit on Lauren. And then the word coming in also from the field is that Cecily is bringing in and holding on to 4th place right now. She's got a bit of a gap. There is a bit of a gap between Melissa to Cecily, so she's got some work cut out for her if she wants to close that gap to try to make it onto the podium. But Cecily, followed by Alexis Scarda, kind of rounds out your top 5 right now in the women's race.
Yeah, it's things are really starting to kind of shake up, and kind of going back a little bit. Sarah Lang, who you mentioned before, had been up there early, but she's now has made a good resurgence to get herself back up. She's in 6th. Hannah, Sofia Gomez, Visha Fanye in 7th. Those riders coming up on almost 10 minutes behind. That was at our last time check. Hannah Otto in the mix there as well as we go back up there. And Haley Preen, Sarah Sturm has herself in 9th, and Haley Preen out of South Africa, the national champion, up in the top 10. With that, we are going to go back out into the field. This time we're going to check in with Lauren Hall again. Has made a good resurgence to get herself.
Bill, Meredith, we are here in the outward bound aid station, and just a couple of minutes ago, it's been that long, we have seen Keegan come through, grab a bottle from his mechanic and a gel, sit up, really just take his time, get what he needs, get the fueling in. Also had another chance to grab another bottle, opted not to. He's got daylight, obviously, between 1st and 2nd place. It's the Keegan show now. I can tell you the tale of 2 stories. We've got Trekkie here. We won't cut to him. He unfortunately has pulled out of the race, right, with the no tire on his wheel. Basically broke his wheel coming down power line. And the tale of 2 stories, and Keegan is just crushing it today. So on to you guys to win. He's coming up and over power line and coming to the finish zone. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we are back with Keegan just kind of rolling along on the flats. And again, you kind of watch how fast those trees and the landscape are going by in the background. And you can see he's really, really moving still upwards of probably 20 miles an hour on these sections of pavement, making time everywhere he can. And, not content with the gap he's got, again, just continuing to push on in his normal style. And just leave it all out there and go as hard as he can down to the line. You can see he's still got 1 bottle on the bike. Lauren saying he just picked up a fresh bottle, so continuing to smartly utilize all the feed zones out there, since choosing to start with just 1 bottle on the bike makes hitting every feed zone really, really important out there today. As it looks like now, that looks like it's going to be Melissa Rollins. Yeah, just trying to make sure I didn't misidentify her again,
I know,
as
again.
we did earlier, right?
Yes.
Yeah, on the climb.
Made that mistake a couple times
But,
today. We have.
So
yeah.
Melissa in, I believe, 3rd place out there on the course. She's still, oh man, that's a close one. She's going up this climb. Riders coming down, just getting out of the way just in time. So very, very tricky section out there. Of course, Melissa, your defending champion here in this race, and you go back to our overall leaderboard here so far, and Melissa in that tie there for 4th place, along with Haley Preen and LDC also up there in that 3-way tie. So Melissa got a little bit of time to make up, but I believe we couldn't quite see Lauren in front of her, but the word is that she was making some headway into getting back up towards Lauren, and based on what we've been seeing from Melissa the past few weeks in her fitness, winning a lot of races, I would assume she's probably going to make that catch relatively soon. With that, we're going to turn our attention to a little piece we have on Twin Lakes.
It's like a World Cup or something. I don't know. I've never raced a World Cup, but I view it as it's hard to find your people. You have to know exactly where they are. I mean, there's a lot of planning that goes into making sure that the aid station goes well. We haven't gotten there yet, but we'll see. I have a couple sponsors here, and they've been doing these events for a long time, so hopefully they can kind of take me under their wing a little bit, and we can all work together to get a good strategy and a good feed zone.
We'll have a few people in the aid stations sort of spaced along, so I can grab as many bottles or ice or nutrition as I need. We've done that at all the races this year so far, and it's pretty dialed, so yeah, I'm confident that that's going to be straightforward. Twin Lakes is a cool spot. It's always super packed. It's a bit hectic. There's a lot going on. Once in a while, you have to stay focused there. Make sure there's no one out stepping out in the course or anything. It's always special to see everyone there cheering and having a good time.
So Kate Courtney has now gotten through that 63-mile checkpoint, the inbound side of Twin Lakes, tripping that at about 4 hours and just a shade under 9 minutes. She's cruising along at 15 miles an hour, so making great progress on her way back. And yeah, I mean, look, with all due respect, we were talking off mic a moment ago during one of the commercials how, we've been kind of talking a lot all day about maybe this race is, over distance for Kate Courtney and so on. And it's certainly not to throw shade that we don't think she can do it. We know that it's longer. It's quite simply longer than what she's used to doing.
It's just not what she does in her day-to-day job, so to speak. It's much longer. The distance is much longer. But again, as we've said, she trains those distances.
Right.
She has the miles. She has the endurance. I mean, she has the determination. She has the willpower. She has everything that it takes to to win the race today. So the fact that she doesn't do this for her day-to-day job when she's on the World Cup circuit doesn't mean that she's not capable of winning today's race.
Yeah, 100%. I think we just, we talk about it. We've talked about it so much, knowing that it's just, it's maybe a check mark against her a little bit that she just doesn't have these races with any level of regularity in her schedule, and that it might work against her. But right now it's obviously not working against her as we're waiting to get our next time check, is waiting to see Lauren and maybe Melissa come through that Twin Lakes checkpoint. But can Katie bring it all the way home? Yeah. I think you're right? And part of that is just that champion's mentality, right? Mm-hmm. Of knowing that, like, you've gotten this far, you're in the lead, that never say die attitude, that knowing how to compartmentalize any kind of pain or fatigue and kind of play those mind games to trick yourself. Katie's a master at it, right? You don't become a world champion without mastering those particular skill sets. And so she's obviously on top of that. So yeah, the short answer is, can she run this home? Yeah, I think she definitely can. I'm honestly a little surprised that she's solo right now. I think we all expected that, Sophia, Melissa, maybe even Cecily Decker were going to be up there really, really fighting it out. And there's still a lot of time right now, but the current situation is Kate Courtney really riding a strong race, and she's got about a 3.5 minute gap right now.
So that's growing.
It is, right? It's going out.
So she is putting time into the chasers behind her right now, and I think we clearly saw her take the race by the horns and just really power up the Columbine climb. And so with the power line climb coming up for her, I anticipate that she might even put more time into the chasers there, because she's clearly climbing very strong. And with the technicality aspect of the power line climb, I think that plays into her strength as well. So I won't be surprised if we continue to see her putting time into the chasers throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think it all makes sense. And how it is, as well from your road career, the motivation you get when you're put into those scenarios, and you've got some great crowds on sections of this course to give you that motivation as well, and that easily adds a couple percent to what you're doing out there, as we're watching Gaston and Ed Pillow in the feed zone there juggling
Gaston,
some
I
bags.
think, was juggling a bag or a bottle or something, hit a little bump and it threw his bike a little bit, and he actually unclipped, but he stayed in control, brought it all back together. And now they're on this road section for a couple miles before they hit the left-hand turn to go into the bottom of the power line climb.
Yeah, right. This is that section. Last year on the way out, that's where Keegan was riding that flat to come back out to head back to outward bound to try and get some service, because he had flatted on power line. So this is the same section now, just heading obviously back towards the base of power line in that climb. And it's going to be interesting with those two chasing, right? Because if we remember, looking back a little bit now, as soon as we got to Columbine, Gaston kind of pulled back on the throttle a little bit, and then eventually obviously Pillow came off the pace of Swenson. So you wonder, if Gaston was saving it, because he knows this course, right? He's ridden this course a lot. He's raced it a lot. Pelot has literally done one recon of the course. So maybe that was part of the tactic at Columbine was Gaston was like really thinking really far ahead towards the power line climb.
Yeah, so here we're seeing Kate still charging at the front of the women's race, and we're seeing Lauren Stevens about 3.5 minutes back, and Melissa Rollins at like 3:58. So Melissa's definitely pulling that time back to Lauren. She's got a good rabbit to chase in front of her, so that's motivation to stay on the pedals, keep the power, pedaling through the bike, and just keep moving forward, because I don't know. It is a bit of an advantage to have a partner in crime to work with, and can they bring back 3.5 minutes to Kate? We'll see. She is still gaining time on them, but still, if those two can come together and work together, then at least we'll see. I would imagine we'll see that time gap come down a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right? If they can bring that back down, my guess would be, we would have to kind of reassess it when they get to the top of power line and see what the gap is at that point, if they can close it down. But yeah, we're looking now, and we do see Melissa just about to make the catch here to Lauren here. So we'll see. She's not coming up on her so fast that she's going to go right by her. So I think they're definitely going to link up, probably have exchange a few words of encouragement, and start to kind of rally together here.
And if Lauren knew that Melissa was coming and that gap was coming down, it's possible too that Lauren may have let up off the gas just a little bit to go ahead and let her come back, because if she thinks it's in her best interest to have a partner out there, to have someone to work with, she might have let up and wanted to make that connection with Melissa so that they could work together from here, as long as they can to the finish.
I tell you, if this holds true in terms of the podium order for our women, obviously second and third potentially up for grabs. If Lauren gets herself on the podium, she's been on the podium. She was on the podium at Pro Road Nationals earlier this year, right? Mm-hmm. And so, what a diverse set of skills, and what a talented all-around bike racer out here. A lot of times you think the better the roadie, their off-road skills probably a little less so, but she's obviously got some great skills out here on this course today. It's been really impressive to watch her put herself in this position so far.
And Lauren is, she's the reigning gravel national champion, back-to-back gravel national champion. She's also a former road national champion. Mm-hmm. So it is pretty cool to see her out here tackling this mountain bike race. This is, the mountain biking side of things is something, I don't want to say new. I think she's, she loves to ride mountain bikes, but the racing aspect of it is definitely a little bit newer for her. She spent many, many years on the World Tour circuit, so she had to spend most of her time on the road training for those races. And it's only been in the last couple of years where she's started to diversify into gravel and mountain bike. And so it's really great to see that she's out here mixing up with, some of the top riders in the Grand Prix right now. And she's not afraid. She's not afraid to race. She's always been an aggressive racer. That's just always been her style. So, she didn't slow up and make Melissa come around. So that makes me think that she's just riding her own pace right now. And if Melissa, wants to come around and take pull, of course she'll welcome that. But otherwise, she's just in her zone and she's riding her pace.
Yeah, and I think that's so important, right? The deeper you get into this race, it becomes that much more important to ride your own pace and to stick to whatever preset schedule you might have of times to certain points and that sort of thing, because it's, the fatigue is obviously settling in. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes that the women have been out there on course. So it's, the fatigue is real at this point, and it's just all it takes is one little bit for a couple of minutes kind of over your limit or out of your comfort zone that can really kind of turn the tide against you. So it's super important to stay on top of your game mentally and just pay attention to the details, pay attention to the game plan that you set forth, and let the chips kind of fall where they fall at the end of the day. But looking at on the other side of our split screen here, Watching our leader, Kate Courtney, continuing to make quick work of her lead. Oh, man, another close call around. She was coming around a right-hander, some outbound riders around a left-hander. And, yeah, they were clearly, it's a fast section, right? Both sides coming into that turn with a lot of speed, and that they almost met in the middle. Almost met in the middle on that one.
Yeah, and as these outbound riders are, they're still very grouped together, and so they can kind of be spread out across the road, and you've just got to hope that they have their head up too and watching what's coming at them. And they know at this point that they've already seen the guys come through, so they know at this point that the women are coming, and so they've got to be attentive and pay attention. And Kate does too. She clearly is taking some risks through these turns at the high speeds that she's riding. She wants to apex these turns, but she has to or go coming out wide of these turns. She's got to keep her head up and make sure that she's got clear road in front of her, and just be safe out there.
We're kind of looking at our tracking system and just kind of looking for a moment at where our men's leader is. Keegan should be at that power line climb pretty much right about now. So he's, obviously made his way back out of the outward bound station, and he's right in that vicinity of the power line climb. He's actually not already on it, I think.
I believe he's on it.
'Cause it's, right by that turn there, right?
Yep, he's on it.
So he's maybe quarter of the way up, halfway up. See that one chaser there behind. Is that just one chaser we've got behind him there?
No, but it looks like Simone and John are together.
Okay.
John's tracker is just a different color, I believe, because he's not part of the Grand Prix.
Right.
But it looks like John and Simone are together as they hit the bottom of that power line climb.
So now Rollins finally getting ahead of Stevens, so taking her pull on the front. So those two now are unified. They've exchanged words. They're hopefully going to encourage each other to try and work as hard as they can now. So I'm sure Lauren probably happy to finally sit on a wheel. It's been quite a while since she's had some draft and that ability to recover a little bit. And this is a great time to do it on these sections that there's just so much power going to the pedals out there. And likewise, Kate Courtney on one of those paved sections, and again down in that low position with her hands on the fork crown there, just trying to get as aero as possible and maintain that advantage and down into that tuck. And what a great ride so far. This women's race has been really phenomenal. We talked about it beforehand that we suspected it might be the slightly more dynamic of the two, just by virtue of having Kate there and Lauren Stevens, and early on having Ruth Edwards in the mix as well. And it is not disappointing.
No, and we see Kate just on the crown of her fork right now. And as we've talked about flat bars versus drop bars, and that flat bars or drop bars are not for everyone. This is also a position that I would say it takes some skill and some practice. And
don't try this at home,
and Kate
kids.
clearly is very practiced at this, but it takes some skill to be able to ride on the front, and we started doing it on the dirt too.
Well, Kate Courtney looking strong in the lead.
Hi, my name is Sofia Gomez Villafañe. I am a professional cyclist, and this cute thing on my wrist is my road ID. I wear a road ID because it keeps me safe. It has the ability to tell first responders who I am, who my emergency contacts are, and any critical information about me in the case that I'm not able to speak. Cycling can be unpredictable: weather, crashes, group dynamics. The one thing I control is how prepared I am, and this is why I wear my road ID anytime I ride, with people or by myself.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
All right, we're taking a look again at our leaderboard here, and they've crossed through that 83-mile checkpoint. That's the inbound side of a power line. Once again, Keegan Swenson still driving the train, just a shade under 19 miles an hour. He's almost there across that 19-mile-an-hour mark, crossing that in 4:22.35, and just about 9 minutes behind, almost 9 minutes, John Gaston and Simone Pelot, still the two chasers going at it out there right now as we look at Keegan. And this is that power line climb that's so challenging. The riders had to make their way down on the way out. And now Keegan trying to get himself up over the top of that climb. So just about 22-ish miles before they get themselves back into town, and Keegan making quick work of that tricky section. And, well, it seems like a good time with Keegan on power line. We've got a great little piece about one of these very decisive spots on our course.
It's the hardest part of the race. I think almost everyone would agree with that. You can hear the power lines like crackling above you, and you're just creeping along, going super slow.
I've gone and pre-ridden the homeward bound direction. That was at the start of my ride, so it felt easy. I didn't really know what all the fuss was about, but I certainly know when you're doing that 5 hours deep, it's going to hit a bit different.
It's fast, it's technical, it's one of the scarier descents, and I think it can kind of be a critical moment in the race because we have such a big flat section afterwards.
Last year, that's where the lead group was made, bottom of power line. Got to bring your best down there.
Keegan Swenson, Sofia Gomez, Visha Fagné are dominating the off-road cycling scene, and they all fuel with Never Second. Never Second is science-backed performance nutrition trusted by the best. Learn more at never2.com. We're back with our bird's eye view here through the trees. This is the infamous power line climb, and Keegan Swenson, we saw earlier before that break, he was just getting himself through those very tricky sections kind of on the lower slopes, and now he's getting a little further up the climb. We've still got a little more climbing, obviously, to go after this, but this is arguably the last really hard climb on the course out here, so I'm sure he's going to breathe a big sigh of relief once he is officially up and over the top. And, you know, once he gets over the top, it'll be interesting for us to get that fresh time gap because, you know, like, to be fair, once they get to the top of this, those time gaps are going to be pretty indicative of what we're going to be looking at, you know, in about 17 miles when they get back into town.
Right, and on the tracker, it looks like he's maybe halfway up to the top of the power line or the Sugarloaf, you know, the top of this climb, and before he starts making his way down, looks like Simone and John Gaston are still together, and making some headway is Chad Haga.
I love it.
Yes, so it looks like he's moved himself into fourth place right now. Chad is not in the Grand Prix this year, so he's here just doing the solo race today. And if you remember, he was second to Lachlan Morton last year at Unbound, so obviously a very powerful rider, knows how to go to the distance, so we'll see what he can do at the end of the race today.
All right, we are going to throw it back to Lauren, and I believe she may well have Zach from Orange Seal, our presenting sponsor for our live coverage out there in the field.
Is B-roll somewhere?
B-roll. Oh, man, I've been B-roll on things where I'm like, how did we get that, guys?
Hey guys, we are here right at the base of power line as the riders are coming back up. I'm here with Zach Gerber, head mechanic at Orange Seal. Zach, man, you've already had a big weekend. You worked the expo. Talk a little bit, because that's where I first saw you yesterday. Just walk me through a day in the expo and what you were doing yesterday.
Tire swaps, a lot of sealant top-offs, a lot of cable adjustments, gear adjustments, but basically a lot of tire swaps.
Any last minute, like, oh my gosh, anything that you're like, this is catastrophic. I don't know if you're going to start tomorrow.
Not yesterday, but we had Brennan Johnson coming down power line on a carbon rim earlier, so that was carnage. I've done some overhauls on free hub bodies coming down power line, so yeah, a lot of people crashing, a lot of stuff. Yeah.
No spare wheels, though, for Trekkie, huh?
No spare wheels, unfortunately. But he did make it to the aid station, I think.
Yes, he did. Yeah. And talk, because you could hear him coming down the hill.
Oh, I could hear him coming down the hill. It was as loud. We were all waiting for him to come down, hearing him ping off the rocks, and yep.
That's crazy. And we just saw a chase group come through right there. We had Payson McElvin in that group, and if you could hear in the background, it's basically his dad just yelling and cheering him on and telling him where he is on the course. So again, Zach, like you're just out here crushing it, and you're going to be here until the end of the day, right?
Till the end of the day. Anything you need.
Except you got water. What we got? I see some Pringles.
Some, yeah. I can fix your bikes. I can fix your bikes.
Well, thank you so much for what you're doing and Orange Seal is doing for all of these athletes, not just the elites. Like, that's important. Like, that's our bread and butter, right, is the amateurs and what they're doing out here, too. I mean, they're having their day. Some people spend their entire year around this day, so we couldn't do it without you, so thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one out there.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
All right, we are back in the studio, and we're back on the special guest part of the program, and we've got arguably a more special guest than we had earlier today. We've got Sir Willie the Wiener in here, and we would love to know what Willie has to say, but I think he whispered in my ear he wants treats if he's going to keep doing this.
Treats. More treats, please.
That's the general messaging from Willie. He's wondering, he's like, can you find where my pop is out there, Lexi? Where's he at out there on course? So always good to see Sir Willie out here with the microphone on, giving us his input into what's going on here today. Attaboy, Willie. Thanks for your words.
Go, Lexi.
That's
Come
right.
on.
Go, Pops. Well done, my friend.
Well done,
All
Willie.
Right.
Well done.
I think Willie deserves an extra treat there for that.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm impressed.
My dog
wouldn't do that.
Oh, my dog would be making so much noise we'd have to cut the broadcast, I think. All right. Well, now that we had some words of wisdom for Willie, we do have another guest who's hopefully will be a little more verbal than Willie, but no guarantees.
Use your words, Chemo.
Yeah, use your words, my friend. Use your words this time. We've got Chemo Seymour back in the studio with us. We had Chemo in early on, and Chemo, I think you said you were going out to Twin Lakes and maybe checking out some other stuff on the course. What did you see out there?
You know, we got a chance to go to the bottom of Power Line, saw the leaders coming off the bottom of Power Line. God, I mean, they were absolutely flying coming on where they make that right-hand turn onto the pavement. It was just unbelievable to see all three of those guys off the front by close to 2 minutes at the bottom of Power Line, and then it's just, obviously they've stretched it out since then. Twin Lakes, lots of hype, lots of excitement out there. Man, the crowd is just huge out at Twin Lakes. I think our crew that's out there trying to manage the crowd is having some challenges. I mean, it is. I don't think there's ever been this many people out at Twin Lakes. And then I saw some of the shots, obviously, of Lost Canyon Ranch, that alternate crew station, and just chaos out there. I heard, John Gaston, I think, went down with the
photographer or something.
Yeah, that it bumped into a spectator and then hit a photographer, and unfortunately, looks like he's got himself back together and is in there with Simone, and we got a good race today. The women's race, wow, what a day they're having, huh?
It's been phenomenal. Both the men and the women have been great. And, we've been talking maybe a little bit more about the women because Kate Courtney just putting on a clinic right now on the front. She's been continuing to open up time over Stevens, who just did get caught not too long ago by last year's winner, the defending champion, Melissa Rollins. So we'll see if now that they're united, if they can make any headway into trying to catch Kate before she gets to the power line climbs. We kind of figure she's probably going to add a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And, of course, Keegan doing what Keegan does, right? He's just out there riding his pace, and his pace just simply too much for the rest of the riders. And he's probably about halfway up power line right now, and I think once he gets to the top of that, he's probably going to be pretty confident. I mean, I'm sure he's been confident the whole time, but he's going to get closer to home. He's going to be over one of the last major obstacles on the course before he gets himself up around Turquoise Lake and then Carter Summit before kind of descending back towards the boulevard, the last uphill section before getting into town here. But I think once he gets to the top of power line, he's going to kind of know that, all right, I think I've kind of got this in the bag, and it just maybe make sure he stays safe and all that sort of thing. But his pacing has been absolutely impressive today.
Yeah, Chemo, tell us a little bit about this. Obviously, we know that Brendan Johnston broke a wheel on the descent down power line. So that kind of tells you a little bit about how technical, how rocky it is. So what is it like going up? It's not just a straightforward, smooth climb.
No, I mean, I wouldn't call it the most technical climb, but this is one of those parts of the race where you are glad to have a mountain bike. You know, there are some pretty chunky technical sections coming up that, you know, not anything that obviously these lead riders have to get off their bike, but it's challenging. You got to pick a good line. People flat going up power line too, you know, so it's definitely a challenge. It looks like Keegan's over those, you know, there's about 4 false summits as you work your way up power line on the way back, and looks like he's over, you know, 3 of those and about to crest. He might be up at the top of Sugarloaf now. He's rolling around that corner, so you can tell by his speed he's about to drop down Sugarloaf, and he's I mean, obviously putting on a clinic for everybody today. And looking at Kate there, you know, I thought I could see a couple, those Melissa and Lauren maybe in the distance there, but boy, she is really putting on a show today and quieting some of the, you know, the people that questioned, everybody that wondered, you know, is she coming off of the, you know, World Cup and then having surgery, you know, everybody wondering, like, what's she going to do when she has to string together a 6 or 7 hour race, you know? And boy, she is really she's silenced those doubters.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we, you know, well, me maybe more than Meredith, made sure to kind of clarify that, you know, we never discounted her ability. Just we knew it might be a little bit of a stretch for her, but she's certainly proven that this is well within her wheelhouse, and she's, you know, just kind of putting another feather in her cap here potentially by leading this race and putting herself in a great position to win and continuing to open up time, right? And I mean, we saw how good Melissa's been going the last couple of weeks, just picking up win after win and doing so well at the stage race. And to know how good her form is and how much more she's trained being the defending champion, and to see Kate still putting time on her. And this is Melissa's home turf, right? Like this, she's so used to these trails. She's done so much time around here. She knows every inch of them. And again, still continuing to lose time. So hats off to Kate Courtney right now for a great ride.
Yeah, it looks like they're, you know, she looks like about to reach the top of that alternate section that we added a couple years ago that bypasses that single track they hit on the way out. She's already at the top of that climb. I think back on, it looks like she may be close to back on the pipeline, and they are still, looks like, I don't know, what are they, a mile or two down that alternate section. So I don't know what the time split is right now, but she has definitely got a nice gap.
Yeah, the last read we got was about 3.5 minutes, and that was an increase of probably about 25 seconds over the prior read. So yeah, continuing to just eke out time, and this is where her skill set is just really coming into play on these descents. You can just watch her be so fluid, and the way she just manipulates that bike so smoothly, and it's super impressive. Oh, Chad Haga still with a great ride, sitting in 4th. Zach Colton in 5th. As Toby Road has himself in there. Andrew Lesperance, again, I'll keep saying it. I think he's on one of his best seasons he's had in a long time. In 7th, Payson McKelvin in 8th. Hugo Drachot, another one of our newcomers, in 9th. And Taylor Ledeen, always great to see Taylor putting in a good ride. He's another one that's a little bit like Lachlan Morton. Like, he'll toggle back and forth between these epic adventures and then doing these races. So great to see Taylor putting in a great ride to provisionally be sitting in 10th spot.
Yeah, so we're seeing these two, Melissa and Lauren, still working together. Kate has already gone through the 72-mile checkpoint, so we're just waiting to see what time Lauren and Melissa come through, what that gap is looking like. Last time it was roughly 3.5-ish, something like that. So we'll see if Kate is putting any more time into these two, or if now that they're together, they're able to close that down a little bit. It's hard to say. Kate clearly looks very comfortable out there, not seeing any signs of distress on her face at all in her body language. She looks super smooth. So, we'll just see if these two working together can do anything to close that gap to her.
Yeah, conventional wisdom always tells you 2 is better than 1, right? But if fatigue is setting in, or if one rider is getting demoralized because the gap goes out and they're not going to contribute as much because they're like, well, why am I going to do that? I'm just going to think about what's the next best spot I can get right now. Those things all come into play. So it's kind of a tricky game to think to wonder if these two are going to catch. And so far it's it's not been positive in the proof that they're going to catch, because they're still losing a little bit of time. But we still have a lot of climbing yet to go, a lot of stuff yet to go, and yeah, you never know when things are going to turn a little bit.
Race, yeah.
I think I just saw Kate pass Alex Howes, who's
oh,
former Grand Prix rider,
Yeah.
out here still mixing it up with the best. But I think she went by him, and it was good to see that he didn't try to jump on her wheel. You could,
he knows. No drafting.
I think we've got a lot of people out there trying to make sure we keep a clean race between the men and the women, and it seems like from everything I've seen and heard, it sounds like it's working.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of scenarios of catches and passes today, and not once have we seen the intermingling of groups that aren't meant to be together out there. So it's been. I think the riders all love it, right? I think they all love that new rule and that separation to keep every race as true as possible to itself.
Yeah, and this is interesting. If that's Alex right there on Kate's wheel or a few wheels back, it's like, okay, who's the faster descender? If Alex gets too close, he's just got to go ahead and make that pass, or how is he feeling on this descent, or this kind of, it looks like they're maybe a little bit of a false flat or something here right now. So sometimes when that person passes you, it gives you a little bit of motivation to pick up the speed a little bit again. But again, he can't draft, so he's got to make that decision to either just hold off a little bit or go ahead and make the pass.
I mean, for where, Alex is having a great ride, and he's such a great competitor and a great athlete, but for where he is out on the course right now, he's probably having fun watching, a master like Kate Courtney at work, right? Like, I would linger back there, the appropriate amount of bike lengths, just watch how she rides and maneuvers that bike, and it's just it's not often you get to see that kind of fluidity in action.
I guess that's one way to get some camera time too.
Yeah, you're right.
Stay with Kate Courtney, and you're guaranteed.
That's it, man. Camera's always on.
And he knows that from World Tour. The camera time is important.
It's
just going off the front and breaks that you likely are never going to make it to the finish, but you just do it for your sponsors and all the camera time.
That's it.
Looks like we got Keegan. He is over Sugarloaf, back on Hagerman Pass Road, and he is just flying down this road right now.
This is going to take them back to Turquoise Lake, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
He'll round this corner, and he'll hit that hairpin that drops him onto the pavement. That takes him down and around, and then up that infamous climb, the Turquoise Lake climb, back up to Carter Summit, which is always kind of, this time of day, it's always can be a little tough because there's not a lot of cloud cover today, and it's a hot section of the course. Or no wind gets in there, so it beats you up that's about a 4-mile climb. But we'll see. It doesn't seem like it's slowing him down.
So with his time at 4:52 right now, knowing where he's at and what he has to go over to get to the finish, that 5.5 hour mark, what do you think?
I'd have to do a little bit of the maths.
The maths.
Put you on the spot. The maths.
We're in the same boat there, my friend. The same boat.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at his splits from last year. I think it could be within reach. I think it's going to be a stretch, but let's see how he did, what he looked like last year. 2 years ago is probably the better one to look at.
Yeah, I'm just using our little Athlinks here to hit it up. So last year he hit Carter Summit at 5:14 and change. Was what he hit that with a pretty fat gap. He had that 14-minute gap already there. So yeah, it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough because he's still got a ways to go.
Doesn't mean he can't still set the new record or break his record from 2023
in terms of speed.
Right, in terms of speed, but is he
well,
gonna hit
or that 5:43. He still could beat that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point.
I mean, we're talking about 5.5 because that sounds like that was sort of what he was shooting for today, maybe. But 5.5 to 5:42 and 3 and change really still beat the course record.
Right.
Yeah, and he's still got about 18 miles or so of racing yet to go. So a little under an hour, conceivably, at the average speed he's been going. And we've been on the bike now for 4 hours and 54 minutes. So yeah, I mean he's certainly on time for a sub 6, but I mean he's probably looking at about a 5:52-ish, somewhere in that neighborhood. So not quite on on record pace, but we were talking, the average speed, it's kind of misleading, right? Because a little bit different length, but like 2 years ago, or last year, his average speed was faster than it was 2 years ago when he actually set the record. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic to figure out, how that works. Obviously, a little different mileage in there. So what we kind of want to lean on in terms of what we want to call a record, right? Because his average pace when he did set that 5:43 was like 17 miles an hour and change, and last year he did over 18. And now he's dangerously close to a 19-mile-an-hour average.
Yeah. So the interesting, just coming back from Twin Lakes, I was out there to visit the aid station, and on our way back, there's definitely a wind. The wind is shifted and come out of the north. You can see it on the flags here around town. So they certainly had a bit of a headwind on all that stretch, pipeline, everything back from Twin Lakes all the way back to the bottom of Powerline. I'm sure they were battling a headwind today. It wasn't a big wind. It wasn't like what we had out here yesterday, but I'm sure that put a dent in the average speed, for this year's race.
And I believe here we're seeing John Gaston, and it looks like he's alone. So
yeah, that's
not
interesting,
quite
right?
sure whether or not Simone is in front or behind him, or what we're seeing on the tracker.
Well, don't forget Gaston. Remember, he actually caught Simon over the top of Columbine, right? He had come off early, caught Simone before the top. So obviously Gaston a good climber, and just maybe still working in that zone where he's just really gauging himself.
Yeah, it looks like he's about to roll over the top of Sugarloaf here as well. So you'll see him round that corner and pick up some speed.
Yeah, so this is showing that he has opened up a little bit of a gap to Simone. And Chad Haga having a great ride out there today. Like you said earlier, Bill, we haven't talked a lot about Chad today. I don't think he necessarily was a rider on a lot of people's radar today for a mountain bike race. But I guess, going back to what we saw last year at Unbound, we shouldn't have ruled him out. It just two different bikes, but and Chad coming from also coming from a road background, many years in the world tour over in Europe, and so coming out here today, he's proving that he is capable of having a good race no matter what bike he's on.
Physiology is physiology, right? You have a certain VO ability, you have a certain threshold ability, and it's about just kind of refining the skill sets to make sure you can use it in different arenas. And obviously Chad, last year at Unbound, obviously a great performance out there, and another great ride here, making himself super well rounded on all sorts of two wheels. Yeah, looking again at Keegan, he's on that pavement section, so around the lake. Remember, they made that left off of Hagerman there, and then around the lake, so he'll go back around the north side of the lake. That'll be getting himself to the Carter Summit area, and then from there, it's kind of largely downhill to get into town, and then that boulevard becomes kind of the last obstacle. And we were joking about that yesterday about, you get to the boulevard and everyone's like, woohoo, I'm home. And it's like 3.5 miles of a 3% uphill grade. So it's just one more insult to injury before you actually get to the finish line.
And for newbie riders, they hit that point, the bottom of the boulevard, they look down at their computer and they see 100 miles. They think they're doing a 100-mile mountain bike race, right?
Because we tell them it's the Leadville 100.
Yeah, it's kind of the worst kept secret that when you hit that corner, you still got over 4 miles to go. So, and you round that corner onto the boulevard, it is this rocky, chunky, not very steep, but just kind of a miserable moment in your whole life. You kind of turn that corner and you start to question your life's choices. But you roll over that thing, it smooths out, and then you've got a pretty steady climb back into town there. So
it's funny, we kind of, when I kind of realized what that chunk was like on the entrance there, kind of made sense that at the stage race on that last stage for the women, that's probably where Melissa got the gap on Kate, just knowing that territory and getting the lead into that, and maybe Kate being caught a little off guard on that. But, well, now she knows, at least, as we continue to look at Gaston getting himself up the climb, looking good. And we have to assume if the camera's on him, then he's probably he's occupying that second spot. So we're not sure exactly where Simone is, just a little bit behind on our tracker. It looks fairly close there, so that's probably about a 20-second gap maybe from Gaston back to Pelot, maybe opening up just a little bit more out there on the course. So we're now getting some more splits. Oh, look at this. Second, where'd Lauren Stevens go at the front of the women's race?
I think that's wrong because they were just showing Melissa and Lauren together.
All right. Yeah.
So I do think that graphic is wrong, at least from what we saw.
Hey, we're paying attention.
So here. So here's Lauren and Melissa. So confirm that these two are still together.
I thought Cecily Decker rode herself back into the action. That would have been the comeback of the day for Cecily. You know, she's obviously having a great ride as it is, sitting in the top 6 or so, and you see Melissa and Lauren riding well together. Melissa taking a big swig of liquid there as Lauren continues to drive the pace. These two doing a great job sharing the workload, but we'll have to wait until we see another time gap, and that's what's that look like, 4.5 minutes at that 72 mile, the single track inbound side. So yeah, very, very well done. Skarda up in the mix as well. Sophia making her way back up there as well.
Yeah, so in the tracker, they kind of have Lauren. They missed her number somehow coming through the last time check. So we've got Kate Courtney first leading the race right now, Melissa Rollins and Lauren Stevens second and third, with Cecily Decker chasing in fourth, Alexis Skarda fifth, Sophia Gomez Vigevanier sixth.
Yeah, and, you know, looking a little further down there, you know, Michaela Thompson, again, having a great ride. Sarah Lang, Hannah Otto, your new marathon mountain bike national champion up there, and Paige Onweller having a great ride as well.
Gaston on his way down, Sugarloaf just in cruise control, cruise mode right here. Just a little bit of a chance to recover. Still, as with the rest of the course, you know, even though it's you're not putting pressure on the pedals right now, doesn't mean you can just turn off. So you still got to stay focused and you know, and keep his eyes ahead. As you know, I guess. I don't think anyone else is probably coming up still at this point.
Shouldn't be any more head-on
Otherwise,
traffic,
they're way
right?
behind their time cuts. But but so he still has clear road, clear trail in front of him. But doesn't mean that he can just switch off and just go into total cruise control mode.
Yeah, and it's funny because that's one of those scenarios, right, that you try and teach new athletes into the sport of how much psychological component is involved in bike racing, and it's not just a put your head down and pedal hard sport. You know, even in the road or in any discipline, you've got to pay attention, you've got to look ahead, you've got to plan ahead, you've got to think a step ahead, and always be paying attention, always be mulling things over in your mind. Like, how's my pacing, what's my gear like, how's my cadence, have I eaten enough, am I drinking enough, how do the legs feel, how's my heart rate feeling, and all these things that you're constantly. It's just this revolving door of kind of continuing to check up on all these little things that are going to keep you optimized out there on the course.
Yeah, it's not about just putting pressure on the pedals.
There's
a lot more that goes into a day like this than just pedaling your bike. And, you know, you just ticked off all the different things that you got to think about. And when you're, you know, totally gassed and you're in the red and you're, you know, at this high altitude, and it's hard to think you're, you know, 5 hours into a bike race, how to, you know, make sure that you're staying on top of your fueling and your hydration and all of these things that you've prepared for leading into the day. You know, you've got to remind yourself to keep doing all of these things. Sometimes people will even set a timer on their head unit to make sure that they're feeding, because it's easy to forget or your stomach's upset or whatever it might be.
I used to chuckle at that, but now, you know, it makes sense, right? You get into these long races and the fatigue is real, and you forget to eat, you forget to drink. So yeah, it's such a great idea, and it's so necessary sometimes.
Yeah, we just saw Courtney taking on a little bit of food. She's on this pavement section now that's going to get her over to that outward bound aid station, inbound, obviously. It's pretty impressive to see. You can see there's some flags out there. They are definitely riding into a headwind on their way back, and watching Lauren and Melissa really work together well. I mean, they are trading pulls. Nobody's sitting in. They're both taking turns, and they are not making a dent in Kate's advantage here. That she's got to have, you know, watching the timer here, she's still 4 minutes plus coming through the, they're just now coming through the pipeline aid station actually. And yeah, you can see the flags there that just really whipping, and into that headwind, Kate is still maintaining that lead on them.
Yeah, my guess is, you never give up on the thought of winning, right? You have to keep that thought in your head to keep going and to keep on the gas. But, again, it's those mind games. You have to think logically and objectively as well while you're out there. And they know they've been working together for a while now. They know they're not gaining time. So I'm willing to bet that they're thinking a little bit more about keeping their eye in the rearview mirror a little bit more than they are about staring up the road and trying to see if they can reel Kate Courtney back in.
Well, both Melissa and Lauren have a road background, as we've talked about, and so the tactics that could come into play between the two of them, everyone out here today, has a tactical sense, but sometimes, roadies might have a little bit more of that. It's just a different game, in a road race than a mountain bike race where you're just kind of full gas the whole time. Obviously a different scenario here in a 100-mile mountain bike race, but, at what point, are they going to start playing tactics, and in any of these groups that we see out here today, at some point, you've got to start thinking, okay, what's the smartest move for me? Where are my strengths? Where are the weaknesses of the people that I'm with? As we saw in the Leadville stage race between Kate and Melissa, it was on that last day where I think Melissa knew that boulevard, that chunky, rocky garden in the boulevard, where Kate may have not been as familiar with that or whatever it was, and that's where kind of Melissa made her move. And between Melissa and Lauren, they both know that section, so it's not going to be a surprise today, but, just a lot. What can happen, between now and then as far as the tactics and who's feeling good, who's not, who's a better climber, who's not, who's a better descender, who's not. So who leads and where, and when do you let the other person come through and take their pulls?
There's definitely a home court advantage, for someone who's done this race as many times as Melissa has. She's won it. She's won the stage race 2 years in a row, so she's definitely a little bit of home court advantage. But Kate's seen it now. She's got a little bit of experience on it. She's been up here for a couple weeks. She's come over back and forth between here and Aspen. She's ridden the course. So she knew what she was getting herself into this time. Keegan, just, again, so impressive. He's on that climb. He looks like he's probably doing 16 to 18 miles an hour up that paved climb coming out around Turquoise Lake. He's about to get to Carter Summit. And, when you get to Carter Summit, most of the climbing is done. There's a couple little punchy climbs coming over the top before you get over to St. Kevin's, but he knows what's ahead of him. There's, most of the work is done. Now it's just keeping it upright. And he's, this is, we're back to Gaston, who is still back on the Hagerman Pass Road. He has not even gotten to the pavement yet.
Yeah, right. He's not down to the lake.
Yeah, and Keegan is about to turn off the pavement onto Carter Summit. It's just
so that's kind of the tell with that gap. That time gap is actually going up even more, right?
I think it's going up even more. Yeah.
And so we know once he gets to the top of Carter Summit, it's about 10 miles back into town. So. If he runs close to 20 miles an hour, 19 miles an hour, it's going to be about 30, 32 minutes, something like that on the way back in. So yeah, he's at 5, not quite 5 hours and 10 minutes now. So yeah, I think we are looking at right around a 5:50-ish time frame here today as Gaston taken on. He's been doing a great job. Like every time the camera is on Gaston, he is reaching into his back pockets. He's really good about it. He's really religious about taking on some nutrition there, and just like that, he is on that paved section now. So enjoying a little bit of recovery, getting in that tuck, and doing what he can. You can see him take a little look back to see if Pillow is anywhere behind him and coming up.
And every time I see John, I think, are we watching Jan Ulrich? How many times is this guy going to get second? Right? He picked the wrong few years. 4 years in a row now, and I think he's got a couple seconds, a third. He just happened to be under the reign of Keegan.
He may well kind of get the oddball record for being on the podium the most times without ever winning the race. Right? It's
consistency.
Consistency is a great thing. But right now we're back with our chasing duo. We're looking squarely at your defending champion, Melissa Rollins, and we are going to turn our attention now to a sweet little piece we've got on Melissa.
Leadville was one of the first races I ever did, and it was the reason that I started riding a bike. So back in 2016, I was a junior in college, and I picked up a bike and decided that I wanted to follow along in my parents' footsteps. Leadville has always felt like a family affair to me because we've always come up here together and raced it together. And the whole Leadville thing is actually so crazy because this is literally where I began. So every time I ride the course, I can remember the very first time I did it, and I didn't do it as a pro. I did it as an amateur. I remember my first time doing this race. I met a guy on course, and we just rode it together. And I was trying to relate that to somebody else who races pro, and I don't think a lot of people can relate to just riding a really long race at the back of the pack and like meeting friends along the way that you like get to just race together. You're not battling it out with them, you're just riding, and you're really happy to accomplish something really big like finishing 100 miles at 10,000 feet with a once stranger, now friend. It was hard the first time because it was the hardest thing I had ever done up until that point. That being said, it was really hard last year because it really hurt. I always say that when I'm racing for the win, those are the hardest and most painful days. They're also the most rewarding. The season has been good, not great, but good. And yeah, I think I've just been itching to get up to the mountains. Yeah, this is kind of where my season started to take an uptick last year, and yeah, I feel the momentum this year too.
Today's live coverage of the Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik is presented by Orange Seal, the seal entrusted by pros to keep them rolling through the toughest terrain. Still got our eyes on our chasing duo in the women's race. It is still Rollins on the front doing her turn there ahead of Lauren Stevens. If you recall, Stevens had gotten a gap and was occupying sole ownership of second place, but we did say Melissa rallied to catch her, and they've been working together relatively smoothly ever since that point. It looks like Kate Courtney has now gone through the outbound inward side, so she's been through there at just over 5 hours and 1 minute and change. So we've got probably a couple minutes, maybe 2, 3, 4 minutes to tick by before we see our chasers come through, but we'll get a fresh time gap update to see exactly how things are shaking up on the front right now. Kate Courtney continuing to take on some food, take on some hydration. She knows with every pedal stroke she's getting closer and closer to a really big win, her first time ever at the Leadville Trail 100, and what a way that would be if she walks off with the top step of the podium in her first visit to the 100 here.
Yeah, she's got to get all the fuel and hydration in now before she gets to the power line climb. From there on, it's a big grind up that climb, and then over the top, it's still a little bit challenging to eat while it's bumpy and rocky until she gets down to the pavement again. So now is her chance to get that fuel and hydration in before she's back on the pedals again for a while.
Yeah, it's all about getting ahead of the game with that nutrition. So if she's been doing a good job, it might be the last time she really needs to throw down a whole lot of fuel. So we'll be back momentarily.
Almost 35 years ago, Lifetime was created to have a positive impact on people's well-being and the way they live their lives.
Well, health advocacy is how we take best care of ourselves if something is off.
Today, Lifetime Digital takes that same vision of vitality and expands it everywhere. Our best classes, proven programs, award-winning content.
All right, now we're gonna add a spot to this. So one sweep.
As a ground stroke, we want top spin on this. So therefore, we're gonna need a slightly clear paddle.
Plus Lacey, your personal wellness companion who knows what works for you. From 1.5 million members to hundreds of millions happier, healthier people across the world. Lifetime Digital, taking wellness beyond the walls.
Well, XC Racing is all about choices. Racers have to decide what races to train for, what lines to take on track, and when to attack. Shimano and the new XTR M9200 series have made it easier on racers to choose the best setup that will work for them at any race, anywhere. Close gear steps or wide-range cassettes, intuitive and lightning-fast shifting, and a variety of brake options create a familiar fit and feel on the bike so racers can focus on the task at hand.
All right, here we go. I have had the opportunity to be on new XTR this year for a while now, so love hearing that, and love the new drivetrain and the Di2 wireless drivetrain there, and we definitely have some athletes out here on the new drivetrain today, and excited to hear them talk about their day at the finish line.
I'll tell you, the finish line is getting closer and closer for our respective leaders. Keegan Swenson, we know he should be getting up to around 10 miles or so to go when he gets to the top of Carter Pass on the way back in. He'll roll down off the pass. He'll get a little bit of a breather from the climbing there on the way back in, and it should, in theory, be relatively smooth sailing for Keegan the rest of the way in from this point on. So not sure the record time that he was thinking about is going to come into play. That's only about 13, 14 minutes away, but he's still going to have a very good time out there today. Should be coming in still under the 6-hour mark look, just a few years ago, the 6-hour mark was kind of this
unthinkable
line in the sand, right? That was unthinkable. So that it's been broken is, no real surprise. So we are ready to turn it back over to Lauren Hall out there in the field. It looks like she's back with our friends from Orange Seal.
Hey guys, I'm here listening and watching you on the live stream, and I'm right here at the turn of Powerline, right when they turn off the paved road onto the gravel, head back up and over Powerline. Thank you so much for your commentary and coverage. This has been really nice to follow, and we can also tell that Kate is getting close because we can hear the helicopter. And you know, you're talking a lot about the chase group, Melissa and Lauren together. You got to think about Kate being solo for so long. Like, what is that mental verbiage that she's having with herself? Motivated and pushing forward and knowing, you know, we saw her look behind a couple of times, kind of getting a gauge of maybe where second and third place are, you know, but they're minutes back, so she can't see them, but you're always kind of wondering and checking over the back of your shoulder, seeing if they're coming or not, right? Because we're talking about 3 minutes. That isn't necessarily a lot for what is left as far as climbing. Like you said, there's Powerline, there's Sugarloaf, and then you have all the mileage back into town. And Meredith and I have even talked about the dog leg coming back into town, and it's not an easy gravel road to navigate. And then you even had the small riser coming back into the finish line. So a lot left still in this race. Kate is dominating right now. I can hear the lead moto. But you got to think about what Melissa and Lauren are also thinking about and how they're feeling. Melissa's definitely going to want this back as well. Lauren has always wanted to do well here. And here we have Kate coming over right now, taking on some fluids, dropping a water bottle right there, looking so strong. It's so good to see, and that's world-class racing right there. We're talking about her coming back from injury, and she was crushing the stage race just 2 weeks ago. And you know, a wrist injury is something that's really hard to deal with. All the vibration on your wrist, it really hurts. So for her to come back from that, be 100% healthy, super strong racing. And so now she's headed back up and over Powerline, and you know, you got to think about how much of a beast of that climb is that's left. Last year I followed these racers on an e-bike, and they're just crawling up and over this, and it's just brutal, right? And you know it's coming as you come down it, and you go all this mileage out, even up and over up Columbine and back down, to know that you have to come back up and over that. It's just, I can't fathom just doing this race. So kudos to everyone that makes it to the finish line. and it looks like Kate is just smashing it today. So I have a feeling that Kate's going to probably come in solo, but all in due time, right? There's still lots of racing left. You're talking 18 miles, and that's a lot that can go right and wrong. So only time will tell. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
All right, so we've got our top 3 women all now through that 79-mile checkpoint. That's the outward bound, inbound checkpoint. Kate Courtney getting through there again, just a little over 5 hours and 1 minute. 6.5 minutes is the new gap. Lauren Stevens and Melissa Rollins still together. So Kate Courtney still your leader and still continuing to open up time. 6.5 minutes over the chasing duo of Lauren Stevens and Melissa Rollins. And, you know, that is sounds to me like a pretty fast average speed going on out there.
Yeah, so looking at the speeds from today, Kate Courtney so far is averaging just under 16 miles an hour, about 15.7 miles an hour today. Whereas when we look back at Melissa's average speed from the race last year, she was about 14.6. And the interesting thing to note, too, is last year drafting was legal. This year it's not. So these riders this year are doing that all on their own within the women's group, no help from the men whatsoever. You know, hard to say who was drafting with the men or working with the men last year. I mean, some did, some didn't, just by nature of where they were on the course. And so the fact that they're about averaging a mile an hour faster this year, they're moving out there.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's just like, you know, all the races just seem to get, every year they get a little faster and a little faster and a little faster. And this one obviously is no stranger to that phenomenon. As, again, we watch the chasers. Melissa Rollins, she's the rider in the Live kit on the front. She's got the feed helmet sitting on second wheel. That, of course, is Lauren Stevens. So those two riders have been locked in battle for, geez, probably close to an hour at this point, since they've reunited, 45 minutes to an hour, and they've been doing a great job. We see the helicopter just out of sight through that little clearing there, following the leader there, so they can get a sense of where the leader is relative to their position. I'm not sure they're getting any time splits necessarily because, you know, we're now between feed zones and things like that, so not a lot of information to be had out there. So they be interesting. They may not know that they've actually lost, you know, a minute and a half or so since the last time split. So it'll be kind of interesting news for them to receive. It'll be interesting to see how they process that news and if it changes their tactical approach here.
Well, and a lot of times, you know, out of sight, out of mind. So Kate has kind of been out of sight for a long time now. So, you know, once that happens, it could be 30 seconds or a minute, but as long as the road keeps that lead rider out of sight, you know, sometimes that's a deterrent for the chase. They're already thinking, that rider's too far away. So they just kind of already have shifted focus to like, okay, what's the next best place we can do today? Have no idea what these two riders are thinking. I think they're still going to fight all the way to the line. And they're going to ride their race. They're going to keep the pace up. And same with, you know, Gaston. Who knows if he you see him talking a little bit. So
back.
Who knows if anyone in the, in the side-by-sides or on the motos are giving them time gaps or not. But it's certainly, it's challenging when you don't know really what's going on out there.
I would bet their crews. I was out there at the Twin Lakes, and, you know, typically the crews are keeping track and giving them splits as they come flying through there. But with, you know, 6.5 minutes at outward bound, you know, Kate Courtney is going to be well over that first rise on power line. So as they make that, she's already made that turn off the pavement, gotten her way up to the bottom of power line, and there's a pretty good steep straight stretch there that you can see riders if you're within 2 to 3 minutes of them, because it's a 2 to 3 minute climb to get over that. But at 6.5 minutes, she's very likely going to be out of sight unless she starts to fade quick. That's going to be a real kind of kick in the teeth for Melissa Rollins and Lauren Stevens, and they round that corner and they see all the way up that hill, and they're not going to see Kate Courtney, and that'll be a little bit demoralizing for them, knowing that she's that far off the front. If she clears that first steep section, I'd say she's got without them, you know, getting within reach or within sight of her, she's got a pretty good chance of making this gap stretch all the way to the finish.
Yeah, and here's Melissa Rollins and Lauren Stevens about to make this left-hand turn into the bottom of power line. So this would be a big tell to see who's feeling good right now. You know, they've had the advantage of working with each other, being able to sit on and get a little breather in the draft. But now, I mean, a climb like this is kind of like a time trial where it's a race against the clock, or, you know, a race of truth, right? So we'll see who still has the legs to get up and over this really steep climb, especially at the bottom. As you said, it's kind of, I would say that's the steepest part and the straightest part of the climb, where you can get a clear sight line ahead of you, and then it kind of starts to weave and wind a little bit towards the top through the trees.
So here we got a great shot of Keegan. He has made his way over St. Kevin's, down the descent and out onto the flat. So this is that really kind of flat, couple little rollers, but he'll get down, he'll cross the tracks and head down along the river and work his way towards that infamous boulevard climb. So you can just see he is absolutely flying right now. There's no cracking going on with Keegan today.
And if he wants to break his record or get close to his record from 2023, he has just under 20 minutes to do that back to the finish. So
yeah, and he's about it looks like about 5.5 to 6 miles out. So yeah, I mean it's conceivable. It's certainly conceivable he could break that record. He's almost around the east perimeter here of Turquoise Lake. So yeah, it shouldn't be too long before he gets to the boulevard, about maybe 2.5 more miles or so before he hits that boulevard section. And yeah, that record, you know, his 5:43, it could well be in sight here. It was looking like he was going to be around a 5:50-ish was what our rough guesstimate was, based on maybe probably about a half hour ago we were kind of making those assumptions. But he's continued to just absolutely stay on the gas here. And you know, every time this road levels out, it's easy to watch how that background just goes by just so quickly. So you can really see the speed he's maintaining on these sections. You watch his shoulders kind of laying into the pedal stroke. So he's putting it all out there right now, and it's, you know, he's not just checking, you know, cashing the check on this one and riding it home easy. I'm sure he knows he's got a big gap, but he's just bound and determined to make every pedal stroke count until he gets to the top of 6th Street here in town.
I mean, as we talked about earlier, this Keegan Swenson knows how to dig deep, you know, and he knows, you know, I'm sure he knows whether he's on track to get the record. You know, I think he knows 5.5 hours is not going to happen today, but is he on track to still, you know, beat his record from 2023? So, you know, there's all sorts of things going through his mind right now, and he knows exactly what his markers are. And so he's either just in it to win it today, or he knows he's still on track to come close to beating that record from 2023.
So his average speed when he got through the Carter Summit there was just a little over 18.2 miles an hour. So might come up just a hair, because he's obviously cruising along right now. He does have that long 3.5-ish mile drag on the boulevard that's going to set him back just a little bit, but still the same with Gaston and Pelot there in his 2nd and 3rd, and the gap is now over 10 minutes. So it's about 10.5 minutes. Chad Haga, doesn't look like Chad's too far behind those guys. A little hard to tell. Zach Colton rounding out your top 5. Toby Rhodes still with a great ride. Andrew Lesprance in 7th. Payson McKelvin in 8th. Hugo Drachot in 9th, and Taylor Ledeen still rounding out your current top 10 as we get down to the tail end of today's race on the men's side.
Yeah, it's just Keegan, you're starting to see his body shake and move a little bit. You know, normally he's like just so smooth and composed, and you can tell he's putting everything he has left into turning these pedals over as fast as he can.
Yeah, that out of the saddle acceleration, is that an out of the saddle because my back is stiff and I need to switch it up, or is that an out of the saddle like I can kind of sniff the record is there and I got to go faster? It's one of the two.
That's an out of the saddle because there's actually a little bump in the road right there.
Okay, there's option 3. We'll go with option 3 on that one.
Yeah, there is a little bump in the road there. He'll drop down. He'll make that left-hand turn and cross the railroad tracks and the river, and then a right, and start heading towards the boulevard. But yeah, he looks like he's probably doing 30 miles an hour along this flat section here.
Phenomenal amount of speed at the tail end of a almost 5.5 hours on the money right now, and he's still able to put out this kind of power on this course. It's this guy is he's an amazing specimen in general, but just at altitude, he seems to shine that much more.
Yeah, and at this point in the race, a lot of people, if they knew what their gap was to the chasers, they'd be like, all right, I'm just gonna pedal my way in. I don't need to dig any deeper. I've got this wrapped up, assuming there's no mechanicals or anything. But Keegan being Keegan, he is just gonna continue to dig and dig and dig and use every ounce of energy he has to, whether he's still chasing that record or not. Doesn't matter. He is going to put every ounce of energy he has left into getting to the finish line.
Meredith, Bill, I'm going to work my way out to the finish line and see this guy come across. So
yeah, I don't blame you, man.
Thank you for being here today. Thanks for doing a great job on the live broadcast.
Oh, thank you, Chemo.
Excited to be our first full live stream from Leadville, and we have a lot more great things planned for the Life Time Grand Prix and for all of our events, but pretty exciting future for what we've got in this future ahead of us in this sport. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chemo, for manning the ship for as long as you have.
Thank you for bringing the Grand Prix to life too. This was your baby, and it's been pretty exciting to see how everything has evolved over the years and continue to evolve in the coming years. So thank you.
We have some pretty exciting changes coming that I think are really going to hopefully help us reshape the sport of professional cycling here in North America. It needs a lot of help, and we never knew that we'd be able to do as much as we have when we had this crazy idea a few years ago. But it's been fun to be a part of it, and I think some of the changes that we're working on are going to make it even more exciting. So we're lucky to have Lifetime behind us. We're long-term committed to this, and obviously having fun with what we're doing and getting to have a little bit of an impact, hopefully. So it's great to get to chat with you all, and we'll see you out there at the finish line.
All right.
Sounds good, Chemo. Thank you. All right, looking back at our leader, Keegan Swenson. He's in full flight now on the pavement. Once again, he's very rapidly approaching the boulevard area. That boulevard, about 3.5 miles, maybe a little more than that. The final challenge of the course, those opening maybe 200, 300 feet, I guess, is where that's really pretty rocky, catches you off guard if you're not paying attention. But after that, kind of smooths out, a little champagne-y gravel, a little 3.5, maybe about a 3.5% grade all the way up into town, get onto 6th Street. And at that point, I'm sure you can hear the crowd, you can hear the music from the finish line. And that's when you know for sure that you've got this one in the bag. And I'm sure he can't wait. He's been very well trained with this finish here. He knows where he's at. He knows every pedal stroke, and he knows exactly how far he's got to go. And he knows where he can finally, maybe over that little hump, when they get onto 6th Street, you have that little hump by the school, and then it finally drops back down, and that's kind of the place where you can say, okay, I can actually see the finish line trust from here, so now I know I'm just about home free.
Yeah, so this section that he's on right now, pretty flat, nothing that's really going to get in his way here, straightforward, and then he's going to make a left-hand turn into the boulevard, and that's where things are going to get a little bit rocky. It's about 200, 300 feet, nothing that long, and then he's back onto smooth gravel before he hits the pavement into the finish.
Well, I'll tell you what, now that we are approaching the infamous boulevard on the entrance into town, this section is brought to you by Road ID. Road ID is an essential piece of gear for every cyclist, which is why it's worn by top athletes like Alexei Vermeulen, Keegan Swenson, Sofia Gomez, Visha Fanye, and Sarah Sturm. In an emergency, it communicates who you are and who to contact. They've been fueling adventure and delivering peace of mind since 1999. Check them out at roadid.com.
So yesterday when I was riding this section, when you make this left-hand turn onto the boulevard, there are signs out there that say, only 3.383 miles to go. And you're like, oh my God, that's going to be the longest 3.8 whatever mile or 3 whatever miles it is to go at this point. He's hit about 100 miles. And so just in these closing miles, it's just got to keep his head down, stay on the pedals. You can see him just pouring every ounce of energy he has left into getting to this finish line as quick as he can. He is making quick work of this section, and he'll make quick work of this boulevard right here. Yeah. You can see where it turns to this little bit of a rocky section. It's not too long.
Coming off a fast left-hander into that, no less,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. So Nothing too technical, especially for a rider like Keegan Swenson. And so we've got, it's cool to see these people out here cheering him on. That's going to be helpful to get him to the finish line.
Well, I'll tell you, now that he's on the officially on the boulevard, I want to thank our friends at Shocks. Support for today's broadcast has been brought to you by Shocks. So I think the crowd outside is probably starting to swell. We're missing the party, Meredith. I'm a little conflicted, to be honest with you. I'm sure it's a fun celebration out there, as the announcers surely know that Keegan's in the last couple miles here. He's on the infamous boulevard, and it won't be too long now. We're at 5:35 and change on the clock. So yeah, it's not going to be too long. His record's still within grasp here, as you can see him continuing to very cautiously pick his lines on this section, because again, you see these rocks, there's an opportunity for mechanical issue out there, so he still has to be careful. He still has to pick his line, keep his eyes wide open, and maneuver the bike the best he can to keep himself safe here before he dumps out onto the last bit of pavement.
And now he's through that, so from here it's smooth road, smooth dirt, smooth pavement all the way to the finish, but it still is a drag all the way to the finish. So he gets up to the top of this, he'll make a left-hand turn onto the pavement, get a little bit of reprieve on a flat section, and then makes a turn onto another little paved kicker, drops down, and then it just continues to drag all the way up to the finish. So by no means is it still easy, or is it easy from here to the finish, but he knows exactly what it takes, and I wish I knew what he was thinking right now with his time, and does he think he could still, in the next 7 minutes, get to the finish?
I bet he does, right? Like, look at the body language. He's not slowing down. The shoulders are rocking. That means he's really laying it all out there. So I really think he's trying to get across that line as fast as he can. He'd like to try and get that record. Everyone was just kind of blown away when he hit that 5:43 2 years ago, and every time you set those new records, everyone's like, oh, okay, that's going to stand for a while. And like, okay, it stood for last year, but maybe it stands for this year. The clock is ticking. We'll see. But look, you can almost get a little view of his mouth open there, as his upper body is really more into the pedaling than he's been all day, and he is just going. This is amazing effort by again, this guy is a generational talent in the sport of mountain bike and gravel racing, and he's won just about every major race in the U.S., and he's looking to add number 5 here today and inch himself ever so closer to the tying that record of 6 potentially next year.
Yeah, I don't doubt if that we see him back again next year, and he'll come back next year, and sure, he'll want to win, but there's going to be another what's next. Keegan he's won this race already 4 times, so that's why he was like, okay, well, how can I better that? Okay, I win again, but what does that really mean?
Right.
So that's why he just keeps going after these records. So yeah, if we see him come back next year and he ties Dave Ween's record of 6 wins, 6 consecutive wins.
Right, consecutive no less, right.
Then does he come back again in 2027 to try to break that record? So, he's about records, breaking records, right? So who knows what we're going to see from Keegan over the next couple years now that, he's going to get his 5th win here. So he's going to try to tie the 6th consecutive win and then go for another, break it by going for 7th in 2027.
Well, continuing to put on the pressure, we've got our lead motos there. Hopefully the party is just getting lively out there in town, the music cranking, the spectators enjoying what's been a phenomenal day here in Leadville for our stop number 3 of the 2025 Lifetime Grand Prix. This, of course, the Leadville Trail 100 mountain bike presented by Kenetik. And again, a huge thanks to our friends at Orange Seal, helping us get this live coverage out there to all of the fans around the world. So hopefully we've had lots of folks tuning in to enjoy another great day of racing, another day of Keegan Swenson just putting on a clinic. I don't think there's any other way to describe it. Just putting on an absolute clinic out there as you're now just kind of starting to see the outskirts of town appear in there in the distance, the helicopter low. Keegan knows it's there, and he's just still digging as that clock continues to tick by. We're almost at 5 hours and 40 minutes, so that's going to mean only 3 minutes and change for him to try and get up 6th Street and back down across the finish line.
Yeah, at this point, I'd say that's a bit of a stretch for him to be able to do that today. I mean, come on, let's not discount what Keegan Swenson is capable of, though. But I think if it happens, it's going to be within seconds. But he's still not to the pavement yet. And again, once he hits the pavement, you know, it's still a long drag up to the finish line.
Right,
so it's not just flat, right?
That step up at the bottom of 6
Yes.
it's no joke, right? It's a steep little thing to get up by the school there before you crest and get a downhill run to the line. So yeah, I think I'm kind of thinking that that record might go ahead and stand for another year. But nonetheless, it's just absolutely amazing performance. This will be the second fastest time in Leadville, and not by a whole lot. So it's certainly nothing to sneeze at by any stretch of the imagination here.
But it's only going to fuel his fire.
Oh, right. When you get that close, and what's he going to miss it by? You know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I'm sure he's going to sit over dinner tonight and think like where he could have made up 20 seconds here, 10 seconds there, and right, that'll just fuel his stoke for next year.
Right, and you know, does he go back to thinking to the beginning of the race? You know, when he was still with Simon Pilot and John Gaston, does he wonder, should I have just gone off the front sooner, left these guys behind, gone on my own race sooner, or I don't know.
That's a great point, right? Because normally he just, normally he has Tobin, right? And so he doesn't even worry about anything until Columbine because Tobin just drives the train. But this year he had to do a lot of it himself. And right, to your point, you kind of wonder if he sacrificed a little bit to go the pace of the other two riders just to have that company.
But at the same time, I have to think he knew where he needed to be when. So if those guys weren't going the pace that he wanted to be going to break that record, I think he would have probably just ridden away.
Another 2.5, another potential 2 hours by yourself, though, right? Yeah. Like it's such a mixed bag, hard to pick out. What he might be thinking of that, but look at that body laboring. Oh, he's digging. He still thinks that the record's in sight. He's got his Garmin or his head unit there. It's 5:42. In theory, we've got a heavy minute before he would need to get across the line here, and again, still not on pavement, but very dangerously close here to getting on the pavement.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, he's like, okay, well, I've got the record and I've got the second fastest time. He might even have still the third fastest time as well. So he's like, all right, so who's next? Who's gonna come in?
Seriously.
Any one of those times is still impressive for the next person to try to break.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, look at this. It looks like we're now coming out onto the pavement here. So the last bit of the dirt should be underneath the wheels for the day here for Keegan. So, again, back into very familiar territory to see if he can't get this one towards the wreck. So there's that right-hand turn. He's now officially on 6th Street, so that's the home straight. This is the final kicker here on 6th Street, and you see him alternating out of the saddle, in the saddle, just trying to milk every little bit he can get. And again, it's this climb is a couple hundred meters from that right-hand turn to the top, and once he gets to that top, it's probably a good 700 meters, 800 meters where you can see the line up there in the distance, and I think he's probably got about another block to go.
So he's now just past his record from 2023.
Yeah, there it is.
So a little bit off that record, but hey, I mean, what an incredible ride.
Yeah.
Every time Keegan Swenson comes out and races his bike, you just never know what to expect other than an incredible performance.
Right, exactly. It's kind of a given now, and he's back on that the fresh pavement that's been laid down, which is going to signify more or less the top of the climb here. So all of his elevation gain for the day is just about officially underneath him here momentarily. Now in those that nice little neighborhood on that part of 6th Street here in Leadville, and I'm sure he hears the music, he hears the fans. I'm sure the hype is just out of control there on the finish line. He left here, coming up on 5 hours and 45 minutes ago, and the folks have been waiting. They've been paying attention to the feed. They've been watching online, and they know he's coming back into town, and they know that they're going to be celebrating a phenomenal performance. I mean, he's no stranger to Leadville, right? Most of your average Leadville locals that have been here, they know the name Keegan Swenson. They know that this is an athlete that just is, arguably head and shoulders above the rest of the crowd. And they know that kind of performance, that kind of ability deserves a celebration. He's now on that descent. So we're getting the spin here from our chopper view, and now we're getting a view from the line. He's starting to come across those last few intersections, making his way up the hill. And I'll tell you, he's going to get a hero's welcome home here in Leadville, because this is going to be 5 in a row. And amazing performance, mouth open, still digging for the line. So your champion in 2025, round number 3 of the Lifetime Grand Prix here in Leadville, and he is out of the saddle again. Look at this, digging for the line. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so happy. Keegan Swenson is getting it done, the 5th year in a row. Your champion here in Leadville, officially across the line. Keegan Swenson. What a day out there, getting the champagne bath across the line. His team soigneur there to make sure, that's Gabby, making sure she's got him, leading him into the corral there to take care of him. And it's going to be a happy night in the Santa Cruz team compound.
It's just, it blows me away that, he is still sprinting all the way across the line.
Right.
Most other riders would have started to celebrate as soon as they made that last turn.
I would have been celebrating a half hour ago, Meredith.
Right. Well, yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Come on, it's amazing, but truly professional, just getting it across the line there. That was just a great ride.
Yeah.
Making sure he's got his Garmin stopped there. And yeah, it's going to be great. I know, so Nat Ross, we've had Nat Ross out in the field all day, and I know when the time comes, we'll get some interview, I believe, with our top 3 when they're all in. So Nat Ross will eventually get a word with Keegan. But for the moment, we're going to let him relax a little bit, try and catch his breath. And look how out of breath. This is a guy that lives and breathes altitude like it's nobody's business, and he's so out of breath right
just
now.
Stone-faced right now.
Yeah, merrily mopping. One of the co-founders here in Leadville, giving him this ribbon and big kiss on the cheek.
Oh yeah, it's hard to read him right now to see, is he happy with that ride? Is he disappointed that he missed setting a new record? It's really hard to read him. He doesn't show a lot on his,
He doesn't. And you see when he took his glasses off, he was like zombied out, to be honest, right? He was so in the zone, and I think it's going to be a few before he comes down from that unbelievable performance. Right now, we've got John Gaston on a section of pavement here, and John looking very, very smooth. It's going to be his 4th trip to the podium. What a consistent guy. And just a reminder, John Gaston is a guy who does 2 mountain bike races a year. He does Snowmass, which was a week or 2 ago.
Weeks ago.
And he does Leadville, and that's literally all the mountain bike racing he does. He's a snow mountaineering, or a ski mountaineering athlete who 38 years old, ski mountaineering, going to be in the Olympics here in 2026. And he's got his sights set on earning his spot on that team. So, yeah, it's great to see Gaston having a great ride. So we're going to take one more look, I think, at the final bit here of Keegan Swenson's ride up into town. And look at that, just all the way across the line there, just digging deep. He could have coasted across that red carpet, but my word, he drove that one all the way home to what sounded and looked like a thunderous crowd out there on 6th Street.
Yeah, he just wanted to put his stamp on this race yet again. It doesn't matter that he had all the time in the world to celebrate. He's just like, he's going to go hard all the way to the finish and just keep continuing to set these fast times that he's like, all right, everybody coming up behind me, whatever, all the young guns, whoever, is next, can you beat that? And it's hard to imagine what you could possibly do to go any faster.
Yeah, that's it. We talk about, the kits have gotten, the clothing has gotten so streamlined over the years, the helmets, the socks, the shoes, the bikes. We saw that Arrow fork, right? And like everything is so optimized at where do you go? At a certain point, where do you go?
Right. I mean, the technology, the evolution of bikes, of, you know, the equipment, the nutrition, all the things that have changed so much over the years since this race started in 1994 has been incredible. I mean, who would have ever thought that we would see drop bar mountain bikes at this race? I mean,
not this guy.
Right.
I mean, I was it was Thursday afternoon talking to a former champion of this race, and he just can't believe that people are using drop bars. He's like, it's a mountain bike race. It's, you know, like, what are we doing out here? But this is just it's the progression of the sport, right? It's just where it's gone. And, you know, a lot of times, especially on the road side of the sport, it gets likened to F1 because everything is now so detail focused. And it's just a natural progression that from the road, it's now coming to gravel and it's coming to mountain bike and every other aspect of the sport. And, you know, when you get a lot of money and a lot of press involved, this is just the evolution of life, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's not enough to just win the race anymore. You know, for some people, they're like, yeah, I would love to win a race. But then for some of these people who have won this race multiple times, you know, again and again, it's like you've got to mix it up. You've got to keep it interesting, and you've got to find that next 1% that, okay, well, I don't want to just win. I need, what is the next thing that I can do by breaking records or whatever it might be? And and that is, you know, talking about the nutrition and the technology of the bikes and everything, and how you can adapt these crazy bikes to going as fast as you can. And, you know, John Gaston, though, is an incredible example of someone who chose to just ride a straight mountain bike, no changes to what he normally rides, flat bars, and yet he's still crushing it out there. So
yeah, it shows. Like, I mean, you need to pay attention to everything, but again, physiology is physiology, and this guy here is John Gaston is a phenomenal athlete in his own right, and he has indeed made a pretty conventional mountain bike setup work just fine for him. And you know, he's obviously he's on the boulevard section, so he's closing himself in on the finish as well. The last time gap we had was coming up around the 10-minute mark, and well, I'm guessing it's a little heavier than 10 minutes at the line. Yeah, Gaston, we haven't seen Simone Pelot for quite a while, so Pelot seemingly out of the picture for the second place fight right now. So John Gaston, he's not been really looking back over his shoulder, so I think he understands that he's got sole possession of second place, and he's going to run this one all the way down to the line. So John Gaston closing in on the finish in Leadville.
Hi, I'm Keegan Swenson, Road ID Ambassador. Yeah, Road ID solves a pretty simple problem. You know, it's like you don't run, I have to carry all this information with you. It's hard to like figure out what to do with it. You know, you're out there alone, often on remote roads and whatever else. It might not be cell service. So it's nice to have that peace of mind. Like, I always have my info on my wrist. You know, you have phone numbers and you know, you need access blood type, etc. So this might be the least expensive piece of gear on my bike and on my body, but it might arguably be the most important on it. I like it and I haven't taken it off since I put it on. I wear Road ID because it's a simple little thing that can save my life.
The new XTR group is the fastest shifting group the world has ever seen. Hyperglide Plus was already the fastest shifting system in the world. It gets even faster thanks to the Shimano wireless protocol. The impact recovery feature allows the derailleur to be pushed out of the way and automatically recover.
We are back continuing to look at our provisional second place rider, John Gaston, making his way on the last few miles into town here. So again, like Swenson, he's done this race a number of times, so he's going to be very familiar with where he is here on the course, with about how much time he has left to finish. And he's got to be pretty happy, I think. I mean, he's still going to give his all to the finish. He knows obviously second place is going to be as good as it gets for the day, but you know, I think for a guy like John, who is doing these races, you know, as a training tool, really, it's a training tool for his ski mountaineering, his main objective in his athletic life. I think he's going to be really quite happy. I can't imagine he's going to have much regret at all on his performance. He seems, from our viewpoint, to have ridden this in a pretty ideal fashion. Obviously, that little collision he had that, you know, hurting his wrist. I'm sure that wasn't on his bingo card for today, but sometimes things happen, and maybe more importantly, he's bounced back from that really well to clearly not let it hinder him.
Exactly. I mean, to go down, we saw the blood on his elbow. Actually, when we saw the view from the other side, I could see that his shorts were ripped as well. So he definitely hit the ground pretty hard, but he was able to bounce back up and get going again without losing too much time. And even dropping, you know, Simone, it looks like from the tracker that, you know, there's a bit of daylight between him and Simone right now. So right now he's just looking forward to the finish, and he's, you know, within 10 minutes about of his time from last year. So, I mean, he could still go under his time. You know, 6:04:50 was his finish time last year. He's at 5:55, so he's going to be kind of right on the line, coming, you know, hopefully beating his time from last year too, which is still something to talk about at the finish.
Yeah, you could see just off in that opening, you can see the high school up there on the hill, so that, you know, he's obviously getting real close to that right-hand turn that's going to be coming up relatively shortly here to get him onto 6th. So, yeah, John putting in a good ride. That's a great point that he's potentially going to beat his time from last year. So, you know, kind of win-win. Lauren and I got a chance to talk with some friends of John's walking around the expo area yesterday, and they were very quick to say that John's in better shape this year. He's been putting in more time. I mean, his cycling season, for what it is, does not start until like the 10th of April. So he's got arguably much less training time than anybody else out here on the course. So, you know, he's skiing all the way up until then, just hops off the skis, takes a little bit of a break, I think a week or two, takes a break, hops on the bike, and then, you know, from the 10th of April until now, so he's got a couple months to get his legs back under him in terms of pedaling circles. And, you know, he's going to get through this race, and I mean, look, we're living out here in the mountains. Ski season's fast approaching again,
Yes.
Just like that, right?
Yeah, and it's a testament to, you know, a lot of athletes who live in Colorado or live in the mountains, Utah, wherever it might be, and who use skiing as an off-season, you know, training, endurance training. It's pretty phenomenal. I know a lot of athletes who, whether it's Nordic skiing or backcountry skiing, that's the endurance that's required for skimo, what he does. It's like, you know, it takes a little bit of time to transition from the skis back onto the bike, or from the bike back to the skis again, just to get your legs back underneath you. But the fitness that you gain from doing one or the other is, I mean, the trade-off is huge. So it's, you know, you get a lot of fitness from the skimo training that he's doing coming into the bike season, and then from the bike season going back into the ski season.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal athlete. You can see him kind of looking around now. He's not looking behind him, so he knows that he's kind of got nothing to worry about. Third place is nowhere near him, I think, at this point, as he's very, very quickly going to be approaching that right-hand turn that's going to put him on 6th Street here. And then he, too, will be able to kind of see the center of Leadville proper. He knows he's going to be on that last little incline to the top of the hill. And he's going to get his celebration from the crowd we have here in town. It's been nearly 6 hours since we fired the shotgun here in Leadville this morning at 6 o'clock and sent these guys out on his way. So now he's finally on the pavement. He's all done with the dirt. He's got about 100 meters. He'll swing that right-hand turn and head his way up the hill. And, yeah, John Gaston, a great ride. This is his 4th time on the podium in this race, and was his 3rd time in his 2nd place, I think?
Yeah, this would be his third time on in second place. And, God, just the consistency. And, again, it wasn't for Keegan.
Right.
Who knows, like, you know?
Why couldn't I have been born a few years later or something, right? Mom,
right.
Dad, what are you doing?
Right, but, you know, he's 9 years older than Keegan.
Right.
He is also a business owner, has, I believe, 3 kids.
Wow.
So, you know, the fact that he's doing what he's doing and juggling all those different things is a true testament to the natural athlete that he is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, most bike racers at the age he is at, they'd be in the twilight of their career, if not, already retired for a few seasons. To see him just jumping into, arguably one of the most prolific mountain bike races in the world and consistently getting on the podium. And you can see the look on his face that he's obviously left it all out there today as well. Like, he doesn't have a whole lot left in the tank as he's trying to get up this last rise in the saddle, out of the saddle, trying to, maybe fight off some cramps and just keep the muscles as lucid as he can before he sees the finish line. And again, I'm sure the crowd now, they can smell him coming. They know the vehicle is just about to crest the hill and he'll be in sight, about 800 meters to go here. And what a day for John Gaston, a guy who's just not a traditional bike racer, but can come out here and just really give it to some of the best bike racers in the world. It's just unbelievable to me. It's not often that you see this kind of talent, but again, talent is talent, skill is skill, and physiology doesn't lie. Right. And he's got it all. He's got the whole package. And I think whatever sport he would lean into, he would probably be highly successful. We're just fortunate that he's chosen mountain bikes.
Exactly. It's great that we get to be an audience to what he does. And even watching him a couple weekends at the Snowmass 50, seeing him come across the line and then just hanging out to finish with his family was a pretty cool thing, and just super chill. I mean, there was no, hubbub around that finish line. And so the fact that he's just like Keegan, just sprinting all the way to the finish line, just, pouring every ounce of energy he has left into crossing that line. And he's going to do it about 3 minutes faster than he did last year.
Well, just like that, John Gaston, your silver medalist here today, coming across the line very, very strong. So great ride by John as he weaves his way around into the athlete interview area so he can decompress there just a little bit, and we'll get that official time. 6 hours and 51 seconds. So 15-minute gap is what Keegan Swenson takes the win with. So not too dissimilar to last year. Keegan, they both go just a little bit slower this year, but Gaston, his fastest time that he's done in this race at 17.5 miles an hour average speed. So great job, John Gaston. Second place here today at the Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik.
And that was still almost exactly 4 minutes faster than his time last year. So
amazing.
Yeah, 4 minutes over 100 miles, doesn't seem like it's that big of a difference from one year to the next. But when you're considering how fast these guys are already going and how they're already so close to their limit or on their limit, that 4 minutes, that he can still eke out 4 minutes.
Right.
From his from his time last year.
You would almost think that so a guy like Gaston, I would argue that he could continue to get faster in years to come, because he's been doing this for a while, right? He's been doing these races for a while, but because he only does 2 a year, because his bike training season is so short, he's potentially got a lot more room for growth. So that's actually kind of interesting. He might be a rider that if he chose to focus, he might be able to get a little faster and a little faster. But I think with his age and with his skimo career, that's potentially not really in the cards for him. But so now we're looking back to our leader on the women's side. Kate Courtney got herself in that all too familiar position, hands down on the Fort Crown there, as she continues to open up her lead as well. We'll have to check in and see what our latest time gap is for Kate Courtney as we await to see where Simone Pilot is. Simone riding for the Tudor BMC off-road squad, and looks like he's on the outskirts into town here as well on that last kind of fast road there. And Simone has been by far the most aggressive rider in our 2025 Lifetime Grand Prix. Sea Otter, he spent so much time off the front. He had 2 different stints of being off the front for probably 45 minutes each time. And then, of course, that long-range breakaway at Unbound with just he and New Zealand's Cam Jones, that they ran that one all the way to the finish. So Simone Pilot obviously knows one way to race, and that's just full
off the
gas.
Front.
Yeah, off the front is no joke. And so Simone making his way into town. He should be he should be coming off of the dirt here, I think, in probably another 2 or 3 minutes onto that last bit of pavement. And you can see, you just look at the speed Simone is doing, and definitely not quite as fast as Gaston was going, right? So John was moving a little bit quicker, so Simone clearly showing the effort of the day out here.
So Simone is also doing Breck Epic.
Oh, right.
Yes. So, so something to mention about Simone Pelot is that his mountain bike, however, his true mountain bike, has actually been stuck in customs.
Oh, no.
So the bike that he's on today was his specific Leadville bike. So it didn't sound like when I ran into him the other day that he was going to get his bike in time to start Breck Epic. So I think he was on the hunt for a loaner bike for Breck Epic. And I bet you after today's finish, there's a lot of people out there who will be like, yes, take my bike.
Take this one, right?
Say Simone Pelot rode my bike at Breck Epic.
Yeah, I'd be pretty honored to claim that distinction. We've now got Pelot on the pavement, so he is officially done with the dirt. He's now making that right-hand turn, so he too is officially on the final stretch on 6th Street here, the home straight, if you will. One more little climb up past the school before he too takes sight of the crowd out there at the finish line and can begin his celebration as being our third place finisher here today. And Simone, I got to stay with these guys out in Unbound, spend a fair bit of time with the BMC and the Tudor crew out there, and such an easygoing guy. But the second he puts his kid on, he gets on the bike, he is a shark, and he means business. He doesn't let up, and you can see that in the way he races. So I would actually be willing to bet he's going to be a little frustrated with his ride today, despite that he's a newcomer to the Grand Prix, despite that he's literally never been to Leadville and has done minimal recon. We know he does live in Columbia with his wife, so he lives at elevation and trains at elevation. He's got that going for him. But he's such a fierce competitor, and he's always trying to draw the most out of himself. So, it'll probably be a healthy mix of happiness, but a little frustration of, man, like, where could I have hung on just a little bit longer to get one or maybe 2 steps better on the podium?
Sure, but after running into him the other day, too, and seeing how nervous he was about being able to stay with these guys on the descents and stuff, I think he's got to be proud with his effort today. Sure, everybody wants to be able to be on a step higher than where you finish, but I hope that he is excited and proud of where he finished today because, yes, we've seen him at Unbound and we've seen him at Sea Otter riding off the front, and he's had, outstanding performances. But, I don't know if anyone would have necessarily put him on the podium today.
No, I think you're right. I think he probably wouldn't have been in the podium talk today. I think he certainly would have been maybe a top 5 on a really good day, and certainly a top 10. But I'm guessing he's surprising a lot of people because he's showing his diversity, right? Like, we knew he was a good gravel racer from the first 2 races of the season, but the mountain bike was unknown. And I would look at him just hunched over the bars, and he's not even pedaling where certainly Keegan was in his biggest gear, just giving it all the way. And Simone is just like, man, I am done. I'm only going to pedal as much as I need at this point. And he knows there's that little kicker now where it goes back up for another 100 meters. So he's got to carry a little bit of momentum to get himself across the line. But the Swiss star, he spent many years racing on Division II teams in Europe. He's won King of the Mountain titles at several stage races, UCI rated stage races in Europe. He's just gotten into the off-road scene, Tudor's brand new off-road racing program this year, and he is clearly the star of that program here, and he's going to celebrate a little bit for the crowd. So 3rd place here on the day, coming across the line from Switzerland, living in Columbia now, Simone Pelot across the line. And I think it's safe to say he left everything out there. I'm not sure he's going to make it up to the interview spot, to the little athlete recovery zone.
I think it's safe to say that pretty much anyone who crosses the finish line today will have left everything out there. There's no way not to.
Yeah, right. The course, no matter whatever your pacing is, the course just dictates that, whatever you do to get through is what you've got to do.
Right, and the fact that he sat up at the end and gave a wave to the crowd tells me that he's pretty excited about how he finished and proud of his ride today. And I mean, and he should be. All three of those guys, everyone out there today should be proud of themselves and the effort just to get across this finish line is a feat. And, you know, not everyone can be a Keegan Swenson or a Kate Courtney and, you know, be at the top of their game for year after year after year. And, ooh, here we see Lauren Stevens.
Boy.
I'm curious if this is her putting in an attack or if Melissa Rollins is in front of her and she's trying to close a gap. We'll see here once this camera angle opens up, see if we can tell what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, remember, she had been ahead of Melissa for a while, and Melissa had to bridge that gap. Now, I mean, that was an hour ago, but they've been working really well together. But, yeah, you kind of wonder that. It looked to me like it was a little bit of an attacking move. So I would guess that we're looking at our second-place rider potentially right now.
Yeah, that would be my guess, too. Something's happened to her tracker, so we're not seeing her on Athlinks right now. So it's showing that Melissa Rollins is in second, and Cecily Decker in third. But I think Lauren, like you said, I'm guessing that they're showing her right now because she is in second place. So with Kate Courtney comfortably off the front with quite a buffer. I think at this point, Kate just needs to ride steady, ride smooth, and know that she's got, some time to get herself all the way to the finish without having to take any other risks or, dig too deep.
Yeah, so Kate Courtney, I tell you what, she quieted all of our concerns about whether this distance was going to be a little bit over her head. She's put in a phenomenal performance out here, and just a matter of riding within herself right now. She's getting towards the business end of the race, the last bit of the race here, and barring any mishap, I think we may well be celebrating Kate Courtney's first ever victory here in Leadville, her first time ever doing the Leadville Trail 100%ed by Kenetik. So I think she's probably pretty happy that she was in town for the stage race. But in the meantime, it looks like we are ready to get to our interviews. Nat Ross is back in town, and he has got our winner, Keegan Swenson, ready to go for an interview.
We are at the finish line with Keegan Swenson. Keegan threw down a spectacular race. You're no stranger to first place here, Keegan. How did the day go?
Well, it was a good day. We rode hard up St. Kevin's, and Simon, John, and I were able to slip away, and we just rolled very well all the way out and had a careful, nice, smooth descent down power line. Tried to keep everyone together and keep air in the tires, and then just trucked on out to Columbine. We were on a good pace, and from there on out, everyone was kind of doing their own thing, And today was a bit sketchy. The dirt was super loose. I was really cautious down Columbine as well, just trying to keep it upright and not crash. And then, unfortunately, it was a bit windy on the way home, but still rode, gave it about everything I had on the way here. So, was trying to go a bit faster than I had before, but unfortunately came up a little bit short. But it wasn't for lack of trying.
Well, Keegan, you had your sights set on the record, and I think Mother Nature took a little bit of a toll because you were jamming in the beginning. You had all three of you got away, and that had to feel really good, that early predictor for you, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's always a move. That group behind, when it gets too big, there's no cooperation, and it's just gets a bit disorganized and no one wants to work. But when there's a group of like 3 or 5 guys and it's nice and smooth and everyone just wants to get out as quick as possible and try and get the day done. So it was great racing with these guys. It was a proper day of bike racing.
We also noticed your aero setup. You've tweaked it a little bit over the past couple years, and what were the benefits this year that you really enjoyed versus last year's setup?
I was really happy with the Blur this year. The full suspension was really nice. I think the drop bars were good, and just slowly refining it every year. There's always ways to get quicker, and the full suspension was the move. John's always ridden it here, and other guys have, and I feel like I've finally seen the light that the weight. Missed the hardtail a few sections, but overall I really like the full suspension. So it was good bike.
So I think, Keegan, you're leading the series, and that's something that you always like to do. You have your goal set, and what do we expect to see, Keegan, the rest of the year?
Oh, I mean, you take it race by race, and just try and win every race. That's why we're here. I think if you try and focus on the series too much, you lose sight of what actually matters, and that's just we're here to race bikes every weekend. So yeah, we just keep on trucking.
Well, I love your support crew, Myron, Billy, your Swanee, your entire team out there. They were behind you today, and you just stomped on those pedals. So it was a while before John and Simone came through, and you had to feel good about the ride today.
Yeah, no, super stoked, man. I mean, the bike was great, the equipment was great, feeds were perfect. So thanks to the crew and everyone out there. It was a good day.
Keegan Swinson, we're signing off. One last word of advice for those folks that want to do Leadville. They may not need a buckle like you or to collect the buckles, but what's your word of advice for someone that is inspired and wants to sign up for this race?
Oh, just just get some consistent training and get acclimated. That's the best thing. Maybe some recon's good too. It's good to see the course, kind of know what you're in for, and nail the fueling and hydration. That's the biggest thing. Yeah.
Well, Keegan, you more than nailed it again. So congrats on the victory. We look forward to seeing you on the podium steps and celebrating with you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Keegan.
We're going to number 2 right now.
John, you're on.
Go ahead,
All right, coming on in, popping up next is our second place finisher today, the Leadville 100, John Gaston. John, second place. How'd it go today?
About as expected with one small hiccup. Keegan did his Keegan thing, and I'm the fool that follows, and I love it, but I hate it. It was pretty nuts. I mean, last year we were down to 4 at the top of the first climb, and this year it was 3. And you are just so committed at that point. Otherwise, you just blew those matches for nothing. And it was fun. Simon and Keegan and I worked really well out to Twin Lakes, kept a solid pace going, and then Simon and I basically summited it together, and were able to link back up for the traverse across Powerline across Pipeline back to Powerline, and that was great, because honestly, I think after that incident with the TV crew, and if I hadn't linked up with him, I would have been pretty close to pulling the plug. I was in a world of pain, and mentally and physically really out of it for a bit there. And he gave me some encouraging words, and then you just shut it out and focus on the watts and all the other painful parts of Leadville, as if this race isn't hard enough. It was good. We worked well, and then I don't think make a move is maybe the right turn of phrase. I died a slightly slower death, I think, than he did on Powerline, and got a little gap, and was able to hold it to the line. And that sub 6 mark was very much my goal, has been for 10 years. And man, to be that close and to still feel pretty strong at the end there. What's up, boys?
Check out these clean strafe jerseys. Yours has a little bit more sweat and minerals all over him. Dad crushed it today.
Coulter, Will, and Charlotte. My biggest fans.
Yeah.
And they're kind of the reason I stayed in that race, because I knew they'd be pretty bummed out if I dropped out even after that crash. So they're going to have a fun time helping me clean this all up later on, right, guys?
No doubt. John, we're going to see you on the podium. Congratulations. You absolutely crushed it today.
Thanks, Nat. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Leadville.
Rock star, dude.
Go ahead and intro, Simone.
Okay. That was John Gaston. Up next, the other mountain goat, training in Columbia, a World Tour pro, visiting us in Leadville, Simone Pilot. Simone, what a move today.
Yeah, thank you. But first of all, I'm not a World Tour pro anymore. I'm a gravel rider now.
I love it. So Grand Prix, here we come. Simone has said he found his new passion. Simone, it's different. I know you train in Columbia. We've watched you on TV in the races before. You can climb. You are an animator. What was it like today when you knew you were with Keegan and John at the right time? What was going through your mind at those moments?
I mean, I knew I was not racing against Keegan. I was trying to use Keegan to be drafted the longest I could. That's what I did until the bottom of Columbine.
Yeah.
That was my plan. First, to be pretty much in the front before the downhill of Powerline, because I'm a roadie, as you said, and my skills are improving, but still not 100%. And I was super proud to stick with those guys. But still, even if I was with them, I had to do many more efforts, to close some gaps. And in the end, it's been the longest 50Ks of my life. Like really, I broke my engine there on the field on the way back, just before power line, and I was about to walk up that climb. It was really hard, like really, but I'm proud.
Well, America watched you, and especially all your friends from across the world. So today was tough, but you guys made it look easy. And coming back into town, what did it feel like for this final home stretch?
Oh, I was so happy that when I looked behind and nobody was coming. Yeah. Oh, that was the best feeling, you know. For me, that third place, that podium feels like victory because, I mean, I'm not racing mountain bike. Okay, well, I had a drop bar today, but still feels like a mountain bike race, and being such in the front and racing with Keegan and
John.
John, sorry. I mean, it's what I am training for. I've been thinking about that race since a while. I took some big risk also, flying to China, racing Qinghai Lake at really high altitude to get used to 8 days of full gas racing before flying to Colombia and coming here. It's a lot of travel. I felt so fucked out when I was home in Colombia. I just had time enough to recover, and today I felt great until the last 50 Ks.
Simone, time for you to get some hydration in and get off this kit. But what a ride today. All I can say is, way to go, Simone.
Thank you. It was a good day out.
All right, we'll see him on the podium next.
All right, we are back. Some great interviews there. Our top 3 riders getting interviewed there, so good to hear some details, and good to hear, you know, we were talking, good to hear Simone is proud of his ride as you thought he might be, of making it safely down those challenging descents that, you know, his skill set is still working towards being the best he can be at.
Well, and it's great, you know, that he's going to Breck Epic because he knows that that is a weakness, or I don't even want to say a weakness, but it may be not quite at the same level as some of these other guys who, you know, have a background in mountain bike racing. He clearly is still pretty skilled to have gotten as far as he did and to finish 3rd today, and you know, so now to go into Breck Epic, hone some more skills before Little Sugar, well, Chequamegon first and then Little Sugar, which I would say Little Sugar of the 3 mountain bike races in the Grand Prix is the most traditional mountain bike race of the 3. You know, Chequamegon is a little bit more like a circuit race, you know, on kind of in Hayward, Wisconsin, on the Nordic ski trails out there.
At the center.
So not quite, very different from this, and again, very different from Little Sugar, where, you know, Little Sugar is going to require true mountain bike skills.
Yeah, it's funny. I've talked to a few of the Grand Prix athletes, and some that I've talked to have considered making Little Sugar their drop race because it is such a, you know, again, not to take anything away from this as a mountain bike race or Chequamegon as a mountain bike race, but it's almost what you would think of, you know, like in our younger years, what you would grow up doing a mountain bike race, like old school, super twisty, turny, tight, a lot of single track. And, you know, it's of any of the mountain bike courses in the Grand Prix, it is an absolute mountain bike specialist course. And it's fun though. It's such a great course, such a great venue down there in Bentonville as well.
Right. Yeah, so here we see Turquoise Lake, I believe, out there. That's just, look at this majestic view. It's so beautiful. Man, the terrain, the mountains out here are just something special. If you've never been out to this area before, I encourage you to make a trip out, and whether you're riding or hiking or, you know, whatever it takes to get out and see this view, it's so breathtaking and inspiring. And speaking of inspiration, we see Lauren Stevens here, and I had gotten confirmation earlier from a little bit ago from Christy Moan from Lifetime saying that Lauren Stevens is in 2nd place. And another thing to note that what we haven't talked about actually is Lauren Stevens also is not in the Grand Prix.
That's actually a great point.
Yeah,
right?
and the reason for that is because she has her sights set on the UCI Gravel World Championships, which unfortunately happens to be the same weekend as Big Sugar. So she had to make a choice, you know, whether or not she wanted to go to the Gravel World Championships over in Holland or if she wanted to be part of the Grand Prix. But the rules of the Grand Prix say that you cannot miss Big Sugar. And so that was the deciding factor for her, was that she wanted to participate over in Europe at the end of the season and knew that she was going to have to miss Big Sugar.
That's a good tactic to make sure that the rave party has as many attendees as possible by making that a must-do. That's
the gravel rave, yes.
That's got to be where that train of thought comes from.
Yes.
Well, looking where Kate Courtney is right now, she's on this side of Carter Summit, so she's got the bulk of the climbing behind her right now. Meanwhile, we're looking at Lauren Stevens, and she's rapidly approaching the top of that area as well. So still looks like a pretty healthy gap between those two riders there, duking it out at the front. But Kate Courtney making her way. She's probably got about 9 miles yet to go before she gets into town here. So still running a pretty fast pace. And remember, the women started at 10 minutes after 6. They've been racing for 6 hours and just about 14, 15 minutes. And if we know that Kate Courtney has roughly 8.5 to 9 miles to go, it's probably about 35-ish minutes. It's gonna be a pretty fast time. Like we could. I'm double checking to make sure you knew what I was doing.
Yeah.
Double checking to make sure my math is right. But we could well see a sub-7.
That would be incredible.
Yeah.
And that was definitely the conversation before the
Yeah.
race today. And, everyone was like, okay, we can do this, but, without being able to draft, it was like a little, unsure. It was going to take a brave move, for these women to go, whether it was solo or to go with a small group and know that they only had each other to work with. And so I think there was maybe a little bit of hesitation of like, okay, is it something we can do? And I think they're showing today that they're clearly capable. And if they don't go under 7, they're going to be very, very close. And,
it's going to be super close to that 7, which is kind of phenomenal. I mean, it's 10 years the women's record has stood out there. So that's 6:59:24 back in 2015. The Danish rider Annika Langvad set that record. And she's currently the only rider on the women's side to go under 7 hours. So
she just squeaked it in.
Yeah, talk about just getting in by the skin of your teeth, right? She just made it work. But man, that could be in jeopardy today if Kate Courtney continues her impressive pacemaking there at the front. So while we didn't see a record fall on the men's side, there's still time. We could see it on the women's side. And I mean, what a great day of racing we've seen. And who would have thought that two riders not part of the Grand Prix have been really dictating a lot of the pacemaking up at the front of all day.
Right. And I mean, Kate Courtney being a rider that everyone was like, yeah, absolutely. She's one of the key riders to watch today. Her and Melissa, I would say, were probably the two, especially coming off the stage race, where they went 1-2. But Lauren Stevens, I would say, I don't know. She obviously she has performed well at the stage race, and here we see some more guys sprinting in.
Yeah, nice sprint to the line. I'm not sure, couldn't quite catch who those two were, but that was a spirited sprint to the line.
Yeah.
So right. Russ Finsterwald and Kobe Freeburn sliding across the line there. Well done to those gentlemen.
Yeah, great ride by those guys. And so going back to Lauren, she clearly is a very talented athlete. Put her on any bike, and she's she's going to show you her prowess and her talent. And I still, there's a lot of other mountain bikers out here today who maybe thought that they would have had an edge on some of the more technical stuff out here. But clearly Lauren has been working on her skills. Her parents have a house in Colorado, so she's been spending more time out in Colorado on her mountain bike. I believe she raced Breck Epic last year too. Yep. So, she's like, she just wants to do it all. She's just an overall, all around great athlete. So now that she's done racing on the world tour, she's just, give me a bike. I don't care what it is, and let's go ride and have fun and race.
I kind of love riders that aren't pigeonholed into one discipline, right? And it's, We do this so much with the juniors that we work on developing. Is you try not to have, you never want the juniors to say, well, I'm a mountain biker, or I'm a roadie, or I'm just a cross person. You want them to be like, I'm a bike racer, because you want them to experience all those different disciplines, even BMX, for that matter, just because it's fun and they all have just transferable skills, and they all really benefit each other so well. And again, you can see it out here where that road fitness today is really playing a strong hand in rides that, you know, people like Lauren Stevens are having out there. So yeah, I just love seeing riders like Lauren who just are happy to you know, to have a garage full of different bikes and just break each one out at a given time and just rally it around. And
we're seeing more and more athletes mixing it up across the disciplines. Obviously, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, I mean, world champion in cyclocross, mountain bike, and road, all in the same year. Then to come out, you know, she wins the gold medal in Paris last year, and then she sets her sights on the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift. But she also said, I'm going to give myself 3 years to achieve that. And then she comes out in her first year and takes the win. And it was just phenomenal to see. And so, you know, Tom Pidcock, I mean, there's, you know, a variety of athletes that we're seeing now cross over, Matthew Van Der Poel. And it's really cool that, as you said, one discipline, like, plays into the next, right? They all have their strengths that, you know, you learn your skills on mountain biking that can carry over into road, and maybe you get some speed from road that carries into mountain bike, and then you throw cyclocross in there, or gravel in there, or track racing even. Yeah, and so they all complement each other in one way or another.
Yeah, it's fun. I was going to bring up that, you know, I happen to live near one of the big velodromes in the country, and you know, around us, that's how so many juniors get started, is by way of the track programs. And, you know, you see them get into the road racing. And, I mean, you know, from that, like, teaching that fluid pedal stroke is so hard. But when you get riders that come over from the track, you are forced to have that by nature of the fixed gear style riding on the track. So it's, you know, it's an added benefit. And just like, you know, you get now the kids with the Nike that are all in the NICA programs, and you see them now starting to show up on the cyclocross circuit, and it's just so great, and I love to see it out here. And you know, Lauren's just a shining example of how well that works.
Yeah, and BMX too. That's another discipline where I think we see a lot of younger kids start in BMX. It's easier, I say, for the parents to get to the BMX track, whatever. They learn their skills, they learn their speed, they have such incredible power, and then, you know, they do that, maybe they transfer, you know, into another discipline, and oh my gosh, let me tell you that, well, Chris Blevins' BMX background, I mean, the skills that transfer from BMX and the power that transfers from BMX over to mountain bike or to road or whatever it might be. You know, even as a roadie myself, some of my teammates came from a BMX background, and well, one, they're fearless.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll shoot little holes that you would have no idea existed.
Exactly. I was a lead out for a teammate who, you know, was our sprinter, and she's yelling at me to go through these gaps. I'm like, I don't even understand. You know?
Right. What gap? What gap are you speaking of right
I
now?
don't see that. So, yeah, I wish that, you know, I started cycling later in life, and I look back and I wish that I had started to diversify a little bit earlier, because, you know, when I started cross racing, I didn't have the skills. I had the power and the strength, you know, from road, and, you know, and then later I learned that they just all complement each other. And so whenever I'm talking to any cyclist, younger kids, you know, older adults, whatever it is, I always encourage everyone to mix it up, try different styles of riding.
Yeah, it certainly makes a well-rounded and a happier rider at the end of the day. So checking out where Kate Courtney is, our little tracker, continuing to update. She looks like she's just about to the far eastern side of Turquoise Lake, so should be dropping back down a little bit closer to the lake up above, and then that's going to bring her back into town here. So she's only a handful of miles away, trying to get a little bit of an idea about how far. About 6 miles, it looks like, out. So she's about 2.5 miles or so from hitting the boulevard section before making her way back into town as well. So last time split we had, I believe, around 9 minutes or so. Melissa Rollins still holding on to that third spot out there on the course, and she's a little over 10 minutes behind. So I think it's probably about roughly probably about 8 minutes or so. Again, we're not getting the tracker update on Lauren right now, but I would say it's probably around 7 to 8 minutes is the gap from Kate back to Lauren, and then a further 2 or so minutes back to Melissa Rollins out there. But right now we're back on Kate Courtney and getting her hands back in that familiar arrow position. You can see she's on a pretty fast section of the course, kind of descending back it down towards the flats, the plains there on the eastern side of the lake. So she's going to be very quickly back down to the flattest portion of the course where, again, not easy, but the bulk of the elevation is behind you. She'll still have the boulevard, of course, that 3.5 mile drag that's, averages out around a little over 3% or so. And it's, if that was the only hill or one of only 2 hills you had in a course, 3%, that's nothing, right? You'd probably stay in, a pretty heavy gear and power your way right through that. But when it's probably the least challenging of any hill on the course, but it's still 3 miles at 3%, and it's coming at about 100 miles. Well, it's
just annoying.
I mean, it's not a bad descriptive for it. It's like, really, we couldn't have figured out an easier way to get back into downtown Leadville from here.
Right. I think everybody probably on their rides, at least I do, I always have these certain little climbs, little punchy climbs, whatever, that I'm like, they're not even that hard, but they're just like, why? It's so annoying. And I feel like that's what these last few miles are of this race, especially when, you're just over 100 miles into a 105-mile race, and you're like, I'm just trying to get to the finish as quick as I can. And it's just almost like this kind of false flattish, there's that one paved, like, punchy bit, but you're just like, come on.
it's like the annoying thing, right, is the visual, the grade. Yes. It's noticeable grade, but it's, under normal conditions, you're like, I can just kind of push and get over that. But you can't, because you're so deep with fatigue because you've been on the bike for 6.5 hours at this point, almost 6 hours and 36 minutes, that there's just not much left in the tank, and you're just trying to do damage control to get this thing done and dusted for the day.
Yeah,
but
I love watching Kate in this position too, because she's like, drop bars? Who needs drop bars? I've got my drop bars right here, and I didn't have to change a thing.
Like she was someone who was never even engaged in that debate, because she's got her arrow position, and what's more is, like, this position, she's actually lower. You look at her back; her back's a little flatter than a lot of the riders in the drop bars. So it's almost like the best of both worlds, right? She can still get that arrow position, still cheat the wind on these flat, fast sections, but then she's got those wide bars for the leverage on the descent. So this to me, it's kind of a win-win, because she's figured out how to use her existing mountain bike to the best of her advantage, and not really need to engage herself in this whole drop bar thing.
Right. And for her too, it wouldn't have made sense really for her to go to a drop bar position or setup, because this is what she's used to. This is what she races on, year round, right? So I don't think she wanted to mess with a position and risk having some sort of back injury or knee or something, just because she's adapting to a new position. Of course, she's used to being on a drop bar bike. She trains on road bikes and whatever, but it's a little bit different when you're making that adjustment to your mountain bike. And so I think she's just like, I don't need to do that.
Right.
And why would I? And why would I, take that risk of messing things up for the rest of the season? And and this again, it's just a big training block for her, as she targets the rest of the World Cup season, the second half of this year.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say she's in a pretty good place as the second part of that season starts to unfold for her. We just saw a couple of the men come across the line. Looked like Matt Beers, South African champion, getting himself across the line there. So good to see Matt bringing it on home.
Yeah, I love this wide-angle view of Kate down there, it just shows you how exposed and how lonely it can be out there. But all of these riders have, they just have found within themselves this extra motivation, this extra mentality of just, getting to the finish line. And as I think Simone said in his interview at the finish, Simone Pelot, he said at the finish, I think it was John Gaston said there were times where he wanted to quit, and it was actually Simone Pelot who gave him some words of encouragement, said, come on, let's do this together. We can do this together, get to the finish line. And in the end, John Gaston just died a slower death, he said, than Simone Pelot did. But in a day like this, there are so many ups and downs, so many dark places where your mind goes, and you, I think, too, you just divide the day up into these little sections. And, like when you're out doing intervals, you got a 20, 30-minute interval. It's not, most people probably aren't looking at it as 20 minutes. They're looking at, 5 and then 5 minutes and then 5 minutes. And that's kind of how you look at today. You're just like, okay, here's this first section over St. Kevin's, and then you've got the Sugarloaf power line and so on throughout the day. And you're just, some of those places are really dark, and then you come out of that and all of a sudden you bounce back and you're like, okay, I got to get through this next section, and so on to the finish.
Yeah, it's so important, right? Like I always love talking about the mental aspect of the sport and how much it really plays a part, and how you have to have that ability to compartmentalize on so many levels and take in a race. I mean, even with a shorter race, you take that and break it down into little sections, just, because you trick your mind. If if you're not feeling it, or the pace is really hard and you're at mile 5 of a 105-mile race, right? You're on the approach to St. Kevin's and you're already in the hurt locker. The last thing you want to do is think, oh my, I've got another 100 miles of this, because automatically the first thing your brain is going to be like, hey, bro, I can't do that. So you have to be like, all right, I got to get to the top of St. Kevin's. I can recover. Yep. Okay, I'm going to get, Hagerman Pass. Okay, let's get Sugarloaf underneath me. And just keep setting these small little goals, and it's no different than your normal life lesson, right? It's like, you start earning money and you bank a little money at a time, until you have a lot of money at a time. And it's kind of that same premise. But yeah, it's such an important part, and I think it gets vastly overlooked sometimes by riders, how important it is to be able to just step back and really look at that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the mental aspect of bike racing, really, of sport, period, it plays such a huge part. Of course, you have to be physically fit and have, Kate, you can see her asking what the gap is right there, the crew telling her.
And getting
and
right
she's
back
like,
down on the
okay,
forks.
Got it. Head down, back to work.
I mean, seriously, I don't want to interrupt, but look at how low she gets. Look at her back is relatively flat. Like, none of the riders on drop bars were really getting that arrow. They were close, but she's super efficient. That position is really efficient for her.
It is, and I mean, she's practiced this a lot over the years as a mountain biker, and I'm sure she's doing this out when she's training at home too. And I mean, as she would, because I mean, she's obviously not in this position at a World Cup race, but so it's comfortable for her. It was gives her confidence to be in that position, and so it just meant that she didn't need to make any changes to her bike to be able to get in that aero position.
So just about 6 hours and 32 minutes under the wheels for the women. You can see our leader, Kate Courtney, on a pretty fast section of pavement. We know she's officially down around the lake, kind of coming into the suburbs of town, if you will. And, it shouldn't be too terribly long before we see her get into that boulevard section, just maybe about 5 miles, 4.5 miles yet to go. So that boulevard is fast approaching as she continues to just absolutely apply the pressure. And she's another rider, like, I don't think there's any talk of records on the women's side, but I wonder if she senses how fast she's going, where the clock is at, and what is possible right now.
Yeah, I mean, who knows if Kate really had her sights set on, setting a new record here today. I think Kate, I don't know. I think she was here to win it and just get this race under her belt, something that she's, never done before this race. She's never done it before. I'm curious to know if she really had that record-breaking time, as a goal for her today.
I mean, as a first-timer here in Leadville and a rider who does World Cup mountain bike races, would you think that was really on her agenda? I mean, that's a legit question. I mean, maybe it really was. Maybe she's like, you know what, this is like new territory. I've got time before I need to be back on the World Cup circuits. So why not? Like, set this lofty goal. And I mean, she may well have. It just it'd be kind of interesting for a first timer to come up here and just be like, I've never done this. Why don't I go for the record? Why not?
Right.
Like,
check that, check the win, check the record.
Big deal. Doesn't everybody operate like that?
Yeah, anyway? Right. So she's got about. Yeah, I mean, she's got about 16 minutes now. She's heading up towards the boulevard. I think she could do it. She's gonna have to dig a little bit.
Yeah, she's gonna have to be on the gas, right?
Yeah.
It's running maybe a little tighter than I might have thought, but yeah, it's certainly feasible. But she's, as she is, she's gonna have to continue to really lay into the pedals at every opportunity she can. Because it's absolutely going to be pretty tight out here.
Yeah, and what we're not seeing behind either is, we see Kate Courtney here, Lauren Stevens rolling in second. We believe Melissa Rollins in third. And then what's happening behind is Cecily Decker, Sophia Gomez-Villafañe, and I believe Sarah Lang is not too far off that group as well. And the interesting thing when you look at the Grand Prix is this battle between Cecily and Sophia. So if Cecily were to finish in front of Sophia, then Cecily officially takes over the first place in the overall Grand Prix.
Which would be that would be a phenomenal turn of events, because Sophia's kind of had a lock on the series here. So yeah, Cecily obviously making herself so well known by her ride at Unbound back at the end of May, and now coming into this race in the tie. With 58 points with Sophia Gomez-Villafañe. So, yeah, that's a great battle that hopefully we're going to get our eyes on that one pretty soon as those riders are battling it out here, because, not just the race win at stake, but, we've got the ever-evolving Lifetime Grand Prix standings that, are kind of the 10,000-foot view here that we're trying to keep track of. So, yeah, great battle going on right now out there as we continue. So, as we say that, the left-hand turn there by Kate Courtney, she's officially into this final section here. She's gnarly, man. That section is just gnarly. You come in with so much speed, too, and you've got to be really, really cautious on the way in. But you can see a nice, well-worn line there on the right-hand side. So I guess a lot of the riders, that's kind of where they've been really hitting that section on the way in.
Yeah, and from what I understand, riding with a local out here yesterday, some years that line is on the right side, some years it's on the left side. So as we were seeing that line going up the right side this year, and it's only about, a couple hundred feet, not very long, and then she comes out of the top of this boulevard onto smoother gravel until she finally hits the pavement.
Yeah, so it looks like she's actually almost through, the more challenging section. So as our camera kind of changes the view just a little bit, we should start to see that more champagne-like gravel that she's just about to get onto. And, obviously with that gravel, the risk of mechanicals and punctures is going to come down. And that's just another spot where, the athletes, and obviously Kate Courtney in this instance, can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, because the odds just got considerably lower for any more troubles here on the run end.
Yeah, and going back to Keegan Swenson's interview at the finish, one of the things he mentioned is that it was really loose out there today. And I think a couple of weeks ago at the stage race, at the Leadville stage race, there had been some rain leading into, and maybe even during
two
some
days
of those days
before we got a little precipitation.
So which really helped, keep the dust down out on course. But since then, I don't think it's really rained much around here. If it has, it hasn't been much. And so the course, I think, conditions today have been a lot more dry and loose and dusty from how they were two weeks ago during the stage race.
Yeah, it's funny how quickly it changes. And, the other thing, too, with the stage race that you can't forget is, we had 350-ish riders that were all riding over every single inch of this course, right? So kind of changing the dynamic of what it looked like before the stage race. So, the course just kind of getting a little bit more worn in, and some of the sections that were chewed up getting a little bit more chewed up out there. And it kind of amazing if, with Keegan saying it was a little bit loose out there, that, I mean, from what we've heard, not really a whole lot of mishaps out there today, which, I mean, we've heard of a few. Obviously, we know Gaston had his, and we heard of a couple others.
With Brendan Johnston.
Yeah, Brendan, obviously, with that magnificent issue out there. That's.
I'm still impressed he was riding on the rim, but.
Yeah, I mean, if the wheel is done, it's done, right? Until it
at that
collapses
point,
on
why
you.
not just get to where your crew is and get your ride back into the finish? But, that long shot of Kate we just saw a minute ago, like that just long drag up to the pavement. I mean, this is where I'm talking about it just being like, just that little gut punch, just a little bit annoying. You're just like, come on. It's almost like false flat, and it just, you're pushing as hard as you can. And I'm, look at the time, Kate's time. I'm at this point, like, I'm pretty sure. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, she's got 20. She's got 20 minutes to get it done, and she's she's probably halfway across the boulevard at this point.
Right.
So,
and I think I was looking at the men's time earlier when I was seeing if she was going to come under 7 hours, and I think now looking at that, it's like, she doesn't need 20 minutes now to get to the finish line.
She's got such a great head of steam going. Just watching that scenery in the background there fly by her, and just again continuing to put pressure out on the pedals. So Kate Courtney, 2018 world champion on the mountain bike and the cross country, is looking to add another great win to her resume here today with the Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik as she hones in on the finish line. So again, we know that once she drops off the boulevard, it's not that far to the line. Once she comes out onto the pavement, it's under a mile to the line. It's probably about 900 meters or so, 1,000 or actually probably about 1,200 meters to the line there. And she's once this camera starts to spin, you can kind of tell from the backdrop that we are coming up pretty near the end, maybe over that last little hump. It shouldn't be too far till she gets out onto the pavement there, and then it's just left turn onto the pavement, right turn onto 6th, and up that one final little kicker by the school, and that'll be all she wrote. But again, she's got about 18 and a half minutes to get it done for roughly, I'm going to say, about 2.5 miles of racing left. Yeah, so I think it's safe to say
she'll go well under that.
Yeah, she's going to go well under that record.
Set back in 2015.
So I wonder now if Annika will come back. Now, can we get Annika?
She is
to come
racing
back?
again.
I know. I saw. So look, your record's broken. Pressure's off. Come back. Have a good time. And
right.
Who knows what you could do out here.
Right. Yeah, and I think we were finally starting to see some of the pain face on Kate, just gritting her teeth, trying to get over this last little bit of the dirt road before she turns onto the pavement. And on the split screen on the right side, we're seeing Lauren Stevens down in that arrow position again, also on flat bars. So I'm curious if what the jury's going to say at the end of the day. If people are going to say flat bars or drop bars, and we are getting word that actually Melissa is close to catching Lauren. So I don't know exactly what that gap is. If someone out on the road can time that and let us know.
And don't forget, they still have to get to the boulevard, and that's that section where we're pretty confident that Melissa got her final gap on Kate Courtney during the final stage of the stage race that cemented the overall win. So, again, Melissa Rollins on home court territory here. So, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, the one person of all the people she's got to be chasing, it's Lauren Stevens, right? Like, Lauren's got such a huge engine, and I bet Lauren, if Lauren looked back and knew it, she's probably wouldn't even be phased.
Right.
It's just like, okay, I'm just going to get low. I'm going to take a deep breath, and I'm just going to, I'm going to ask my body for a little bit more power, and I'm going to see what I can do. So, there's no panic mode for a rider of Lauren Stevens' caliber. She's just like, all right, how can I get this done?
And she is so tactically savvy, too, that if she were to get caught, that's where the cat and mouse, they're not racing for first place at this point.
Right.
And I think if they know they have enough of a buffer behind them, too, that they can get a little cagey in the finish, and play that no you pull kind of game. And so there we see a look back, and
oh, that's usually the tell that it's really close when you're looking back like that.
Yep.
So yeah, hopefully our cameraman can pivot just a little bit and give us a good shot from behind there to see what that's looking like. But meanwhile, on the left side, Kate Courtney, she's got none of those concerns right now because that duel is being waged about 9 minutes behind her right now. So Kate Courtney just continuing business as usual, just trying to keep her pace, trying to keep it smooth, and wait until she sees that ribbon of asphalt coming up here in just a couple of moments.
Yeah, both of these riders that we're seeing right now just still putting every bit of energy they have into these last pedal strokes in the closing miles to the finish line of this 105-mile mountain bike race with over 12,000 feet of elevation gain, all above 10,000 feet.
Right. Yeah, right. That's like another point to make sure that gets hammered home, right? Because it's not like you're doing it from sea level and back, up and back from sea level to get that elevation. You're doing this all, like the lowest you go is Twin Lakes, and it's like, that's like 9,200 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the lowest point on the course, and you're there for just a brief amount of time.
Yeah.
So we're seeing, look at that, right?
So now we're behind Melissa Rollins, and she has a rabbit in front of her. She sees her target, and you can tell that she is just stomping right now.
That's not a 10-second gap.
No.
And it's coming down. Like,
That
look at
is.
it. That's coming down so quickly. Melissa is just rejuvenated right now. This is the breath of fresh air she needed to force herself to rally a little bit deeper. And, unfortunately, Lauren Stevens getting caught on the wrong end of that.
And she's coming in with speed, too. So I'm curious if she's just going to go ahead and blow right by her, just attack her, or if she's going to sit on her wheel and take a little bit of a breath. I would say her tactic right now is just to keep rolling. And maybe catch Lauren off guard. If Lauren hasn't taken a look back in a second, she may not know how close Melissa is, but she's making the catch right in the section where it's going to be a little hard to get around her, but it will open up here in a second, and we'll see what happens if Melissa just rolls her. And
yeah, I mean, to your point, Lauren's got so much road savvy and road advantage, and hopefully Melissa remembers that and doesn't want to deal with it, so makes the move right on Bob. And in the meantime, while that catch is happening, we've got our leader now just making the final turn onto 6th Street. So Kate Courtney now on the final drag. She's on 6th, and hey, we're looking at that clock, 6:46. Well, I think we're guaranteed that the women's record is going to go down. Remember, 2015, Annika Longvad set that record, 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 24 seconds. So, yeah, that's good, just on the beginning of that. Oh, you knew it was coming.
Yep.
So, Melissa Rollins throwing down the attack, a very smart move right on the entrance to the boulevard. So, it couldn't have been better timing for Melissa's knowledge of the course.
exactly. And, I have to think that looking at Kate Courtney right now, this is also going to be an emotional win for her. Of course, any win can be emotional, but knowing that she's coming back from surgery and this big injury that she's had, and she's had to put in so much work to get back to where she was pre-injury, this being her, other than the stage race, this being a big race back for her. So I think she's just stamped her authority on this race and shown that she's back and has the fitness, and we'll see how this plays into the rest of her World Cup season as well.
Yeah, well, if nothing else, it's going to give her an absolute huge mental boost of confidence to know that all the training she's done has absolutely paid off without question. She's in great form, and I would assume that she is completely ready to head back across to Europe and resume World Cup racing as soon as possible based on the way she has performed out here today. She's just kind of dictated this race by and large from the start, and you can see she's just coming up very shortly on the crest there, and it looks like now she's on the downside. So she's got the finish line in her sights. We can't see it from our vantage, but you can see her eyes looking up. She knows the finish line truss is right there. She can see it. One last little arrow tuck. The course kind of bottoms out at the bottom of this hill there, and then there's going to be this last little gradual rise for about 250, maybe 300 meters to the line, and she's now into that last little upgrade to the line. So our next view should be the crowd here ready to welcome home our 2025 champion, and now that line is right there. So what a great ride by the former cross-country mountain bike world champion, her first time in the Leadville Trail 100 presented by Kenetik, and Kate Courtney is going to run out your champion here today. 6:48:55 on the clock. So she broke that record by about 11, almost 11 minutes.
Amazing. And the way that she came into that finish line told me too that she actually had that goal set, that record in her sights, because she wanted to set that goal and not just set a new record, but really smash it. And she should be so proud of that ride today. That was just fantastic. And I mean, she took the lead going up Columbine, and she never looked back.
So before halfway, right? She led this race by herself from halfway, but more than halfway. So, yeah, what a great showing. You can see, like, you don't have to be an elite athlete to understand the emotion and the effort that is kind of oozing out right now. What a great show there. She is just overcome with joy, and what a great day for the former world champion, taking out her first win here in Leadville. And just like that, she's now part of the Leadville family. That's just how it works. And Marilee Maupin there with her just out of camera sight to the right, one of our founders of the event back in 1983, along with Ken Klober. They're always on hand to welcome home the champions here, and Marilee will certainly let her know that Kate is now the newest member to the Leadville family.
And her family there too, her parents there to congratulate her at the finish line, who, you know, have been such an integral part of her career, from when she was a little girl riding mountain bikes with her dad to congratulating her teammate there, Payson McKelvin, on his race as well. And yeah,
not a bad day.
Love to hear what they're talking about.
I know. I'm like, I'm being quiet for like seeing if we can hear a little something.
Right, the stories that come out after the race, and so here we see Melissa Rollins. Looks like she's put in some daylight between her and Lauren Stevens. This is still a long drag, so a little hard to tell what that could be.
Yeah, there she's just out of sight there. So no real.
I don't think that's not Lauren.
You're right. Okay,
yeah.
So that's one of the men that she's passed on the way in. So she does have what looks to be a relatively substantial gap. So I wonder, Meredith, if we'll get to see any kind of a replay, but I wonder if she did go right through Lauren. She was catching her in that really tricky spot where she kind of had to ease off a little bit through those turns. But Melissa doing a great job to catch Lauren Stevens out there and make the pass and put herself back in contention. So Melissa Rollins potentially riding to a second place finish here today. And it's not the win that she got last year, but you know what? This is pretty impressive by Melissa. She had a bullseye on her back, but she's putting in a great ride today.
I think one thing that isn't fully appreciated, I guess, is the mental side of bike racing. When you go out there and you do a 6-7 hour race, it's just as much a mental battle as it is a physical battle. And I think having mental clarity just helps you when those important selections are being made. After a hard day of training, you don't always want to get out and do that second workout, but found if I drink a can of Kenetik after a hard day on the bike, kind of gives me another level of energy that will get me through the next workout.
So we've got our leader in the women's race. She is officially across the line. Kate Courtney already in the celebration phase of the day here in Leadville. Right now we're watching the battle being waged for second place. Melissa Rollins having just made the catch a few moments ago. Lauren Stevens was just in front of her, but Melissa just clawed her back pedal stroke by pedal stroke, and now you can just see our camera on Melissa. You saw a moment ago she was just taking a look back over her left hand shoulder, trying to see what the gap is, trying to see if she's doing enough to stay clear, because we've talked so much about Lauren Stevens and her career as a multi-versed bike racer, and the road is where she's probably had the most success, and with that comes just an amazing amount of tactical acumen, and I know that Melissa's aware of that, and I can't imagine she wants this to come down to a sprint, because a two-person cat and mouse sprint, it's if you've not really been in that position a whole lot, and Melissa has been in that experience, but certainly not as much as Lauren, and I think the advantage would have to fall a little bit on Lauren. So Melissa doing everything she can right now to avoid that situation, and you can see her just kind of toggling between gears. Her cadence just got a little bit faster there, so she's obviously trying to find that sweet spot in her cadence and her power output to try and get this job done here and come home in second.
Yeah, and I think she used the same playbook that she did from the stage race. This is exactly the move that she made to overtake Kate Courtney. Kate had been leading going into the third day, I think by 45 seconds or something.
Oh, no, 2.
Oh, okay.
It was a 2-second
Oh,
battle.
2 seconds.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah. So Melissa, this is exactly what she did there. Is she came around Kate in the boulevard section, and she continued to put time into Kate up this section onto the pavement and to the finish. It's not exactly the same finish, I don't believe.
Correct. We came in through the rodeo ground, which is directly to the left there, what you see. So yeah, slightly different finish. They came off the boulevard a little earlier, but you're right. It's same tactic.
Yeah.
Just smack it through the boulevard and give it some stick.
It's like it worked then, so let's try it again.
Hey, right?
But she clearly had the momentum coming up on Lauren Stevens,
right.
So that it just worked out that it happened right where it did. Again, it was just sort of coincidence, but she also knew it. She probably knew in her head, like, if I can just get to that point with Lauren, then that's where I know I can make my move, and I have confidence that I can open up the gap there too, because I've already done it once, so I think I can do it again. Well,
so far it's working in her favor. We're watching her now just make that right-hand turn onto 6th Street. She took a look back over her shoulder. You can see that's a bit of a smile, I think, on her face, because I think she looked back, and I'm guessing she didn't see Lauren when she looked over her shoulder there, so she knows she's pretty much got this one in the bag, because it's only about another minute and a half, 2 minutes to the line. Is now Lauren is just moments away from making that right-hand turn. So yeah, I think Lauren knows that third place is going to be what she's going to earn for the day. I mean, look, a phenomenal ride, right? Like, this is just an amazing performance. And so let's remember again, something you pointed out earlier, is Melissa is going to get top place at Grand Prix points out here today. So that's going to be an important thing to remember when we talk about how the standings kind of suss themselves out at the end of the day, because Kate Courtney, who was your winner, and Lauren Stevens here, who's about to get a third place finish, neither one of those riders are part of our Lifetime Grand Prix. So Melissa Rollins about to come home in second spot. She will be our top Grand Prix rider on the day, and I'm sure she's thinking about that as well, and that's gonna do big things for her standings. Because remember, coming in, she was in that three-way tie. Haley Preen and Lauren De Crescenzo, all with 42 points. So this is going to be a big boost today, because we're not sure where Cecily is. We're not sure where Sophia is. And, we're not sure at all where Cecile Lejeune is, who is currently third in the Grand Prix. So I think Melissa Rollins going to make a lot of upward progress in the standings here today, as she's just about in sight of the line here. You can see she's just kind of coming over the top. You can see that speed starting to pick up, and now pointing herself downhill, the final little downhill section of the course. So she obviously has that finish line banner in sight, the crowd in sight. I'm sure her folks are here, and she's reliving some of the glory from last year when she came home solo for the win. And you know what? It's she didn't repeat. It's obviously, it's very challenging to repeat in a given race. So for her to stay as this consistent and come home in second place, and her time, she's going to go under the 6-hour mark. So she is going to get under the 7-hour mark, pardon me. So two riders today potentially going to eclipse that 10-year-old mark set by Annika Longvad. So now in the final few pedal strokes, this is going to be our silver medalist here today in the women's Leadville Trail 100, presented by Kenetik. Melissa Rollins getting herself onto the red carpet, across the line, and officially on the second step of the podium. So great job, and all smiles from Melissa. And again, 6:59:20 or so is her time. So top two under that 7-hour mark. Amazing.
Incredible how the women, everybody, men, women, everybody has just elevated, lifted up their times, and again, finding those last little percents, that 1%, that 0.5% even of what it takes to go as fast as possible, and to see these records fall after 10 years, it's incredible. And I mean, these women have put it all out there, and again, with no drafting allowed. So again,
drafting,
no help from the men at all this year. These women, and a lot of these last three women have been doing this a lot solo for quite a while. Yes, Melissa and Lauren were together for a while. Kate out there on her own for the largest portion of the day, more than half the race. Melissa and Lauren riding together for quite a bit until the closing miles. So to see them do this on their own and just be just dig deep and go for it all the way to the finish line has been awesome to watch. And even Lauren, third place, she's coming across in 7 hours, 38 seconds, 39 seconds. So still third place, almost going under that record from 10 years ago. So impressive ride by these three women.
Yeah, what a phenomenal ride. And Lauren Stevens, all smiles across the line, getting a hug there from Kate Courtney, it looked like. And Lauren very happy with her performance, getting her medal there, and she's going to get herself into the little athlete recovery area. And what a great job by Lauren Stevens to bring home a bronze medal. So our top of three on the day, taking the win, Kate Courtney with a phenomenal performance. Taking second here today was last year's champion, Melissa Rollins. And rounding out your podium in third overall for the race, Lauren Stevens.
All right, we're seeing all the emotionals, all the feels at the finish line. Everyone's husband, that's Matt Stevens, Lauren's husband, coming to greet her at the finish line, give her congratulations. Brendan Johnston there with Melissa Rollins at the finish line, and we saw Kate Courtney's family there with her, all the supporters, all the families, just all the emotion that goes into finishing a race like this. It's not just the emotion of your podium finish or your placing on the day, but just when you're so fatigued and you're so exhausted, all of that emotion comes bubbling out. And here we see Cecily Decker, who I believe is in fourth place right now. And again, if she supposedly has 6 minutes on Sophia. So that being the case, if Cecily holds this all the way to the finish line, if she finishes in front of Sophia, that will securely put her in the overall lead for the Lifetime Grand Prix. after she had a phenomenal ride at Unbound, finishing second on the day there, and coming in fourth at the Leadville 100. It's we'll see her move to the top, and Sophia has dominated the Lifetime Grand Prix. In the second and the third year, Haley Smith winning it the inaugural year, that first year of the Grand Prix. So now to see another rider at the top of the leaderboard after the first 3 events of the series. We'll see. It's just super exciting to see how all these riders are shuffling around, and they're coming into every race knowing that they've done the best preparation that they can, making changes to their bikes, making all the marginal gains to improve their time. And Cecily is one of these riders who she's very calculated. She does all of her own bike work. So I think that's super impressive. She'll come by the Shimano booth and just make sure, our mechanics give her bike a little once over, but otherwise she's doing the work on her bikes herself. She does race for Paul Normal or Past Racing. But she doesn't have that crew here with her, or other teammates here with her today. So she's kind of on her own, and she's got her crew here. But so it's just really cool to see her come in and do this, with a relatively small crew compared to some of these other riders out here.
Yeah, Decker is just, I tell you what, she had not been a rider that had really been that much on my radar before we were at Unbound. I mean, I knew who she was. I'd seen her at Sea Otter. I remember she was in the lead group there for quite a while and doing a lot of work at the front there. But she's just continued to impress with every single race. And, look, the burning question for every athlete when we get to Leadville and we start talking about this race is like, all right, you're fit, but how do you do at altitude, right? Mm-hmm. How do you climb? How do you do it in this thin air? Because it's such a different thing, and that's what makes this race such a challenging race, and what sets it apart from any of the other races in the Grand Prix. And I mean, Cecily Decker is just proving to be another rider that can absolutely do it all. And it's great to see as she, we see her looking back over her shoulder, and I see another rider off in the distance. We're not sure if that's someone that she's worried about on the women's side, or if that's going to be one of the men back there. So we're not quite sure who's in that camera shot every now and then behind Cecily that she's taking a look at. But Cecily still looking very, very strong, very composed here as she works her way very quickly into town here to wrap things up. And Cecily, she's going to be the second place Grand Prix athlete,
right?
So she's going to make some headway as well in the standings, and she's actually going to take over the lead in the standings, because she was tied 58 points with Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, but we're not seeing Sofia in the picture right now, so that tells us that Cecily, by virtue of second place Grand Prix points, will move into the overall lead on the women's side.
Right. So as you said earlier, we'll see Melissa Rollins roll up the leaderboard there. And it sounds like Sofia Gomez Vichafanye is the one riding in 5th place right now, with, I think, Sarah Lang riding in 6th place as well. So that'll be another rider moving way up the leaderboard after today is over.
Yeah, it's fun to see that, it's like the race within a race, right? It's now Decker is now making the right-hand turn to head up to 6th Street, so she is in full view of the last half mile or so of her race. So great job by Cecily Decker out of the saddle there, and what a day.
Yeah, so Cecily also lives at altitude. She lives in Santa Fe, so not 10,000 feet altitude or elevation, but she is, used to the altitude. She has come out to Leadville a couple times to do some training, to do some course recon. Of course, she raced here last year, and she ended up breaking a wheel, so she didn't even finish the race. So this actually is the first time she's crossed the finish line at this race, I believe. So kudos to her and for doing her homework and doing the proper preparation, for the altitude, for the equipment, everything. All the choices that she's made going into today have really paid off for her.
Yeah, 100%. And drop bars. I'm so honed in on this. I just, drop bars, flat bars, which is it? It's just kind of fun to now take stock of it. And it's just, kind of reminding myself that Cecily is another one of the riders that chose to go the drop bar route. And, it's working out obviously quite well for her as she's making her way in. And, she's just about at the top of this rise as well. And, yeah, I'm just so impressed by so many of these riders, so many fast times. She's gonna come in, roughly around the 7:10 mark, which is just a great time because remember, before today, we only had one rider ever go under 7, and it's never even been that close to 7 aside of Annika's win 10 years ago. So for these riders now, I wonder how many riders have beaten the second best ever time that we've had in Leadville. I think I'm going to bet a handful. I think Decker might actually be sneaking under that as well, if you want to look at it that way, because that first time was so fast. Like last year, Melissa was 7:10 and 10 seconds, and I think Cecily's going to eclipse that mark as she's just about to come up on 7:09 right now.
Yeah, now that gets you 4th place.
Right, like go figure, right? That's a great perspective. Last year's winning time gets you a 4th place ride this year.
Right.
So that's how it just continues to evolve every year. And it's so great to see across the board, everybody getting so fast. And Decker, look, she's spinning out her biggest gear. She's going, like, she's not coasting, knowing that she's got it in the tank. She's just driving this thing all the way to the line.
And I think what's going to come down to this flat bar, drop bar conversation, I think it's really going to come down to what is most comfortable for people. I don't know that there's maybe on the men's side where the speeds might be a little bit higher and where aerodynamics come into play a little bit more. But, I think that at the end of the day, it's like, what are you most comfortable with? How can you set your bike up so that you feel confident on your bike? And because I think we've seen, obviously, Kate showed us that flat bars, and even Lauren Stevens in 3rd place showing us that flat bars are still fast. So, whatever's most comfortable.
Right. Both, now that we know both bars work, it's just, so now the riders can go back to the idea of like what works best for my skill set instead of just chasing, that shiny silver thing. All right, so we've got our top 3 in. We are going to turn our attention now to Lauren Hall with our interviews of our top 3 riders.
All right, you guys, we are here with Kate Courtney, She Sends Racing Team, winner of your first ever Leadville 100. My gosh, welcome to the Lifetime Grand Prix. Are you ready to sign up?
Thanks. Not quite yet, but I will say I had a really, really amazing time competing here. The stage race and the 100, they were just amazing events and some of the best racing I've ever done in the U.S. So just really grateful and proud to be here.
I want to know, what have you been thinking about for the last couple of hours? You were solo at Twin Lakes, Columbine. Talk me through your mental dialogue for the last couple of hours to get you to the finish line in such a fast record time, by the way.
Whew. Yeah, I had a long time out there with my thoughts in my aero position. A lot of it was pretty simple, focusing on staying aero, eating, managing my energy, and avoiding stopping pedaling. I just had to keep pedaling, which as an XC racer actually was a huge mental thing, because in XC, as I kind of learned in the stage race, like, I'm used to going on-off. So when we descend, when we're on slight downhills, like, you're always coasting, and in a race like this, you always have to be pedaling. So really being intentional with making the most of those little moments. And then I will say, so I raced the stage race, and Melissa and I had amazingly tight racing, and the last day I got away on power line, and she caught me on the boulevard, and we had a battle there. And so I honestly was like, she's going to catch me the whole time. And it kept me very honest. And when I got onto the pavement towards the end of the race, I looked at the moto and was like, what's the gap? And they said it was 7 minutes. And I thought, oh, okay. And then I was like, wait, if a train is traveling at 15 miles an hour and it's only been 6.5 hours and we're at this many miles,
I might be able to get the record. And so then, of course, had to put a little dig in, and was honestly kind of shocked we were able to go that fast with the wind today. So really proud and excited.
I did overhear you were talking about when this got on your calendar. Can we talk a little bit about the injury and how we got to this point?
I was joking. There's like an office meme that's like, this is a dream that I've had since lunch. And that's like how I feel, right? Like this has been a bucket list item for so long. I've always wanted to do this race. I've always been curious about it and just like love the history, love the community, the story around it. And also the challenge. I think it's cool to have a course and an elevation that is so challenging. But I did not decide to do this that long ago. I broke my wrist. I'm 8 weeks out from wrist surgery. And it was probably 2 weeks after that I decided, okay, you know, the next two World Cups and Nationals are out. What might be a good motivator to get back in shape? And this ended up being the perfect fit. So, obviously, yeah, shout out to my strength coach, Matt Smith, for suggesting it before I was ready and then being correct. So it was a really great.
Okay, well, you're such a stud, and where are you going next? Because USA is behind you all the way, and I know you're not done. You're just getting started.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this was just like such an awesome experience and so inspiring for the rest of my season. I feel like sometimes it's really good to step out of your comfort zone and just see what you're capable of. And so I'm really excited to use this as a stepping stone, get back on the World Cup circuit, and race Marathon Worlds and XC Worlds this year. So got a couple more events, and I think after this, I will definitely be looking to put some more longer events on my schedule.
All right. I loved where we're going with this.
Okay, yeah, it works well. I think it's like, I don't know. I think over time there's this feeling that you need to get more narrow and more narrow and more narrow. But as a young racer, I race a lot of stuff. I race Cape Epic. I race local road. I race gravel. And I think having the freedom to do that and not feel like, you know, if you race one lifetime race, you have to do the Grand Prix. Or if you race one World Cup, you're only a World Cup racer. Like, you can learn from all these disciplines, and ultimately I think they can make you a better athlete. And this definitely made me a better athlete today. So I'm really psyched about that.
Oh my God, Kate Courtney, thank you so much for being here. Congratulations and good luck on the rest of your season.
Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. All right, we're gonna get second place up here next. They're gonna get a little hug out first. Congratulations to each other. Melissa Rollins, come on in. Welcome to the hot seat. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Melissa Rollins, you won last year. You came back with big ambitions this year.
Yeah.
Walk me through, because you and Lauren Stevens were together at the top of Powerline. No. Okay. You tell me.
We were together at the bottom of Powerline. Lauren immediately dropped me. Yeah, I think she probably had a minute on me by the top, maybe more. Yeah. Weirdly, the end of the race played out exactly the same as the final stage of the stage race. Like, identical. I attacked in exactly the same spot and had to hold it to the finish. So Lauren got away on Powerline, stayed away. I could see glimpses of her, and then I caught her just before the bottom of the boulevard, and I knew that there's a steep pitch at the bottom, and I just hit it as hard as I could and looked back and knew I had a little gap, and just tried to stay. I mean, there was a tailwind, so I just tried to stay as base it well and stay as aero as possible, and I was able to hold it to the finish. It's not the way I wanted to finish it, but
well, talking about that mental conversation that you're having with yourself when you see Lauren start to step away from you, but you have to stay focused and within yourself. Talk on that a little bit about what it takes to continue to keep coming after her until you do catch her. Like, what does that feel like?
Yeah, I mean, I think Leadville is your own race. Everyone had their own race out there. You have to pace all of the climbs in a way that you can finish them, because if you're riding at someone else's pace, you'll probably blow up. And yeah, so I just tried to stay within myself on Powerline. I knew that she was riding a little bit better on the climbs, and I hoped that maybe I would come around. Yeah.
Well, you're starting to create a legacy for yourself here. I mean, we talked a lot about you've been racing this race since you were in college. This is a family race for you.
Yeah. Like, it's my mom's 20th finish today.
All right. All right. This is going to be good.
Out there. Okay. Yep.
So, I mean, you know, you've kind of like notched all the marks now. Like, what is left here for you?
I mean, I want to keep coming back and keep getting faster here. That's how I started, and that's how I progressed to where I am. The first time I was here, I just wanted to finish, and every year after that, I just wanted to go faster. So it was a race against myself. That's what I think is really cool about Leadville, and I think it's really relatable to every single person that lines up.
Yeah, that's right. How are you feeling today? I mean, like I said, did you put expectations on yourself to win today? Coming, being a repeat winner from last year, was that, and you're coming in second, which is still an amazing result. I mean, how are you feeling overall?
Yeah, I mean, of course I wanted to win, but honestly, before last year, I would have never expected that I could have done it. And I'm just happy to have done as well as I could have. Kate was phenomenal today. You can't be upset when you're second to her.
It was a great race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Melissa Rollins, thank you so much. Congratulations on second place.
You're welcome.
Good luck for the rest of the season, and we'll see you in Schwamigan?
Yep.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Next up, we're going to have Lauren Stevens, third place overall. Come on in. Welcome to the hot seat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, when we were watching the live stream out there was a point when you were coming back down Columbine that you missed 2 or 3 bottles through the feed zone. Did that play a factor in the rest of your day? Did that hurt you at all? Were you able to recover from that or grab a feed elsewhere?
You know, I was a little disappointed, but I still had a little bit left in the bottle I had, and I had carried some extra gels for like the calories, so I don't think it really played into the day.
That's good. And can you talk, did you and Melissa have any conversation while you guys were out there trying to work together to bring Kate back? I mean, for a while the gap was pretty close, 2 or 3 minutes, and you know, that can come down so fast by the time you hit power line. Was there a conversation?
Yeah, for sure. We were working together, and, you know, I just told her that we wanted to keep it steady, and, you know, power line was going to be the time where, you know, we could see if we could bring her back. So we just wanted to keep it steady and see how close we could have it coming into power line.
And then once you separated from Melissa on power line, was there an attack, or is it just your pace was just separate from hers? And were you thinking that was going to take you all the way to the finish?
I knew I was stronger on the climb, so I definitely just pushed my own pace on the climb, and I hoped that would take me all the way to the finish. But Melissa was able to fight back and actually caught me with just a few miles to go.
And then you were telling me earlier off mic, you tried to accelerate into that, and
yeah, I tried to accelerate as she came past me, and my body was like, nope, this is all you got. And so I just, you know, grinded it in.
Yeah, but it's still an amazing result. Third place here. You got to feel good about that. And like you were saying earlier, like, tell the world your motto for racing and staying fit and your A races.
Yeah, you know, I've been doing this for so long that, you know, if you're not having fun, then don't do it. And I want to come back because I want to win this race, and that was my goal here, was to win. But this podium is spectacular. I mean, you got Kate Courtney on the top step with Melissa Rollins and then me, so I'm pretty excited for the result today.
And where are you going after this?
Oh, I signed up for Breck Epic, so I'm heading there in a few hours.
That's great. Lauren Stevens, thank you so much. Congratulations on third place. Good luck in Breck Epic, and can't wait to see you at the next race.
Thank you.
All right, guys, thank you so much. This has been an absolute outstanding day. Lovely live coverage. Heard nothing but great things here. Looking forward to the next race, and I appreciate you guys letting me be here and be on the microphone for you.
All right, what a day here in Leadville. A great shot of town here, the aftermath of the day. Looking at our men's results, Keegan Swenson walking away with the win. John Gaston in second. Simone Pilot in third. Toby Rode in fourth, Payson McKelvin in fifth, and Andrew Lesperance, Taylor Ledeen in seventh, Chad Haga in eighth, Zach Calton coming home in ninth, and rounding out your top 10 on the day, Braden Lang. The standings after round number 3, Keegan Swenson still on top with 82 points. Simone Pilot now in second with 75. Toby Rode in third with 70. Cam Jones in fourth with 64. And Matt Beers in fifth with 59 points, followed by Lesperance, Vermeulen, and Lang on down the line. On the women's side, Kate Courtney taking out the win on the day. Melissa Rollins in second, Lauren Stevens in third, Cecily Decker coming home in fourth, Sophia Gomez, Visha Fanye in fifth, and Sarah Lang with a sixth place on the day. The standings on the women's side, Cecily Decker now moving into the lead, 86 points. Sophia Gomez, Visha Fanye in second with 84. Melissa Rollins in third, 72 points. Sarah Lang in fourth with 61. And in fifth, Cecile Lejeune with 43. Keep in mind, these are all unofficial. Still some riders out there to come in, and that may affect some of the standings down the line. So what, Meredith, what a great day. I mean, we talked about this beforehand, and we knew it was going to be great racing. We knew Keegan was probably the guy to look at in the men's race, and the women's race was such a wide open affair, and I think on both accounts we weren't let down at all.
No, never. Leadville 100 always delivers. I think we have seen amazing racing so far, these 3 races in the Grand Prix this year, and again, it didn't disappoint. We saw, some riders from outside the Grand Prix come in and have phenomenal rides, and then also the riders within the Grand Prix, shake up the standings a little bit, at least on the women's side, and on the underneath Keegan and the men's side. So again, fantastic racing from everyone today.
Well, that's pretty much a wrap from us from stop number 3 of the 2025 Lifetime Grand Prix here in Leadville. We will see you down the road. Stop number 4 coming up in September up in Hayward, Wisconsin for the Schwamigan Mountain Bike Festival. Until then, big thanks to our special guests in the studio today. We had Kimo Seymour and, of course, Willie the Wiener. For Meredith Miller, I'm Bill Ellison. We will see you at stop number 4 in Schwamigan.